Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I hope you're doing well this morning. Let me just getting everything. Whew. Those late nights, man, they catch up to you during the daytime. Just getting everything fully set up and the invites fully sent out to people. That'll be just a minute. Bear with me. Techstar, you need a haircut. I'm keeping it long for the winter at least. Okay. Looks like he just woke up. I did. I had a show until 3 a.m. Definitely just woke up. It's not a mystery. Not a mystery. Let's see. Sending out these invites. Woo. Let's see, here we go. Bam. 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 Let's see. Oh my goodness. I got to get the court stream pulled up. Eric Baldwin. Weird shirt. Well, it's there we go. Okay. Where's your invite? It's in hell. Well, so did I get everybody throwing out these invites like they're free? Where's my Faraday bag? It's got my butt in it. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think we're about there. I believe I've sent. Oh, wait, there's one more I need to send. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Is State going to pull out every blade of grass and present it to the court? Probably. You know, the big questions for today is, will the state get around to filling out the holes in the case? Can they put Alex Murdaugh at the murder scene at the time of the murders? Can they do it? I don't think they can. And the big thing we're waiting on is the telemetry data from the SUV, as well as the telemetry data from the cell phone. Now, we're starting to get closer to the cell phone telemetry data. We're starting to get towards that. Here's how we analyze these cell phone towers. That seems to be coming, but it's not here yet. It's not here yet. When we left off yesterday, there was a turbo nerd on the stand, I believe, still for the state. And that guy was, which one was he? There were like three nerds in a row. There was a Verizon guy, there's the FBI guy, and there was the other guy. I think it's the other guy that was on the stand. The guy who had too many vowels in phone. Oh my gosh. Oh, whoo. That's glorious. That's glorious. Have you watched MILF Manor? I have not. I think we might do clips of MILF Manor on WTF Wednesday tonight on the show. We'll have to see. Female dark-haired lawyer, what side is she on? She is a lawyer for the state. She is a prosecutor. Yeah, the ball hair guy. That's the guy who's on stand today, or who was on stand when we left off. Mandalore Wise 01 says, replay crew here. Loving the shade the prosecutors threw all over Baldwin in the filing from last night's stream. What's the likelihood that a plea deal would include jail time due to how damning the case sounds? I think there's a very high likelihood that the plea deal will have no jail time. Instead of MILF Manor, you should watch Love After Lockup. Hello, Miss Wisco. How are you? I'll have to check that one out. I just saw the one clip from MILF Manor where they were these how do I word them? High maintenance women were being what they had to do was they had all of their sons. So the premise of MILF Manor is women go to hook up with kids their son's age, I guess, and their son is there, which makes it even more disgusting. So it's perfect. So they go, and what they had to do was put on a blindfold. These like 55-year-old women had to go put on a blindfold, and they had to go and feel the chests and stomachs of each of the males, and then identify their own son by feeling the chest and stomach. And the first two women to do that, or the women who did it fastest or whatever, would get to go to like the hookup house with all of the, it was so gross. It's the most ludicrous show that that could possibly exist. And that's only one clip I've seen. And yeah, someone was asking, they're like, why would you want to watch that? I was like, because these women look like old Porsches. like they break down every 2 seconds and need some sort of enhancement or tune-up. You know, very, very expensive. Very, very expensive upkeep on them. So anyway, it's like I said, WTF Wednesday is where we explore some of these things. That's the end part of the Wednesday night show, by the way. What we do on if you don't watch the night show, and you may not, I don't know when you're watching this. I do a night show basically every weeknight at 11 p.m. Central. It goes till about 2 to 3 in the morning, and it starts on YouTube, and then it migrates over to Rumble after about an hour. You know, usually we cover, most days we cover legal and or political or news topics. kind of keeping things up. Unless I have an interview or a guest of some sort, which changes that. Fridays we have kind of a fun Friday, and that is because you deal with so much garbage during the week. You got jobs and kids and everything, and you're getting into the weekend. I like to wind down with a fun panel of varied guests, and we just kind of talk and tell jokes and laugh at stories and stuff. We kind of take a little lighter approach. But during the week, we cover more serious topics. Yesterday, we did the Alec Baldwin charges, the charging document in that. And what's crazy is finding out how much of a case they have against Alec Baldwin for negligent manslaughter. It's not just that he took the gun, he didn't check it, he pointed it and shot it. There's so many things leading up to that moment where Alec Baldwin is culpable, both as the actor and as the producer of the show. So that was really cool to see. The other aspect of it, or the other thing we covered. What's up, Bronca? The other thing we covered yesterday was
good morning.
Minnesota passing one of the most permissive abortion laws in the country. And then we covered this the Zulak case, which is exposed by Mia Cathell of townhall.com, which is an LGBTQ couple who had who's kind of lauded by the pride movements and stuff like that. They had adopted 2 children, and turns out they were not only sexually abusing them, but also producing child pornography, as well as soliciting the older child out to a pedophile ring in Georgia. So a really, really horrifying case that kind of got looked at really quickly and then swept under the rug by the mainstream media back in August. And then, of course, as the charges came out, Mia Cathell did the deep dive into it, and now it's getting a little more attention again. But it's a really horrifying case. So that's the glorious, happy sort of topics you can get on the normal show. But we got to round it out on Wednesdays with MILF Manor and other stuff.
Right.
Have you seen the preview for that?
You may continue.
No. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with MILFs.
There's something wrong with this show, though.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me. It's pretty hideous.
MILFs were pretty amazing for a teenage boy growing up in Long Island, New York.
I'll have to send you a link to the clip of it. But Miss Wisco, yes, I will check Love After Lockup. That sounds really fun.
Good morning.
See Goody, Vegas is good. Thank you.
We were talking about Maggie's phone at the end of the evening last night, correct?
Yes, sir, we were.
Before we move on, I want to cover just a couple more quick things, and then we'll move on.
We're back with Head Sack.
If there's anything quick,
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 283 again. And this was the detailed timeline for Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to flip to...
Don't mind me. I'm just going to eat some cereal.
Yeah. I just had a kind of gross McDonald's sandwich.
Oh, man.
I was starving.
I know how that goes, but I hate how it goes.
Apologies. Yes. Okay. Line 45.
You think this guy ever wears an athletic supporter on his head?
Take a look at 4529, please. I'm gonna put it up.
I don't even want to know what he does in his free time.
To hold those boys right on his forehead in
Yes,
place.
sir.
Mrs. Branca makes breakfast anytime I want. I don't normally eat breakfast. I'm not normally that hungry in the morning, but I didn't have much for dinner last night. So
I don't normally eat until 8 p.m. except on trial days. I wake up and I'm starving. I'm starving straight through the whole day.
Can you read 4529 on the screen?
Nick K, I'll check when he's actually facing the microphone. I'll adjust the volume.
It's at the bottom, very bottom. Okay, can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
And this is a log entry, correct?
Yes, sir. This
Captain's
appears to be a
log.
log entry from the data usage SQLite database.
Okay. And in the far right column there, what does that say?
In the far right column, as I look at it, it says com.apple.datausage.findmyiphone. And then it's got Wi-Fi in 0, Wi-Fi out 0.
Okay. And what time did that data entry occur on Maggie's phone?
That data usage entry occurred at 10:05:13 p.m.
Okay. And what does that tell you, in your opinion?
That in the background, Find My iPhone was using data on the phone.
Okay. Does this information or any information you've looked at in your investigation tell you exactly why the data be used at that time?
No, sir. It could have just been a background app that was running that had been open from previously in the day.
Oh,
Could
so
it have been
we have no idea.
that Find My iPhone being triggered from elsewhere?
It could have been.
Okay. But you can't tell for certain with in your opinion.
No, sir. I cannot tell if it was running in the background or if somebody was accessing it.
Okay, thank you.
Why are you here? What can you tell?
And again, referencing Maggie's phone, one thing that we have not talked about yet is any location data or any location points from that night.
Oh, thank God.
No, sir.
We're going to get to this?
All right. And in fact, in your analysis of her phone, at least for the night in question, did you discover any precise GPS location points?
From which there are several different databases that location information would be from. From the cache database, I didn't find anything for that night. It looks like previously from the examination that she'd used a map to go to an appointment or to a location, and that information was obtained.
Okay, and that was from the afternoon, correct?
Yes, so that was from earlier in the day.
All right. But at least in terms of precise GPS location for that night, your investigation didn't find any on her phone, correct?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you, again, I'll put it up on the screen. This is in the evidence, states 275. All right, and this is, we talked about this yesterday, but this is Maggie's location services, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what did we talk about for the majority of apps we see on the screen? Power location settings set.
For the ones pictured on the screen, there's the majority of them are set to while using.
And so in your opinion, knowing that and knowing what you've investigated in her database, why don't we see a lot of location data on her phone for the night in question?
It could have been from those apps not being accessed. It whether running in the background from previous in the day or not being cleared out or not started at a particular time of that day.
So Maggie's phone was not continuously recording location information, okay?
Not from the apps in the cache database it was.
But you don't have anything in that cache database, correct?
Not from that day, no, sir.
Because while she's out at Moselle, would she have been using her map to navigate?
No, sir.
All right. So her phone was fairly well locked down when it came to location, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is this so ambiguous? Fairly well locked down, but so it wasn't locked down.
Right.
And they're trying to suggest that he triggered the Find
we'll
My
move on.
iPhone. The defendant did.
I'm going to show you.
So my video yesterday about abortions in Minnesota under the new law got a National Health Service in England alert about abortions on YouTube.
This has been marked as
A medical information
285.
context alert.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this, please.
Oh my God.
All right. And what is that item, sir?
This item is an Apple iPhone. It was submitted to me with a SIM card and a black case on it
When was it submitted to you?
in September of 2021.
Good thing he wasn't a Memphis police
Have you
officer.
had
That
an
phone wouldn't have made
opportunity
it.
to examine that phone?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in your examination, were you able to determine who owns that phone?
Just have to comply,
Yes, sir.
Nick.
According to the account information I obtained from that phone, it belongs to Alex
Turn on.
Murdaugh.
Turn on. You're resisting.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move Exhibit 285 into evidence.
Submitted.
So whose phone is this? We're both
I-
talking.
I was too busy making a joke. Hey, chat, whose phone is this? Can you help me? Tony, yes,
I'm
this is
gonna-
still on direct. Yeah, whose
I'm gonna show
phone
you
is
the
this?
State's, what's been pre-marked as state's exhibit.
It's Alex's phone. Alex's
You
phone.
might need to open
Okay.
up the box to take a look at it.
He's like, I sure hope they didn't find my Tinder app.
He's like, actually, scratch that. I'm really concerned they might find my Grinder app. We can see on his iPhone
All right,
that the
and you did look
Grinder
at it,
app
sir.
Yes, sir.
is
I
in a
did.
secret
All right, and what
folder.
is that inside that box?
Inside this box is a portable solid state external drive that I received and placed a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And so in your examination of Alex's phone, you did a extraction, correct?
Yes, sir. I did a full file system extraction.
Okay. Using what software?
I used GrayKey to collect the extraction. Then I processed it and decoded it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
And you then placed a full copy of the Cellbrite report on that hard drive, correct?
Minus several things. Due to the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is an attorney, there was a privilege review done. So I was only able to put on there things that were not removed by our attorney for taint purposes.
All right. And SLED had an attorney who did a privilege review, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And several things were removed, several communications were removed, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding they were removed for attorney-client privilege.
And obviously, because you aren't part of the privilege review, you don't know exactly what was removed.
Correct.
Stop talking about it.
However, when it comes to Alex's call log, did you consult with the SLED attorney to determine whether any items were removed from Alex's call log?
Correct. None of the calls were removed. It mainly consisted of text messaging, emails, things of that nature that would actually be the communication, not calls.
And at this time, state would move to enter exhibit 286 in evidence.
Minute without objection.
All right, and I'm going to show you exhibit 287. Take a look at that, sir.
You're gonna have to start using alphanumeric codes for these exhibits. You're gonna run out of numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially once they start
Yes, sir, I
identifying
do. This is a
individual
copy
hairs.
Of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone that just contained call logs. The date filter was placed on this report for May 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021.
All right, at this time, state will move to enter exhibit 287 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
This meme on my
Let's take a
local
look at Alex's call logs.
woman walks up to a barista at a coffee shop. Can I get a light roast? He says you're a 6 out of 10, but I'd still smash.
Since I didn't take objection, but state would have moved to place this under seal to protect phone numbers that might appear.
Nothing wrong with an upgradable 6.
And if we could remove the screen to the audience, please.
Can you please turn up the volume? I don't know, man. If I get much louder, it gets really loud when they're actually on the microphone.
Hey, you hear the Alec Baldwin charges got filed yesterday?
Yeah, I went through the last night. I went through the incident report or the probable cause
yeah.
statement. I didn't realize like how badly they've got him on the probable cause stuff. It's not just the it's not just point the gun and pull the trigger. It's everything. He didn't attend mandatory trainings, didn't require the trainings as producer. He didn't require the the armorer to be on set during the scene. I mean, all sorts of stuff. That was a mess. Didn't correct the
Obviously, if
previous
phone
negligent
number's on
discharge.
there, it's under seal.
All that stuff's icing. The pointing is enough.
Right.
But it looked to me like they read my analysis from the
Okay.
day after the shooting. It's like, well, you could have done
I'm
this
gonna
14 months
show-
ago.
This exhibit, and let's take a look at
Looked to me like they were trying to give him every possible deference before filing that charge.
line
They're
39.
extremely thorough.
39. Can you see that?
No, sir, I cannot.
Consulting industry experts and all this stuff. I mean, normal people do. What industry expert do they consult in your life when you
Can you
point a
see
gun and
that line
shoot
39?
someone?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And what is that?
It appears to be a call that was received on 5/30/2021 at 5:25 p.m. and answered. Looks like a FaceTime call.
Okay. And that was on May 30th? Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's look at line 38.
How could that be relevant?
37. What are those?
Line 38 and 37 are both calls. They show outgoing as far as the number, that phone dialed to another number on June 4th, 2021. The first one on line 38 is at 3:41:34 p.m. Shows not answered as a FaceTime call. And on line 37, the time on that call, the same individual was 4:35:56 p.m. It shows not answered as a FaceTime call.
Okay. Let's look at line 36. What is that?
Line 36 is a telephone call that was placed by this phone. It was outgoing is the direction. It was placed on June 7th, 2021 at 10:25:49 p.m. It shows not answered. It shows a FaceTime call.
Wait a minute. So we have a call from June 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then another call at 10:25. It's June 7th, the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified yesterday on Maggie's phone, you saw several incoming calls beginning at about 9:02, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are those calls in this call log on Alex's phone?
No, sir, they are not.
Let's talk about data that's restored or retained on phones.
They're trying to imply that he
We're talking about
deleted
SQLite
the
databases
missed call
yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
from Alec,
And
like
the SQLite
calls that he made
databases,
himself.
For the most part, tend to keep information for only certain periods of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is a call log, a phone call log, that type of database?
It's a different style of database. It's not recording information as quickly as, say, orientation changes or GPS location stuff, because you don't place calls constantly every day, every 2 minutes or more. If you did, then you would see it get overwritten and taken out the older stuff as new stuff comes in. But people don't make calls that much. So for that reason, it's lasts longer in there.
Okay. So the call log lasts longer than other types of information on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Typically it does, just because that's not used as often.
And as a call log builds up, it might eventually, old calls might eventually drop off, correct?
Yes, sir. Older calls will drop off.
But that would be a pretty, with the phone's available memory, that would be a pretty long list before they started to drop off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here we see just simply a gap.
Like a
We see
billion
from
calls.
May of 2021, and then there's a couple calls on June 4th of 2021, and then nothing until 10:25 p.m. the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that, can the database simply overriding itself explain the gap?
A gap like that would indicate that it was actually removed from there.
Okay. So if a call were to fill up and start overwriting itself, it would overwrite the oldest items first, you just said, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a standard thing with databases like that. Usually the, first in is going to be the first out.
Okay. And here, we see older calls from May, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a couple calls in June, 4th, and then 10:25 p.m., we start to see calls again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that gap.
Damn, thanks,
you said
RDX
removed
on Rumble. I'll read it in a second.
A second ago, how can those calls be removed to create such a gap?
For a call to be removed, you can go in and very easily go to your call log if you chose to, and you can swipe it. If you move it to the left, that number, it'll pop up red on the right-hand side and say delete. And if you choose to delete that call, you could do that same way you could with text messaging, voicemails, other things that you have access to, user access to.
Is there a database that shows that happened?
Other than that, what you just described, that you're aware of, any process that could explain that gap in call records on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
So those calls were deleted, correct?
It would appear that way from based off of looking at the reports and the examination.
That was a leading question.
And just circumstantial evidence of unclear value.
There again, they're trying to use it to draw a
And one last
specter.
question about that.
Oh, he
In the
deleted
far
the
right
calls.
column,
Well, what's the motivation for deleting the
these
calls?
We see source FaceTime. What does that mean?
It was a FaceTime call using the iPhone versus dialing the number.
Okay. And when you pulled this report, if there were normal phone calls, would they have simply been left out? Is that possible?
I pulled it for all call logs, so it should have pulled any regular calls also along with FaceTime.
Okay.
It also doesn't make much sense because he could have also
And you got
deleted the
Alex's
calls
phone,
on
right?
Maggie's phone.
And I got it in September of 2021.
He knew the code to it,
Okay.
but he didn't do that.
So that was a full 3 months after, approximately a full 3 months after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you testify today of when you think those calls were removed with any information?
No, sir, I cannot.
Scooter, no, this is
So
still
some point
direct. This is
between
not
when
cross
those
yet.
calls were placed on the night of June 7th, and when you got phone in September, those calls disappeared off that phone, correct?
Those calls are not on the phone anymore. How it happened, I don't know.
Okay. Did you do anything in your investigation, in your extraction or analysis to potentially remove those calls?
No, sir, I did not.
Let's see. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 288.
It just all feels incoherent. If he placed the calls to fabricate a perception that he was worried about her, wasn't present, why would he delete those calls off his own phone?
Right. It doesn't make any sense. And if he deleted his own phone calls to try and cover up
Yes,
the
sir.
record of
This
his
is
calls, why
a
wouldn't he delete
copy
them off of hers before
an
disposing of
Cellbrite
it?
extraction report that was done for messages from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
You prepared that report?
Yes, sir.
And that report is from the data contained on that hard drive from the full Cellbrite report?
Yes, sir.
This man is a senior cell phone tech at KFC.
At this time, State is moving to enter Exhibit
Ginger is at radiation. This closed caption just said, Ginger is at radiation. All your base belong to us.
to protect phone numbers displayed on this.
Make your time.
Are you able to submit a redacted copy deleting the phone numbers at a later time for the record?
we could probably make that happen. Your Honor. It probably take some manual work.
Doesn't everybody have new numbers by now?
May proceed.
You'd think so.
All right. I'm going to have you flip in this report, Lieutenant Zella. Previously, when we looked at Maggie's phone, you testified about a group text that occurred at approximately 8:31 p.m. that night, the night of June 7th.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you flip to those texts. Alex was a part of that group text message, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And specifically, we're looking for the text that occurred at 8:31 p.m. that night.
We got a coffer in the car room.
RDV or RDX, sorry, on Rumble with a very large Rumble rant. Thank you. He says, I'm still on day 3 day 3's recording, trying to catch up. Hope this covers for back pay. Love the coverage. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. I see it.
Okay, you see it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to show on this the text that arrived on Alex's phone at 8:31 p.m. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and this is the same text that we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that arrived at what time?
That it shows it arrived on June 7th, 2021 at 8:31 p.m.
Okay. And we're not going to go through the same read the list of individuals, but these are the same individuals that were in the group text we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right, and quickly read this text again. What does it say?
I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And what time, date and time, was that text read on Alex's phone?
It shows read June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So that's the next day?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're going to go to the next text in this thread. Can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Okay, this should be the correct one. Can you make that out?
Yes, sir, I can make out what the text says.
All right, and what time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
The text arrives June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right, and what's this text say again?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
All right, and that's the text from Lynn G.
Yes, sir.
Was he
When
really
was
in
that
court or
text
was he
read?
in murder
It was
training?
read on June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So I'm going to go. A little bit earlier in the day on those texts. The same text thread. All right. And what time, the text that you see on the screen What time did it arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:23 p.m.
And just read the text for us again, or read the text for us, please.
It says room 632. Nurse says we can alternate visits with only one person in at a time.
And who sent that text?
It looks like John Marvin Murdaugh.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So that's within about 20 minutes. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's look at the next text in this same thread. What time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:48 p.m.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So again, roughly about 20 minutes after it arrived on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have we considered that Maggie may have opened her phone so that when she heard the gunshots to call 911 before her last fatal shot? Sure, anything's possible.
And I'm going to have you find this. Yesterday, you testified on Maggie's phone about a text that was from Alex at approximately 9:08:58. And I believe the text said something to the nature of, I'm going to see M or something like that. Can you find that text in this report, please?
Yes, sir, I did.
Arcane says yesterday was so boring and annoying. Let's hope for a better day, a day full of actual evidence. Yesterday did have some fiery moments. They were just early on in the day and they came from Cross. the I versus they thing was big to me. The fact that there are videos about it all over, including Long Crime has a video about it, analyzing the I versus they that's 27 minutes long.
Who did that?
A Long Crime. It's a big deal. People realize how important that is. Are you to believe I have magic grits? How come the grits take 20 minutes?
We see that text, and this was an outgoing text, correct, from Alex's phone?
Yes, sir. It shows the status is being sent.
All right. And what time was it sent?
It was sent on June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And read the text again.
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
And we'll go to the text just after that, in this thread. And this was another sent text, correct?
Yes, sir. The status is showing as a sent text.
All right. What time was this text sent?
It was sent June 7th, 2021 at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what does the text say?
The text says, call me, babe.
CHD says, is it a big deal, though? Even if he said I, he could just be feeling bad for not being there to protect them. I mean, it's a big deal if the jury gets the impression that the lead investigator lied to him on the stand about what he said. Or if, as they implied, that it was an admission. Either one of those, there's a huge deal.
That Alex sent, I believe the contact is called Rogan, at approximately 10:24 p.m. Can you find that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Her Excellency says other channels are saying this is exciting. Looks like true crime fans are giddy to get new facts on their favorite case, but don't seem to realize how boring and directionless this seems to everyone else and likely the jury. Yeah, exciting is not how I would describe this trial. Maybe I'm a bad advertiser. I probably should be like, this is the trial of the century. Come watch as a man's life hangs in the balance. But it's really fucking boring. Most of the time I can't do it. MSM Rocket Softball. Thank you for the big donation there. I really appreciate that. This trial is like if you ordered the OJ trial on Wish. I mean, that OJ trial is 8 months
Okay.
or whatever. 6 months
What
of
time was
trial.
the text
Could you
sent?
imagine?
This text shows us sent on June 7th, 2021 at 10:24:43 p.m. Correct.
And what does the text say?
It says, call me.
Did the phone do DMT?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. I'm going to ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is a Celebrite report that I prepared with timeline events for Alex Murdaugh's phone. The date filter was set for just the day of June 7th, 2021.
Hey, Court TV, can you stop fucking up that one camera, please? Thank you.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 289 into evidence.
No objection.
And State would ask that Exhibit 289 be under seal because there's some phone numbers displayed for privacy reasons.
No objection.
Okay.
Daisy Domberg says,
Show
would you
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290.
rather be
You
listening to
recognize
this
that
or
document.
6 hours of grounds a day? Take care of yourself, Nick, and get some rest. We'll also be here. Don't worry. We need our champion fresh and fit. Oh, I got some
Yes,
good
sir, I
sleep
did.
last night.
And what is that document?
I mean,
This is a copy of the
One of the
Magnet
longest
Forensics Axiom
sleep.
report that I prepared for Alex Murdaugh's phone to show health database steps and movement.
but I think Brooks was more entertaining than this trial, quite a bit. Brooks was infuriating, but that's because it was moving and it was moving in weird directions. The judge is a character, Brooks is a character, and that's what made that case fun to watch.
At this time, State will move to enter Exhibit 290 into evidence. Does not need to be under seal.
No objection.
I guess on closing, the state could just lie and make shit up because who's going to remember what was in evidence?
It'd be really
Let's start
tough.
looking at these steps first, so the screen can show this. This is Exhibit 290, and it's not under seal. Let's take a look at Record 16 and Record 17. Can you see those? Let's adjust it a little bit. Can you see those on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
And Record 16, what does that indicate?
Record 16 indicates that the phone recorded 49 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning time 6:02:51 p.m., ending time 6:07:33 p.m. the same day.
All right. And Record 17, what does that show?
Record 17 indicates that the phone recorded 173 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning at 6:14:42 p.m. and ending at 6:23:46 p.m.
You testified yesterday about steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, in terms of our ability to rely on those steps, what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what is the reliability? What do these steps tell us? Excuse me.
It tells us that the phone recorded the steps. It's not 100% accurate as to that's how many steps were taken. It also will not tell where the start was, the stop was, as far as distances, anything like that. But it's not 100% accurate. It just says the phone recorded steps. It was in movement recording steps.
And generally,
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
for a phone to record steps, what does that tell you? How does a phone, what kinds of motion can cause a phone to record steps?
Possibly somebody was holding it in their hand, somebody had it in their pocket, but they were moving, they were actually in motion. They were either walking, could be running, it would record the steps, but somebody's got the phone in movement versus putting it in your cup holder of your car and driving around. It's not going to record steps that way.
So in your opinion, if someone puts the phone in a car seat or in a cup holder and they drive, will the phone record steps?
No, it will not.
Let's look at record 18 and 19.
That's not entirely true. It could
There we go.
record steps from
Yeah,
driving
record 18 at the top.
if the car's bumpy
Yes, sir, I
enough.
can.
All right. And what does that show?
It shows that the phone recorded 57 steps taken on June 7th, 2021 at 6:42:12 p.m. beginning time, ending time 6:43:55 p.m.
Record 19, what does that show?
Record 19 shows that the phone recorded 283 steps beginning at June 7th, 2021 at 6:52:27 p.m. and ending at 7:02:05 p.m.
But that's a long way between those two things. Like a whole day, it was 57 steps and 200 steps, rather sedentary lifestyle.
Let's look at record 20. What does that show?
It shows the phone recorded 165 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:03:55 p.m. with an ending time of 7:11:29 p.m.
Let's go to record 21. What does that say?
It shows that the phone recorded 200 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:15:35 p.m. Ending time of 7:21:52 p.m.
All right, record 22. That's a
22 shows that the phone recorded 47 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:28:35 p.m. Ending time 7:37:11 p.m.
all right. Record 23.
Record 23 shows the phone recorded 270 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:32 p.m. Ending time is 8:05:07 p.m.
Record 24, and it's cut off to the next page, but read what you can, and then I'll flip it.
The beginning of this record shows that the phone recorded 29 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:41:23 p.m.
All right, let's finish record 24 there. When did those steps end?
Those steps ended for that record on June 7th, 2021 at 7:48:41 p.m.
All right, so this report, like the report we looked at yesterday from Maggie, that it's chronologically a little bit out of order, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
The times that you're stating, those are correct.
Yes, sir. That's
And
accurate.
just because the steps here that were recorded at 7:48, according to your analysis, that's when those steps occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the fact that it's listed in your report after steps that had occurred later doesn't mean those steps occurred later. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's look at record 25. What does that say?
Record 25 shows that the phone recorded 74 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:35 p.m. Ending time of 8:09:52 p.m.
All right, record 26. What does that say?
Record 26 shows the phone recorded 283 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021, 9:02:18 p.m. Ending time 9:06:47 p.m.
Okay. So, and I'll hand this report back to you, but we see an hour gap, approximately an hour gap between those steps that when ended at 8:09 and when the steps start to occur again at 9:02, correct?
Correct.
And I'll hand you a report so you can flip through it because some of the things got out of order. Just to verify, that you see any steps that occur on the phone between those two times, between 8:09 and 9:02?
You mean like if he put his phone down on a table and walked around without it?
Yeah. Forgot whose phone this even is. Isn't this Maggie's phone or are we on Alex's phone? I'm
I believe
actually.
I think we're on Alex's phone.
No, sir, I do not. Phone was Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. Thanks.
They heard you, Nick. They're listening.
In your opinion,
Good. They should be.
was this phone
Make a better
moved
case.
around with or walked around with during that gap in time, according to the record or the analysis you've done?
No, sir, not in my opinion, based off my analysis.
All right, and I've previously entered States Exhibit 289, which was the timeline for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And let's talk about this timeline a little bit. So what kind of information is found in this timeline on Alex's phone?
On this phone, it captured things like incoming text messages to show a log entry for it. It shows there's a log entry for images, steps. It's a little bit different the way Celebrite does steps versus Axiom, so it's a little bit different look to it. It also has text messages on here as they came in, and a few more log entries to show that text messages and that phone calls were being made and recorded in the log.
Do you see any orientation changes like we talked about on Maggie's phone in that report? Would it include it if there were?
Usually you don't see it in a timeline report like this. You would find it in the device events report. We would pull it separate.
Oh, have you, in your analysis, you've looked at the device events report, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. And during that same time frame, do you see any orientation movement or anything to suggest the phone's being handled, or does that data exist?
Which time frame exactly?
The device events, did you find data from the night of the murder on Alex's phone?
Earlier in the evening, I did, but there was a gap in time where I did not see it.
Okay. Well, we talked about some of these databases kind of going away after a certain period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know the exact time for every single database, correct?
Correct.
But generally speaking,
Maybe his steps were
most
removed
of
by
these
attorney-client
databases-
privilege.
the SQLite databases, how quickly do they turn over?
They can go from 2 days to 2 weeks to 45 days. It just depends.
Okay. And so when you performed your analysis on this phone, it was in September 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so some of that information that's contained in those SQLite databases, would you expect to find it, some of that data in September that had been originally recorded in June of 2021?
No, sir. And if it showed anything, it wouldn't be accurate information. It would be remnants of it.
Okay. Because a lot of those databases overturn in a far shorter period of time between June and September, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
So all
What's
this
up?
data is unreliable?
And so to sum up,
What's up, heel versus baby face?
Alex's phone.
Did you put your
because you
Tinder
didn't
sauce in my
analyze it until
donut
September,
store?
Just simply doesn't contain as detailed
Sure,
data,
buddy.
that you found on Maggie's phone, for example.
Correct for that time frame of June.
For the confirmation.
What does this show? That he walked around at various times? Like, we know around 9 o'clock he was getting in the truck to go to his mom's house. Well, we know that is consistent with his testimony.
Okay, and I'm going to show you, this is Exhibit 289, and this is under seal.
I hope this trial ends before we go to Vegas.
Me too. I'm gonna have to figure out tomorrow. Oh, they screwed up their audio. Thanks, Court. The one camera that you have the audio feed through keeps glitching out.
Lines 157, 158 in this report, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And
Maybe they're using Steve's camera.
157 associated with?
Line 157.
I gotta figure out tomorrow because I teach from 2 to 3.
All right, and that's a text message we just talked about in Alex's text message report, correct?
Yes, sir, it shows as an incoming text message.
All right. And I believe you just testified that that text wasn't read until the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a second text at and this is line 159. And there was a second text that you've already testified about. And what time was this text?
It shows that it was June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
And again, according to the text message report, when was this text read?
The next day, on June 8th, 2021.
All right, you just testified about the steps, and we can get the report back to you if you need to be refreshed. What time did Alex's phone start moving after that gap between 8:05 and 9:02?
It started moving at 9:02 after, there was a gap before, but it started at 9:02 recording steps again.
And those texts were not read at that time, correct?
Correct.
And we looked at a couple earlier texts in that thread, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And those texts have been read within 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir, approximately.
And in your analysis investigation, did you review other texts that might or might not be in that report that's in evidence to review Alex's habit of when he read texts?
Yes, sir, I reviewed other texts
Habit of
From
when
the
he
day
wrote
of the murder?
texts.
from that day and previous days and days after.
And just in your general review, and I'm sure there's outliers.
Object to
what is
this.
Alex's general habit when he reads texts?
Usually it could vary from anywhere from reading it within 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, just depending. But it was generally
Depending.
within an hour's time, it appeared that the texts were read.
And like I said, there's probably outliers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But this particular thread we've been talking about with the group family thread, what was the topic they were talking about?
It was about his father being in the hospital.
Okay. And those texts weren't read till the next day, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God, I haven't read my family Facebook thread in like 6 months because they ask me to bring stuff to gatherings and I don't want to do it. Are we kidding? Like, the state is.
All right. I am going to show you what's been marked for ID purposes. Item 274. Give me a second to find it. All right. And you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And what is that item?
This is an Apple iPhone that we received. Once the analysis was done, it has the account of Paul Murdaugh.
And when did you originally get that item? Receive that item?
I would have to refer to my notes for the actual day it was submitted.
Do you have them with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you look at that, please?
Yes, sir.
Wonder when that. I wasn't paying attention enough to know when the last text came in that he didn't read in over 40 minutes. Was it when he found his wife and kid dead? Was it during that time? Because it seems like that'd be the time that it would be relevant, but also the time when he's least likely to answer a fucking text message. I don't know. Maybe
Right.
I'm crazy.
It was August 13th, 2021.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, where had the phone been previous to you?
Previous to us, it was located in Charleston County in their evidence area.
And that was Paul McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir. It has his sticker on there that it was in his possession.
And to your knowledge, was he able to access Paul's phone?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe he might have gotten a little just surface information from it, but to my knowledge, he was not able to access it due to the passcode.
All right. The phone was locked, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you got it in August of 21, was the phone still locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
And in August of 2021, did you have any tools available at SLED that would help you unlock that phone?
At that time, no, sir, it would not support that model and that iOS that was running on the system.
And these companies that develop software to access these phones, that software is continuously updated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that software isn't free, correct?
Correct.
And it's sort of like a game, isn't it? Apple, these companies discover an exploit on these phones that allow them to access it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Apple produces a software update that fixes that exploit, correct?
Correct.
And so it's kind of a continuous cycle of being able to access these phones and not, correct?
Yes, sir.
But
Correct.
in August of 2021, you did not have the ability to access Paul's phone, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So let's fast forward to March of 2022. Did it come to your attention that a fellow law enforcement agency had recently acquired a tool that could potentially access Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I spoke with John Van Houten of the United States Secret Service, and they believe they had the capabilities with the tools they had to obtain the passcode to this phone.
All right. And did you take that phone to Mr. Van Houten?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And approximately when was that again?
It was in March of 2022.
All right. And to your knowledge, was Mr. Van Houten successful in accessing Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I received a phone call from Mr. Van Houten stating he was able to do an extraction on the phone and that we were preparing it to put on an external hard drive for me to bring back and do my analysis.
And you received what type of file extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
It was a Celebrite file extraction.
Do you recall if it was a full file extraction or a physical file extraction or logical?
It was a full file system extraction.
And when you got that full file system extraction from Mr. Van Houten, what did you do with it?
I processed it with Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also verified the information with Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
I checked how long it took between steps.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 274 into evidence.
If Paul's face wasn't destroyed, could they have used Face ID on his corpse to try and open the phone? Yes. Might not work. You look different, even if your face isn't,
Okay, I'm going to show you.
shotgunned. You look different when you're dead.
Exhibit 292, states 292, and you probably need to open a box. You recognize that?
Also, there are times where, like, if the FaceTime isn't used in a certain amount of time or doesn't work right away, it'll force a pin anyway. Or the face unlock. But yes, you have no right to privacy in your biometric data. So if you have a biometric unlock, I mean, not that it matters because he's dead, but if you have a
Yes, sir, I
biometric
do.
unlock
What
on
is
your
it?
phone, they
This
can
is an external hard drive. It's a
use your
portable
thumbprint. They can
solid-state
use your
drive
face, whatever.
that was provided to me to place the phone reports on for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And what does it contain?
It contains a Celebrite report for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And that's a full Cellbrite report.
Yes, sir.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 292 in evidence.
Remove the previous objection.
And you're entering the entire download or entire extraction.
The full Cellbrite report on the phone.
And your objection is to the chain, not to the what's contained in it. Is that right? Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to hand you what's Exhibit 293. Take a look at it. Let us know if you recognize it.
By the way, to people asking me about James from court, let me say a couple things. I really like James. I
Yes,
have
sir,
talked
did.
to James, and I'll bring him on at some
It
point.
appears to be my Cellbrite report that I prepared.
I
for
don't see
call logs
particular
from Paul
value
Murdaugh's phone
in
with
jury
a date filter
observations
set for
from a
June
person
5th,
from the gallery.
2021 to
I know
June
other
7th,
people do,
2021.
which is why I'll bring him on. And like I said, I think he's a good dude, and I like him, so I'll bring him on for that reason. But I mean, my personal opinion, I don't. I mean, it's
At
all
this time,
just
state
speculation
move to enter
anyway.
Exhibit 293 in evidence.
Same objection.
And this would need to be under seal, Your Honor, due to phone numbers and private information.
But yeah, I have been in contact with him, so I'll bring him on during some lunch break or after court or something one of these days for sure.
All right, and we're going to publish this, so this will be under seal. And I'm going to direct you to phone calls that occurred on the night of June 7th. And let's look at lines 5 and 6. Please see this.
Lines 5 and 6 show a phone call that was received June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:10 p.m. It was rejected.
Okay. That call was not answered, correct?
Correct. It shows as incoming and rejected.
And we see a name. What is that name?
Robert Boyle.
And then that's line 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is line 6, the name?
It says Lucille Boyle.
Okay. And we encountered this with Maggie's phone. We have 2 different contacts because it's pulling from 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that number may be labeled as a different name in 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's look above that. So lines 3 and 4. And what is that? What are those lines indicate?
Those lines show that the phone had an outgoing call that was placed June 7th, 2021 at 8:40:20 p.m. and it was answered.
Okay. And who's the contact name on that outgoing call?
Rogan Gibson.
Mir D4 says, can you speak to why James and others' jury observations
Yes, sir,
were
this
more
is
or less
false.
valuable during the DEP
This
trial
is
than this
data
one?
that was
I don't know if
stored
civil or
on
criminal
calls
makes a
that
difference.
covered in your investigation,
I didn't
correct?
think they
Yes,
were
sir,
valuable
correct.
then either.
And that's an outgoing call to Rogan Gibson.
Yes, sir.
And how long did that call last?
It recorded that call as 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay. And we see actually between line 3 and 4, a slight difference in that time. I believe line 4 says 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But your testimony, looking at this data, the correct length of the call is what?
It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Let's look above that to lines 1 and 2. What do we see there?
Lines 1 and 2 show an outgoing call on June 7th, 2021 at 8:44:34 p.m.
Okay. And what is that? Who is that call to?
That call shows to Rogan Gibson.
All right. And we see a source. What is that source for this call?
It is a FaceTime call,
And how long did that call last?
approximately 11 seconds.
And that was answered, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows as answered.
All right. And so if that call started at 8:44:34 and it lasted 11 seconds, when did that call end?
It would have ended at 8:44:45.
All right. And I see this is record number 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is the most recent call on Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there ever any other outgoing calls made from Paul's phone?
No, sir, not that I found.
Were there ever any other calls that were answered, incoming calls that were answered on Paul's phone?
No, sir.
This guy wears his pants too low in the back. You can see when he pulls his jacket apart that his pants go in a flat line around. They should actually go up a little bit over the curve of his butt, and he doesn't do it. He's either got a Hank Hill ass like me, or he's very
I'm gonna
nervous
show you
about
what's
it.
been marked as
Trying to sag him down a little bit, make his body look longer. Nicholas Cruiser says, you've been remarking that jury members are asleep. That's valuable. But we can infer that from the judge having them stand up and stretch with differing levels of frequency throughout the day. Like anytime the judge says just out of nowhere, hey, let's take a break and stand up and
Yes,
stretch,
sir.
jurors are nodding off.
This is a Cellbrite report that I pulled for text messages from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
At this time, state will move to enter exhibit 294 into evidence. And this state would ask that this be under seal. It will display phone call or phone numbers. And to protect privacy, the state would ask that it be placed under seal.
Under seal.
Okay. And this is under seal, and I'm going to publish it.
That's this witness's grinder name.
Under seal,
Attention to
preferably Navy. The problem is there's potentially, interesting information in this cell phone testimony, but I can't for the life of me.
Hard to pay attention.
Yeah, it's so they're asking questions about all this like surrounding stuff. It's like just get to the time of the murders.
on this report. Or excuse me, that's line 3. Line 3. What does this entry say?
It's a text message that was received on this phone June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:39 p.m. Shows us an incoming text message.
All right, and who's it from? The
It's-
contact name.
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
And what does the text message say?
It says, don't like watching sad movies.
And this was an incoming message to Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Does it indicate that this message was read?
Yes, sir. It shows as read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
And actually, let's look at line 4, which was just below line 3, excuse me. All right. Can you see line 4?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does this line, this entry indicate?
It indicates it's another text message that was received from the same sender, Megan Kimbrell.
Okay.
Who's
What
Megan
does
Campbell?
the text message say?
It says, no, I need something happy.
All right, and this,
Ooh.
what's the time on this text?
Like an
It shows the
ending.
text is being received June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:29 p.m.
And what time, what's this text message read?
Yes, yes, sir. It shows it's being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 PM.
And so lines 3 and 4, we put them both there. They were read at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time was that again?
It was 8:48:59 PM.
On the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Swear to God, one day I'm going to build my new studio and I'm going to have like a little, a little heating element for cooking, like a pan. I'm just going to
Yeah.
make bacon. I'm going to plug in some
All right,
Bluetooth headphones and
let's
make
take a
bacon
look
during these
at-
damn trials.
Full blown
Line
kitchen.
2. What does this record indicate, sir?
This indicates that a text message was received to this phone on June 7th, 2021 at 8:49:35 PM.
Okay, so this is approximately how many seconds after those texts from Megan Kimbrell were read?
It
We can flip
appears,
back if we need to.
yes, sir, if you could, please.
What time were the texts from Megan Kimbrell read?
At 8:48:59 PM.
And that text from Rogan arrived at what time?
It arrived at 8:49:35 PM.
I'm going to put you on the spot again. Can you give us a rough or how many seconds between those two texts arriving on Paul's phone?
I would have to write that down if I tried
Do
to
you
work
have
the
a pen,
seconds.
something you could write with?
Yes, sir.
So the first time for Megan was 8. The texts for Megan were read at 8:48:59. And Rogan's text arrives at 8:49:35.
Approximately 36 seconds.
Is it safe to say Megan isn't seeing anybody in a single now? Oh, damn.
Never read on Paul's phone.
No, sir, it shows the status is unread.
Ever.
Ever.
So when you got this phone download from Van Outen, that indicated that this text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
8:49:35.
Correct.
36 seconds earlier, there were two texts from Megan Kimbrell that were read, correct?
Correct.
And we see one final text above that in line 1. What does line 1 indicate, sir?
Line 1 shows that it was an incoming text message from Rogan Gibson on 6/7/2021 at 9:58:35 PM.
What does that text say?
Yo.
Was that text ever read?
No, sir, the status is unread.
All right, and I'm going to dig back into your memory from yesterday, from Maggie's phone. You recall a text on Maggie's phone that was read at 8:49:27.
Yes, sir.
And I believe that was a text from Lynn G in the group text there, correct?
Correct.
All right, why don't you write that number down? 8:49:27. All right, and that was a text from Lynn G to the group thread about Randolph's health. That was read at 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we have here, line 2, a text from Rogan that was at 8:49:35, correct?
Correct.
How much time separates those two texts?
Approximately 8 seconds.
And that text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that the time it
In your
took Chris Ledoux to
investigation-
get killed by a bull?
You look at the status of the phone of when certain things occur, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Things like battery status, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of these texts, what was Rogan's battery status? Do you recall?
Rogan's
Battery
battery
state.
status
Or
or
excuse me,
Paul's?
I'm sorry, Paul's.
Paul's battery state at that point was approximately 2%.
Okay. So that's a low battery state, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was it when those texts from Megan arrived on his phone?
It would have been between 2 and 3%.
Okay. And in your opinion, is there any reason that low battery state would have permitted Paul to read the text from Megan, but not from Rogan 36 seconds later?
No, sir.
And if he had read that text at 8:49:35, in your opinion, would the phone have logged that and recorded that event?
Yes, sir. It should have recorded it as a red status.
And that battery would not have prevented that phone from recording that text being read, correct?
Correct.
And in your investigation, we know you just testified Paul's phone was at 2% at approximately 8:49, correct?
Correct.
Did your investigation reveal that that phone logged?
Oh, Chris
when
died of
that
stomach
battery
cancer. That was
finally
Lane.
died on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. At approximately 10:34 p.m. on June 7th.
I actually
Yes.
watch rodeos.
Roughly speaking, about how long after those texts arrived on Paul's phone?
Approximately 39 minutes for the last one.
All right. And
Kay,
I'm sure
thank you
this
for the
needs to be
super
an expert
sticker.
opinion, but if a phone that is at 2% is used heavily, how long approximately would you expect that phone to last before it dies?
If it's being used heavily, text messaging, looking at videos, things of that nature that are going to put more strain on the battery, I would expect it to go to the point of being dead. I would imagine, and just kind of ballparking, because I haven't done testing on this, but I would say 10 to 15 minutes max.
So a matter of minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that phone sits there for, would you say about almost 39 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm sorry, let's do that math again. If Paul's battery state at 8:49 is 2%, and it dies at 10:34, again, how many minutes is that approximately?
36. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I missubtracted.
Subtracted.
Ooh, is that just adding?
She's cute. I've seen her.
That's Common Core math. Is instead of saying addition, we say subtraction.
And I think we're both suffering from some math phobia here. Lieutenant Dove, we're going to do that one more time. And we can write this down if we need to. And, you know, us lawyers, we don't do math, so. 8:49, the battery's at 2%, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the phone dies at what time?
From the last text message or
Or
from
what time does Paul's, just write down the time. What time does Paul's phone die?
at 10:34
All right.
p.m.
And how much time is between approximately?
They told me there wouldn't
From the
be
last
math.
text messaging received
From
from Rogan,
8:49.
8:49. I'm sorry. I was going off the last time a message was received to the phone.
That's probably my fault.
Imagine this guy making change
About
at
an
the
hour and
KFC
35
register.
minutes.
This guy never makes change. Not at the KFC
Okay,
register
I'm gonna
anyway.
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 295.
So I was so grateful that they served him in the first place. Really glad you had all those mashed potatoes.
I'd like all the mashed potatoes.
I like Popeye's mashed potatoes better. Their gravy is good. Their potatoes have a little bit of lump to them, so they don't feel as fake as the KFC ones.
I've never had them.
Okay.
You never had
Recommend
Popeye's
that,
mashed
sir?
potatoes?
Yes, sir. This is a copy
Oh,
of the
man.
Celebrite report I prepared.
Got a
for
Cajun gravy
timeline
with
from
some
Paul
giblets in it.
Murdoch's
It's
phone.
good stuff.
And I noticed this is quite a bit thicker than some of the other reports that we've been through, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Why would that be?
That one also contains location information that was obtained from the cache SQLite database.
So there's a lot more data points on Alex's phone, correct?
There's a lot more on Paul's phone on that
Excuse me,
timeline.
Paul's phone, excuse me.
Yeah, once about every 10 years, I break down and I say, maybe KFC's not as bad as the last time I tried it. It's disgusting.
It's
always bad. I will say I like their French fries. Their French fries are interesting because they have like the chicken breading seasoning on them, which is pretty good. But their chicken is
just
it's always weird.
What time frame again does that report stand?
The time frame of this report, I began it at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021, and it ran through midnight on June 7th.
I gotta get the
Roughly speaking, if you were to print even 2 or 3 days worth of this information on Paul's phone, how many pages would you expect that report to be?
Several thousands of pages.
All right. And so this is just a couple of hours.
Yes, sir.
We know, like, I'm good with his time of death. Like, I don't need the state to keep proving to me that he died at 8:49 p.m. Like, I don't think it's that critical that we're quibbling over. I think the defense has him dying at 8:50 as opposed to 8:49. I don't think that 30 seconds between the two matters.
Be sealed, for privacy reasons.
So why are we focused so much on it?
Okay.
All right, and I'm just going to pull some examples here. And I'm looking at lines 325 through 329. What's the date range that you see there?
Beginning with 325, it's June 7th, 2021, 6:47 p.m. Going to line 329 is going to be June 7th, 2021 at 6:46 p.m.
So that's approximately 2 minutes of log entries, correct?
Yes, sir, a little bit less than 2 minutes.
Lines 325 and 326 and 327, what kind of entries are those?
325, 326, and 327 are location data entries into the cached SQLite database.
Okay. And we see some numbers at the top there. I see a 32.83 and some other numbers and a minus 81.05, some other numbers. What are those numbers indicate?
They are latitude and longitude numbers.
And we see 3 entries within almost seconds.
Going to start reciting GPS coordinates at
Yes,
us.
sir.
So what does that tell you, generally speaking, about Paul's phone and his settings on whether his phone will record location data frequently or not?
It's recording it much more frequently, and every few seconds it's grabbing this information to this database.
Okay. And so is Paul's phone as locked down as Maggie's in comparison in regards to location?
It appears that it's collecting more data as far as location information than Maggie's phone did.
All right. And then I'm going to direct your attention to line 328 there. And what is that entry?
This is an entry from an application usage that shows it was in there, and I believe this application's related to Snapchat.
And what does it actually say there?
It actually says com.toyopagroup.
I have literally no idea what he's saying or spelling.
Dot Pickaboo?
You may as well be
Yes.
talking backwards.
And you research what that means?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you've discovered what?
That it's related to Snapchat.
Snapchat usage?
Yes, sir.
Circle back to you on that.
I'm
Didn't you start with Snapchat?
I don't know, it was a FaceTime, I think, or something. But I mean, he spelled that out. You could, gun to my head, I could have never told you what words and letters were put together in that string.
Now, if you go to the jury room, break for about 10 minutes or so.
When he said dot peekaboo, that's the first time I got any of those sound.
Good Lord.
KFC, I will defend KFC a little bit. It used to be good. It used to be good until 1992 when they took the trans fat out of the oils.
Okay, fair enough. That's probably, yeah.
Same thing with McDonald's. They switched oils. McDonald's used to fry their French fries primarily in beef tallow. And if you're born after 1992, or well, you got old enough to eat a McDonald's French fry after 1992, you've never had an actual original McDonald's French fries. The ones that were the greatest fries ever that everybody raved about, it was like 84% beef tallow, and they were good. If you've ever thought, if you're old enough and you thought, man, McDonald's fries, I remember them being great and they're not good anymore. That's true. That's an actual thing. Because in French fries, the water comes out of the potato and it's infused with the frying medium that they use instead. So it's very critical to have the right oil. Yeah. No, it wasn't vegans, Bart and Bella. It wasn't vegans who went after McDonald's. There's actually the trans fat thing was one guy who interpreted a study. He was a cardiologist and he interpreted a study linking trans fats to heart disease. Almost no one agreed with him, but he was independently rich and ran ad campaigns against all of the fast food people. I think he spent back in the 90s something like $4 million of his own money to do this. And he convinced all of the companies to switch from trans fats. And then it became just a rolling trend down the fast food chain. And now we get the shit that we have now, which are vegetable oils and a mix of vegetable oils and stuff like that they use for frying, which come with their own problems when heated to high temperatures in a deep fry setting. So there you go. There's your food science of the day. I miss them so much.
I miss good fries. Yeah. When I was a kid, I lived in Belgium and they have these, they have hot dog stands in New York City. They have French fry stands.
Yeah.
Roll up a big roll of newspaper in a cone shape and fill it full of French fries. On a cold winter day, walking along the boardwalk, it was pretty nice.
I bet. We don't have good food out here, Andrew. There's no good food.
My one gripe about where I live now is the restaurants all suck. I mean, they're good in Denver. If you drive into Denver, there's plenty of good ones, but out in the suburbs, not so much.
We used to go to Denver a lot, and there's this place in one of the northwest suburbs. I don't know which one. I can't remember. If I have a map and pull it up, I can usually find it. But it is this Italian place, little hole in the wall, mom and pop type Italian place, and you could order anything on the menu al forno for $2 more. They just cover it in cheese and throw it in a broiler. Oh my god, it was so good. I loved that. I love that place. I hope it's still there. I mean, I haven't been there in years, and COVID ravaged everything. So who knows?
Yeah, well, that's up towards Boulder, between Denver and Boulder area there, and you tend to get. I hate to say it, but the more liberal a place is, it seems the better food they have.
So that's the hipster effect.
Yeah,
hipsters, as useless as they generally are, the one thing they care about is food, and they put a lot of effort into it, and they do a very good job. There's this place in Atlanta called Homegrown. And I swear, you get out of your car and you're like, well, I'm going to get shot before I leave. It's like a mile and a half out of downtown, maybe 2 miles out of downtown, I think. And it's in seriously, it's like just hood all around. And then there's this, one building that is a restaurant. And the line's always out the door or whatever. But when you go there, the food is so good. But it's all hipsters. Like everybody's got their little like twirled up mustaches, their round glasses, the short like wavy haircut. They're wearing tall socks and shorts that cut off and overalls like while they work. It's like, why do you look like this? Why are you this? But their food is fucking great. I love that place.
But yeah, I see in the comments, Denver is a shithole now. It's it looks like much of California. It's just awash with homeless people, which is too bad. Used to be nice.
Guy in chat says, just waiting for Nick's divorce. He's a moron. Oh, okay. I don't know. Why are you waiting? Are you trying to date Lady Raggeds or are you trying to date me? Which one is it? You weirdo. Oh my God. Let me hit some of these chats that came in while we're on break here. Let's see. Jack Sparrow says, if you start with the premise that Murdaugh is innocent, I don't see how this gets you to any of this gets you to guilty. Why did he go from hanging out with his family to blowing their brains out? I'm just not getting there reading basic text. I actually can't. It's the whole case is like this. How are we getting too guilty? Like, how is that happening? And when some of the evidence of Murdaugh's phone data that they've got is that he didn't read a text that came in a group thread for like an hour or two.
You know, the whole thing would make sense if the burden here were actually on the defense to prove not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and the state was just trying to create a reasonable hypothesis of how he could have done it, as opposed to the reality being the state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
And the defense just has to raise a reasonable hypothesis that they haven't done that.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, the whole thing is a problem. And they're going through what seems to be extraneous information on these cell phones rather than hitting the moments that they think have impact. And I'm not sure why. By the way, we can probably infer that the jurors are either nodding off, looking asleep, or looking distracted, and that's why the judge called a 10-minute break. This is excruciatingly boring testimony. And without a coherent narrative of why this matters, it's just being spoken into the ether, and we don't know why. Like, I can't tell you what the state's theory is about any of this text information or the Snapchat. If they're going to introduce the Snapchat video, maybe we'll get something here. Maybe we'll get something there. That would be useful, I guess.
And to the extent they're going to spend hours and hours going through line by line records and times and stamps and how many seconds between this and that, all the more important in your opening statement to explain to the jury why you're doing this. We're going to have a lot of testimony about timestamps and cell phone records. The reason is we're going to show it was impossible for X, Y, and Z to happen other than that this guy's guilty of killing his wife and son.
Right.
That's why. So that's when you hear all the numbers, that's what you're listening for.
Yeah. You're listening for the smoking gun in a pile of text numbers. The problem is, to me, it's way too technical, and they haven't solidified the narrative about it. They haven't said, so this shows that Paul could have only done this, right? Is that what this is saying? What is this saying about, or not Paul, Alec? What is this saying about where Alec was at the time of the murders? Well, he had to be standing right next to him. The location data pings the exact same as the wife's phone when he makes that phone call or whatever. Something like that would be useful. But we haven't gotten anything like that. And it's really frustrating to me. Sherry Law says death by cell phone data. Zachary Rosfield, why are we hearing about the phone steps? I just got on. Again, another thing I legitimately have no idea about, like why they were telling us about the steps that they took. I think it's just going through the general activity that they were involved in, because those steps don't record location data unless you have an app that does location data along with steps. Like some of the fitness apps, Map My Run. I had a Nike watch that would mirror would map your steps onto a GPS signal, stuff like that. But unless you have those activated, your phone's steps are just steps. They could be taken anywhere on Earth. So I'm not sure what the point of that was and why we were listening to so much testimony about that. It doesn't seem relevant. Let's see. My Sixth Sense says, I tagged you in a tweet that lists out wife phone in a timeline will help explain. You tagged me in it? Oh God.
That's not what Twitter is for. Twitter's to do soft insults of people.
Yeah, let's see. Mentions, maybe. Oh God. See, the problem with this is, oh, here we go. Oh, it's from Kathy Rusan in Law and Crime. All right, let's see if we can pull this up real quick. All right, so Maggie Murdaugh's phone activity the day of the murders, 7:50 p.m. Maggie calls Barbara, lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Last call made or received. Phone was unplugged from a charger. Poshmark.com website running in the background. 43 steps recorded on phone activity sensor. Group text from John Marvin. Group text read by Maggie's phone. Display on. So 8:49, phone unlocked. Group text from John, read. Last text read at 8:49:27 p.m. Device locked at 8:49:31 p.m. So then we've got, so she probably manually locked that. 59 steps recorded on Maggie's phone activity sensor data till 8:55:32 p.m. Orientation change to landscape at 8:54. Orientation change from landscape at 8:54. Camera starts for 1 second. In the Verizon witness's opinion, this is indicative of a phone attempting to recognize a face to unlock it. It doesn't unlock. Okay, that's in the Verizon witness's opinion. We don't actually know. Phone ends in portrait mode. Witness says that phone would have been held by a person. Oh, okay. That's an interesting one. How would he know that it would be held by a person? And then 9 to 10 p.m., more steps recorded. According to Verizon witness, these steps were recorded in a range and not necessarily at a specific time. Missed call from Alex at 9:04. Orientation change at 9:06. Witness testifies in his opinion it was someone's hand lifting it. Missed call from Alex, 9:06. Another missed call from Alex at 9:06. Text, going to check on M. Be right back. Alex texts Maggie. Text goes unread. Next 22 minutes, no activity on Maggie's phone. Display turns on at 9:31. Text sent to Maggie from Rogan Gibson, one of Paul's friends. That message went unread at 9:34. A missed call from Alex at 9:45. Text, call me, babe. Text from Alex. Text goes unread at 9:47. Missed call from Alex at 10:03. Alex calls 911 at 10:06. All right. So there's the timeline on Maggie's phone. Does that, I mean, what does that tell you? It tells you that Maggie stopped responding to phone calls somewhere around 8:49 or texts or whatever. 8:49, her activity basically ceases. And then somehow the phone moves, presumably by somebody picking it up. Who was it?
I mean, the phone was found off the side of the road, right? So we know somebody moved it from the body.
Right. So that's not super helpful. So I'm still just not, I'm not sure what that is, what that's supposed to be showing us. I guess if Paul did text her after she's presumably dead, saying he was going to visit mom, so we can infer that he's still on property when she's killed from that. But that doesn't mean he was down in the area. He said he was at the house. So I don't know. Unless we have data moving him from the house to the kennel area, back to the house, then into his Suburban and leaving, and somehow maybe accounting for the phone being dumped somewhere, I think we've still got problems with the narrative that it's him anyway. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I guess. So who did that summary?
Law and Crime, I guess.
Oh, Okay, they got someone with your ADHD working over there, but it was nice. It would be nice to have that for Alex's phone,
Yeah, maybe they'll do it. I guess
especially with location data.
I could check and see if she's done any of the others. But I don't know if they're done with Alex's phone data.
Because they're on Paul's phone now.
Let's see. Here we go.
Because they did Alex's at the start, right?
Okay, Alex's phone recorded steps activity. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah. GPS location points Maggie's phone. Verizon witness testifies there's no precise GPS location information on Maggie's phone that night. Maggie had her phone set to while using. She says, I think we're going to find out the same about Alex Murdaugh phone. Yeah, because if they had GPS data, it would solve this problem right away because GPS is accurate to within meters of a location. So they could pretty precisely track, the distances. We're talking about a third of a mile from the house to the kennel area. Would be easy to map with some GPS data. But so here we go. Alex's phone recorded steps activity. So here's his steps starting at 6:43, which isn't really relevant. We got to get down to the time of the killing. So 74 steps from 8:05 to 8:09, and then 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06. Could this be when Alex Murdaugh said he was lying on the couch napping? What, the time between these two, the hour? But if her activity goes silent at
49.
Yeah,
right?
8:49, then they've still got a gap problem here. He doesn't start moving till 9:02. And they say Paul's activity stops at 8:49 or 8:50 as well. So they've still got a 12-minute gap for him to start moving. Now, the possibility, of course, is that he left his phone from 8:05, went down to the kennel area, kills them, and gets back to his phone at 9:02, and he doesn't have his phone with him. That would make some sense. I don't know if there was any text activity from Alex.
But again, when you're working that hard to develop a narrative of how he could theoretically have done it, that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
That's good at the investigative stage. Hey, is this a guy we should be looking at? Is there a way he could have pulled this off? Sure, that would be a good basis to make him a person of interest. Doesn't prove him guilty at trial.
Yeah. So then I guess the Snapchat. Now the Snapchat could put Paul at the scene, I suppose, or not Paul, Alex at the scene. That's a possibility. And if that's the case, then that could be really damning.
Please be seated.
Depends on when it is. He was on property during the killings. Wouldn't he hear the shots? I mean, maybe. It's possible, but it's also possible he wouldn't. If he's taking a nap, if he's in the
Bring
shower,
jury.
He's got earbuds in, listening to a podcast.
TV's on.
A shoot 'em up show.
I mean, my parents live not very far from a gun range, or they have a house not very far from a gun range, and it doesn't, like, unless they have just the front door open and the storm door closed or whatever, or windows open, you're not hearing the gunshots very often. If there's any noise going on in the house, kitchen commotion or a TV, you really don't hear the guns that often. So, and it's got to be a third of a mile to a mile away, I guess. I don't know. Lindstrom says, but even if he hears the shots, it's South Carolina country shots or gunshots that rare. Yeah, that's the other thing. Not rare at all. Where, again, by the gun range that I'm talking about, like, you kind of tune them out after a minute.
You may proceed.
I'm going to circle back to what's.
There also could have been, it could have been suppressed, right? The 300,
And
the
this
shotgun,
is
not as
the-
easily.
Text message report that you produced, sir?
Yes,
And
sir.
this is under seal. And we're just going to flesh out a little bit that text conversation with Megan Kimbrell.
Remember also part of the testimony is that they have shell casings on their front stoop.
Lines 10 and 11.
Like this is a family that
Can you,
shoots
tell us what's
all the
indicated on
time.
those two
They got
lines?
shell casings just lying
Yes,
around
sir.
the main
On line
house.
10, it shows that it was.
Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. Let's read line 11 just to keep it chronologically in order. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Line 11.
Line 11 shows that it was an incoming text message on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:06 p.m. And the message says, "You didn't send me any movie recommendations."
And the contact associated with that incoming text.
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And when was that text read?
It shows that it's being read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:17 p.m.
Okay. Within about 11 seconds of it arriving on Paul's phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's look at the line above that, line 10.
Line 10 shows it as an outgoing text message from Paul Murdaugh to Megan Kimbrell that on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:36.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says, "Haha, I didn't have a good one."
And again, that's to Megan Kimbrell from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
Paul's
Correct.
phone.
Very engaging.
All right. Let's look at lines 9 and 8. All right. What does line 8 indicate?
Line
Excuse me,
8,
I'm sorry, line 9. Line 9.
line 9 indicates that it was a text message sent from Paul Murdaugh's phone to Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:48 p.m. And it says, "Wills may."
Will's what? I'm sorry.
Wills might.
And that was
What?
now going to text, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in line 8, what does that indicate?
Line 8 shows as incoming text message from Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:10 p.m. And it says, "OMG."
All right. And that was an incoming text from Megan Kimbrell.
Yes.
When was it read on Paul's phone?
It shows it is being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 p.m.
Into context, those are text messages in the same conversation that they heard about from Megan Kimbrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh,
My name is Detective John Kimball.
so let's look at lines 5 and 6. In line 6, is that a text that was sent or outgoing to Megan Kimbrell?
It shows it as an outgoing or sent text message.
All right. And what does that message say again?
It says, "Ha ha, kidding."
All right. And then line 5, what does that indicate?
Line 5 shows it as an outgoing or sent text message with a body or the text message saying, "Star was born is the move."
Okay.
Movie.
And that was at 8:48:05.
Typo.
Yes, sir.
And
Noam
that was an
John.
outgoing text from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
Noam John says just started actively watching 40 minutes ago and was so bored I thought we were already at the end of the day.
We talked about these texts, but real quickly already. At line 4, at 8:49:29, is that an incoming text?
At 8:48:29, it's an incoming text message
From who?
from Megan Kimbrell.
All right. And that says again,
"No, I need something happy."
all right. And then line 3, is that outgoing or incoming text?
That is an incoming text message.
From who?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
What does that say again?
It says, "Don't like watching sad movies."
All right. And so those are both incoming texts. And when were those texts read again?
They were read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
Okay. And so going back to line 5, just so it's clear, in your investigation, is this the last outgoing text from Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's at 8:48:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A moment ago, we were discussing State's Exhibit 295, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is a timeline report from Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that thick, how many hours again does that cover in Paul's timeline for the night of the murder?
I set the timeline parameters beginning at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021 to end at midnight on June 7th, 2021, but the timeline stops short of that.
Okay. What time does the timeline stop?
The timeline stops at 10:34:23 p.m.
Okay. And I think you previously testified about that time. What does that 10:34 p.m. Indicate to you? What happened at that time?
There was a power event. The phone had gone dead and turned off.
Power event.
And I'm going to show that. That's line 901. And that's the final log entry from June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And you testified. What is your interpretation of that log entry?
When I looked at that, it was a power event where the phone had gone dead and or turned off because the battery life ran out.
Can you tell us
Wait,
Can you tell for
yeah, his
certain whether
battery
the
ran
phone
out. He
was
really
simply
was
turned
an
off or was the
irresponsible
battery
pile of garbage,
It
wasn't he?
appears from what I looked at it, the battery died.
Just like him.
And that's line what again?
That is line 901.
All right. And so that means in this particular report, there's over 900 log entries, correct?
Correct. In just this report. Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through it line by line.
Why not?
But I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm going to ask you some questions.
When earlier he said the phone would last 15 minutes on 2%, that was with heavy usage. Not if it was in the pocket of a dead
lot
person.
What is contained in this report is location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally take all those lat longs and plot them somewhere?
No, sir, I did not.
All right, but you provided that location data to other law enforcement agents or agencies, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, to your knowledge, has it been provided to the FBI?
Yes, sir. It was provided to the FBI to do some mapping with the location data.
Okay. And do you recall who in the FBI did that?
I believe it was Agent Wild.
Okay. All right. But let's make some general observation. On
Agent
what you see.
Wild.
We see a lot of location data. Take a few moments to look through that timeline and just in an overall picture, what is that phone being generally used for? What is being done on that phone in a general impression?
Pictures of him in fur outfits.
It appears that on this phone, based off of this timeline, that there are calls being made, text messaging being done, Snapchat's being utilized, social media type things with Snapchat, and the text messaging and calls.
And when you look at that usage, would you say it's sporadic or almost continuous?
It's a lot of continuous usage. Like I said, I pulled it from 6 p.m. and it ends at 10:34. So in the matter of about 4.5 hours, it's over 900 entries on here.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to time about 8:44.
Here's a
Take a moment
Snapchat.
to find it. 8:44 p.m.
Lancelot 652 says, "Come on, State,
I
get
want
to
to see if you
something.
can find, I believe there's an entry for the camera.
Get to something interesting. If you're going to read his
A
text,
little
let's
after
see some
8:44.
spicy bedroom texts."
Since some change in seconds.
Yes, sir, I see it.
And what's the exact time on that? Did you see?
It says 8:44:49 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Actually, so what does that camera, we'll show this in a moment. What does that entry indicate to you?
That the camera was being utilized. It was an application usage, so the camera was being utilized or beginning to be utilized at that
The
point.
camera was turned on?
What's up, Sean?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look at the next page, or maybe the page after, and see if you can find a corresponding log entry that would show that the camera was turned off.
Yes, the camera shows it was turned off at 8:47 PM on June 7th, 2021.
Let's show this to the jury. If you will.
Turns out he wanted his dead wife to decompose in a fucking trunk of a Honda Civic.
And I believe what you're referencing, can you see that, sir?
Nice throwback
Yes,
on that
sir.
one.
And that is line 820. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we see a 8:44:49, and that's a start time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see the camera turn on, correct?
It shows the camera with the application usage log shows camera. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then below that, at line 822, we see some location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I know you didn't plot every point on this report. Did you plot that particular point?
Yes, sir.
And where did that, where was that location?
It was located near a red roofed building on the property on Moselle Road.
Okay. And why don't you write that time down again? It was, I'm sorry, at line 820, just write that time, 8:44:49. You got it?
Yes, sir.
The Pie Baker over on Locals. I'll try and figure out what's going on with your Discord access.
Let's look at line 828. What do you see there, sir?
That shows the end time for the camera at 8:47 PM.
Okay, write that time down.
I really hope they've got some sort of big chart for this. Otherwise, this is wasted information.
Oh, it's coming.
Yes, sir.
You'd hope.
That came out of nowhere. Hey,
How long
Sean.
is that camera on?
Hey,
I
guys.
didn't see you there.
That camera went,
Yeah, they got to map all this out.
1 second, let me get it. It went for less than a minute.
Okay.
About
He had
50 seconds roughly.
You had to do subtraction on a piece of paper. It's 58 seconds, my dude.
I'm gonna hand this report back to you.
He's a government worker. Give him a break.
And again, look through it. And
Worker.
if you can form an opinion.
You can form
Start
an
at-
opinion.
Remember the text series we just went through with Megan Kimbrell and the text from Rogan at 8:49:35, 8:49.
His last text was, "Gee, the inside of my skull is really itchy. How do I fix that?"
All right, I have it.
All right. So
I
starting
got
with.
I had your mic really hot. I
the
turned it
outgoing
down.
text to Megan,
Sorry.
excuse me, with the red text.
No, not your fault.
From Megan, which were read at 8, I believe, 48:59. Why don't you go ahead and review the rest of that report? And I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in that report that would indicate to you that that phone is being actively used by a human being.
No. What about by a redhead?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And you previously testified that Paul's battery was at 2% at approximately 8:49 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified that the battery actually didn't die until 10:34, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Almost a little over an hour and a half later, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would that indicate to you, in your opinion, that that phone did anything except for some potential minor movements than just sit in a single location that entire time?
Correct. I see no other movement on there, recorded steps or applications being used such as social media.
Which brings me to this. I'll show you State's Exhibit 296. Let's see if you recognize this.
It's funny how all the coughs come at once. You know, like people are holding it in, and then one person coughs, and like, oh, all right, I'll cough
Yep.
now too.
Yes, sir, I do.
They're done.
All right, and what is that?
This is an Axiom report that I prepared from Magnet Forensics, recording the health database for Paul's phone.
Oh no.
I thought we were going to get to that damn Snapchat video.
And at this time, State is moved to enter Exhibit 296. This will not be under seal, Your Honor.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir.
Be like a space sci-fi movie with the vital readings on the outside of the spacesuit all flatline. He's gone, Jim. Paul didn't make it.
Admitted of objection.
All right. And, let's look at a few of these. Okay, I'm going to show you record 43 and 44. Do you see those, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what do those two records indicate? Let's try to keep it chronological. So start with 43.
43 shows that the phone recorded 105 steps. Starting time was June 7th, 2021 at 6:54:21 p.m. Ending time is 7:03:49 p.m.
All right. And record 44, what does that indicate?
Record 44 shows that the phone recorded 208 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:14:13 p.m. Ending at 7:22:19 p.m.
All right. Record
Correct me
45.
if I'm wrong, that's an hour and a half before the death,
Record
right?
45 shows steps
Yeah.
recorded on the phone of 139, starting June 7th, 2021 at 7:25:03 p.m. and ending at 7:34:47 p.m.
Record 46, what does that indicate?
Record 46 shows the phone recorded steps of 171, beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:35:10 p.m. and ending at 7:41:43 p.m.
All right. Record 47, what does that indicate?
Record 47 shows steps recorded on the phone of 89, beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:45:27 p.m. and ending at 7:55:11 p.m.
Were any of those moonwalk steps?
Record 48.
Yes, sir. It
Maybe
says
negative.
steps were recorded on the phone of 140. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 8:15:55 p.m. and ending at 8:21:45 p.m.
Record 49. What does that say?
Record 49 indicates that 283 steps were recorded by the phone beginning June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:25 p.m.
Oh, thank
and
goodness.
ending at 8:42:11 p.m.
Record 50. Guessing.
All right, and there's a couple entries after this, but chronologically, I'm gonna have you review this. They occurred prior to 8:42, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And we'll show those to the jury real quick. All right, record 50 and 51, what times did those
Hold it.
occur at? Excuse me.
Record 50, the time started was June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:46 p.m. and ending at 8:15:24 p.m. Record 51 shows starting time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:44 p.m. and ending at 8:05:28 p.m.
So chronologically speaking, those two events occurred prior to record 49, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We'll go back to record 49. I'm gonna hand the report back to you. As you testified, those steps ended at 8:42 and 11 p.m., correct? Record 49.
Yes, sir, correct. They ended at 8:42:11 p.m.
I'll give you a moment to review your report if you'd like. Did any other steps recorded on Paul's phone after 8:42:11 p.m.?
Just 2 gunshots.
I just got e-service in my own lawsuit, so I was checking up on that. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. Sorry to hear about that, man.
Any that were out of war.
It was just a
So
stipulated
after
agreement between
8:42:11
council.
p.m.
Nothing big.
Paul's phone moving
Delaying
to any
some shit.
significant.
It's just a pain in the ass.
Was it
Yep.
blocked anywhere to any significant degree, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I did not see any steps recorded on the phone. So it was not in motion or somebody moving it or holding
Motion,
it.
moving it.
Now, you testified that the steps aren't necessarily 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
So is it possible the phone moved a short distance during that time, correct?
Correct.
And a few steps may or may not have been recorded if the phone had been moved after 8:42:11, correct?
Correct. It's possible.
But in your opinion, was that phone walking anywhere any significant amount of distance?
No, sir. I did not see any recordings of that.
And it's tough to quantify significant, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm not going to ask you to give us a precise number, because do you know a precise number?
No, sir, I do not.
But in your
Just using
opinion,
the word
did the
significant.
phone move a short distance and not record steps?
Yes, sir. Since
When the
it's
phone
not
also
100% accurate,
5% battery,
may have one or two
iPhone
steps
shut
that
everything
don't get
down
recorded.
at 5%.
Usually if it's a large amount of steps, if
Power
you're
saving mode.
15, 20, 30 steps, it's going to record that.
Usually.
We're getting to the end here, to the one quick thing I want to go back and cover. Let's talk about Maggie's phone real quick. And you previously testified that you saw that orientation change on Maggie's phone between 9:06. It starts at 9:06:12 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And it ends at 9:06:20 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that indicated, you previously testified that someone had that phone in their hands during that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you also testified that there is one other possibility that could explain how a orientation change could record on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. If it fell like down steps or something like that, it was on.
And you also, I believe, testified that if a phone tumbles end over end in some way, that could potentially record orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir. If the phone's on
Don't leave the witness.
If a phone falls end over end, could it potentially record an orientation?
That's still leading.
If the phone is on and unlocked, it can record the orientation change.
Oh my gosh.
If the phone is thrown and tumbles end over end, could it record an orientation change?
This is all leading.
It would be hard to do if it's off. If the screen display is off and it's not unlocked, it would be hard to record that.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, I'm sure it's possible, yes, sir.
And in your opinion, is that likely?
Usually when phones, if you're holding a phone,
Hold
you
the
take your
phone.
phone, unless you move it, if you take your phone and it's sideways and you lay it down on the table, it's not going to record an orientation change. If it's in portrait mode and you set it straight down and don't turn it over the end, it's not going to record the change. But it is possible.
In your opinion, if someone throws a phone, no other manipulation, could it be thrown a short distance without recording an orientation change?
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing we haven't talked about with Maggie and Alex's phone is one other review you've done with these phones is those phones have a lot of photographs and videos on them, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've reviewed, I don't know if you've reviewed them all, but have you reviewed a substantial portion of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you find anything on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant to the investigation on, released on June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
On Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not on Maggie or Alex. It's fine.
Okay. At least in relation to the events of that night, was there anything recorded on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant that you found?
As far as video recordings or photograph recordings, no.
Okay. All right. Paul's
Wait.
phone, did you conduct a similar review?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, okay.
And did you find anything that you consider relevant to what occurred on the night of June 7th at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And in fact, we've already referenced it, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
When we looked at Paul's timeline, we saw an entry of Paul's camera coming on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you wrote the time down, but if you can't find it, we can get the report out again. But what time did that camera come on?
At 8:44:49.
Okay. And how long was that video again?
It was roughly 50 seconds.
When did that video end?
At 8:45:47.
And you're certain about that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you certain about that?
Because I reviewed the video for looking at the length of the video. It compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone that had GPS coordinates along with a description of the phone that took it.
Okay. And you're telling this jury today that you're certain that that is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
The video is recorded or transmitted. He says recorded.
And as we referenced, when we were looking at that timeline, there's location data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 297. Do you recognize it, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
It is a CD that contains a video. On it, it says Kennel Video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
It is a video I found on Paul Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kennel area with a fence around it and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay. All right. And that's what you see in that video.
Yes, sir.
What do you hear in the video?
You hear 3 different voices in the video. You can tell because they're so different, you can tell that they're different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
This time, state would move to enter Exhibit 297 into evidence.
Submitted over objection.
Is Alex going to be on camera in this
All right,
video?
At this time,
His voice, I
state's
guess.
publish that video. It is not under seal.
I mean, it would put him at the location within a few minutes of the deaths, of the presumed time of death.
Right. That would be very good evidence for the state, especially since he says he wasn't there.
Get
Damn.
I did him so bad.
Hey, he got burgers now. Hey, Apollo. There's a guinea. There's a chicken. Come here, Bob. Catch. Quick.
What time is that video recorded again, Lieutenant Dove?
The camera begins at 8:44:49 p.m.
And ends when?
at 8:45:47 p.m.
Nothing further from the state.
He must be in the video. I mean,
Cross-examination.
I don't think he's in the video. They would have said that. They wouldn't bother talking about the voices.
yeah, I would have asked. Did you see Alex Murdaugh in that video? Can you identify the defendant in that video? He's right there, right? Like, I would ask follow-up questions if he's there.
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove. My name is Philip Barber. I represent Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
I'd like to get to a timeline as soon as possible, but first I want to go over just a few things we've been talking about. We talked about reading text messages when they're sent and when they're read.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to see the contents of a text message without it being marked read?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how would that be?
If you have a notification on your phone on the lock screen that would show a text message, depending on how long the text message is, you could see the text message and read most of the content without actually opening it and reading the message.
And we talked about the battery on Paul's phone. It was down to 2% when that last text message was marked as read. Is that correct?
It was in that time frame, yes, sir.
And is it reasonable that someone whose battery is down to 2% might curtail their use of the phone?
It is possible, yes, sir.
We've talked a lot about
Automatically
orientation
does it.
changes, and I think there was some discussion right before we saw that video about orientation changes. And I think we should go into some detail about exactly what that means. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 38. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. It appears to be part of the knowledge seed database with some tables changed up because it's so large to make it more readable.
A knowledge C database for whose phone?
At the top it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you talked about the knowledge C database a little bit yesterday, but maybe just to refresh, what is that? Knowledge
Knowledge seed database is a rather good sized database. It records a lot of information inside your phone. It can be orientation changes. It can be whether a phone's plugged in to a wall, to a car. It can record such things as applications, if they're launched sometimes in there. It's a variety of things. It can record battery. It's part of the power log too, where it'll record the battery usage as far as the percents.
Yeah, so the state needs to separate the time of the video from the time of death.
Your Honor, at this time, a defendant would offer
mean the
Exhibit
defense?
38 into evidence.
The fence, yeah, sorry.
Says the state.
No
Or
objection.
explain how his voice would be on the
Submitted
video,
without
but
objection.
Please
not
publish
him
it.
or whatever.
And can we go to the last bit? And sir, if you
But these first two questions suggest they're going to try to separate the time.
this is not a list of everything in Knowledge C, correct?
Correct.
This is just showing orientation changes.
I'm really
Correct.
curious about that Snapchat
And this is
video.
showing
if it
all the
was
orientation
uploaded
changes
at the
in
time or
this
recorded
database
live.
in Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
For the time frame that it's set up, as far as June 3rd, 2021, it ends on June 7th, 2021.
Do you know if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had any orientation changes in the Knowledge C database before June 3rd?
Nothing that I remember seeing.
If
I
we
don't
turn
use
to the
Snapchat.
very last orientation change, you see that it has date recorded 9:06 and 22 seconds?
Yes, sir, I do.
I
And
mean,
that's
Snapchat in,
on
what,
June
8
7th.
years.
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that the last orientation change before the phone was recovered by law enforcement the next day?
According to what I looked at, that's the last one I saw.
And where was the phone recovered?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't at the scene. I know it was not recovered near the kennel area, but exactly where, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
I mean, are you aware that it was recovered from the side of the road into the woods about 15 feet?
I've heard that, but like I said, I was not on scene, so I can't say 100% I was there to see it.
What I want to ask about here is we have 3 different dates and times for this one orientation change, and I just want to understand what each one means. So the first one, date recorded, which is at 9:06 and 22 seconds, what does that mean?
That's when it recorded the orientation change.
So would that mean that that's when this line was written in the database?
Yes, sir.
So the start time for an orientation change, what does that mean?
It's when it started to record that the orientation change was happening.
Okay, and then I'd see the end time would be when it ended 8 seconds later, right?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean for an orientation change to take 8 seconds?
That it was in that position.
So is it taking 8 seconds to go from portrait to landscape?
No, sir. It's recording that it was in that. It did not show that it changed. If it's in portrait, it didn't show that it changed from portrait to landscape or from landscape to portrait. It shows it was in that position for that period of time.
Okay. So, and then over here, this number, there's numbers that are 0 and 1. 0 would be landscape and 1 would be portrait, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
So we have here, this is the last orientation change before it's recovered, and we have a start time and an end time of 12 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that there was an incoming phone call in that time period?
Yes, sir. There were incoming phone calls around the 9:04, 9:05, and I think at 9:08 also, or a text message around then.
Do you recall that there was a phone call between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds?
Yes, sir, I believe there was.
And who was that call from?
It was from Alex Murdaugh.
So during the period of this orientation change, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And so during this period, the screen is on, correct?
The screen would light up once the call's made. Yes, sir.
And it's ringing, correct?
I'm assuming it would be yes, sir.
We'll come back to that when we try to flesh out a little bit of a timeline. The next thing I wanted to ask you about I will show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41.
Now, if the defense does what they just said, and they go through this shit and then lay out a timeline, that'll be really helpful for the
Do you
jury.
recognize that, sir?
It'll be a missed opportunity
Yes, sir.
for the
This
state.
is another table from the Knowledge C database.
I mean, here the defense is basically arguing she answered a call from her husband at 9:06,
It's actually, isn't it the same table, sir?
or she at least
Well,
she
it's part of the
reoriented the
same
phone.
It's
Right.
actually the other one contained the orientation. This one contains apps.
And this one contains, well, let me ask this. When you, under stream name, do you see Siri UI?
Yes, sir, I
And
do.
do you understand what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Murdaugh would offer Defense Exhibit 41 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Published, please. So this looks similar, and we see that it says Siri, and there's things that say begin and end. What does UI mean?
It stands for user interface.
And so we see here the user interface is starting and stopping at these various times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what, on Maggie's phone, what would typically trigger the Siri user interface?
It could be several different things. If it's set up with Siri where there's a word that you say, Siri or whatever you choose to say, it could activate it when it's listening. It could be hit the power button to activate it. It could be several different things.
And hitting the button, is the button on the side of the phone?
Yes, sir.
If that's pressed and held for a couple of seconds, it comes on?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn, do you know who a man named Al Johnson is in relation to this case?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who is he?
He is a private investigator that does digital forensics, retired from the FBI.
And did he do work on this case?
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
Did he do analyses of the phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those analyses?
I've not seen his completed reports, no, sir.
Okay, have you seen his Axiom reports?
I have not seen all his Axiom reports, no, sir.
I must be the defense expert. Reports are going to differ.
Let me ask this.
Right.
When you looked at the steps and the time periods for the steps on the Maggie's phone, Paul's phone, well, let's just talk about Maggie's phone and Alex's phone. Did the steps after 9 o'clock, say, did they ever go together? Were there steps happening on Alex's phone at the same time as Maggie's phone?
I would have to look at the two reports because I looked at them singly, so I would have to put them together to compare them.
Okay, well, it's
Why
fine.
wouldn't you have done that? Why wouldn't it occur to you that might be relevant?
Because it's inconvenient for their case.
284 and 290?
284 and 290.
I mean, it's literally the most obvious thing to look at.
And mark this state's 284, it is 284. What's been admitted as state's 290. And so just to understand the question, is there anything indicating that Maggie's phone and Alex's phone are moving together in those reports?
Let me look to see, compare the times. No, sir, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. If the same person had had both phones on them and one of the phones was recording a significant number of steps, would you expect to see the same number of steps or something very similar on the other phone?
I would expect to see steps on both phones, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see those steps over about the same time period?
Yes, sir, give or take a minute or two for entry in the database.
And then you would roughly expect to see the same number of steps on each phone?
Yes, sir, within a few.
Are you familiar with a timeline prepared by a special agent, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Rudolsky, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you assist with the preparation of that timeline?
I reviewed it early on. I have not reviewed anything in the last week or two on it.
Doesn't really answer the
Let me
question.
ask about that. Early on, but not within the last week or two, that the case has been investigated, for since 21. So were you assisting with that until a couple of weeks ago?
He provided me copies of it previously when it was in a working draft copy, just to verify that he was interpreting the information from my reports onto it correctly.
And now turning to Alex Murdaugh's vehicle, it was a Chevy Suburban, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you do any work regarding the electronics in that vehicle?
No, sir.
You had no involvement in anything with that vehicle?
As far as processing the data, no, sir. I just took the items that were seized from the vehicle, as far as the infotainment center, and prepared them and send them to the FBI to be processed.
Have you ever seen any of the results from the FBI processing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So now I want to turn and start going through some of the text messages on Maggie's phone.
Oh my God.
We will.
At least the cross seems more contextualized.
Yeah, and if they do actually lay out a timeline for the jury, I think it'll be much better. And again, I think it'll be a big missed opportunity for the state to lay out a timeline with a demonstrative in front of the jury, or even just lay it out in a concise manner audibly, because there won't be a competing narrative. I mean, they may do it on redirect, I guess.
It's maybe a little hard.
They had the opportunity to set the stage.
So, but do you recognize what's been marked as?
You should always
Exhibit
take that
54?
chance or that opportunity.
It appears to be a report for iMessages, SMS, and MMS messages.
And is this a report you prepared?
No, sir, I don't recognize this report.
I mean, are you certain about that, sir? This was produced in the extractions. This is the Axiom report with bookmarked.
Yes, sir, but I did not prepare it like this.
It's a web page on the computer, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it's an HTML page.
And then this is just a printout of that.
It says print this page at top, so I would assume that it is. Yes, sir.
I produced the web page printout or print web page, but I didn't click print. The pie baker says, "Judge, why you think he done it?" Prosecutor, first, look at him, and then me, look like a pig too. Come on, pie baker, you know I can't say that on YouTube. Oh my
Sir,
gosh.
can you read under source? Say on the third entry.
On the third entry of source? Yes, sir.
You see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network Local and then slash and root and Dove, your name. Do you recognize any of that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for our evidence server with this item, the extractions contained.
It's your evidence server. It's yours, dude.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer defendant's exhibit 54 into evidence.
No objection.
Say admitted.
So this is, and could we please publish? And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger? Zoom in so the left side of the screen is larger and visible to the jury. That's good. Now, Lieutenant Dove, the times in the time column here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is a
Unbelievable.
listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's what minus 4 UTC.
Okay, and is this incoming or outgoing message?
This records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, can you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Trust the
Okay, and
Mexicans
does this
to shut and
continue on
lock for
to
me.
3? Well, let's just continue. Could you read number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:57:16 p.m. To correct to UTC -4 would be 3:57:16 p.m.
But Maggie, the wife, is expressing concern over her
And then if we
husband.
come down to number 5, that's an incoming message from
Probably
Mr.
fighting.
Mr. Murdaugh. isn't it?
Loving concern. He has to take care of himself.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment or APPT?
And if we go to the second page, and number 6 there, is that an outgoing message?
It shows it as a received and read message.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Now, the next one, number 7, is that a reply to the "How was your doctor visit" message?
Alex's
Yes, sir,
dad
it
isn't a
appears so.
And what
senior,
does
is
it
it?
say?
His name isn't Alex
Waiting as
also.
usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021. It shows at 8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And number 9, what does that, is that incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
And
Luis
what does this
Cuevas
text message say?
says, I shot
It
in La
says, I
Cafe,
know,
no
just
problem.
pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to Moselle. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's skip down to page 4, which I believe will be our next message from Mr. Murdaugh. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes,
Sure. We're having a little difficulty seeing this. If they could blow it up just a little bit. Please.
can't see the small print.
If we could make the message text in particular with the date. Yeah.
Vape Dad 89 says, I just did half of my gun inventory check at work and we're still on Phone Dude. Oh, yeah. Looks like we got a long way to go with Phone Dude, too. At least we're on Cross now.
Okay. Woohoo, I got an Ethernet cable coming in at noon today.
All right.
That'll be nice.
Are you on wireless?
I am.
I hate streaming on wireless. It sucks.
Yeah, I might have to go offline or change locations while they're doing that. I'm not sure.
Proceed.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Can you, is there anyone who cannot see? Proceed.
In the jury of the blind.
19, who is this text message from?
The text message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942-1227.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time of this message?
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m.
And what does the message say?
Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are two exclamation marks after petty, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Showing some, and petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, it is.
The
Now,
PEDI.
number 20 would be the next text message from Mr. Murdaugh, and what is the time on that?
The time on that, on the paper, it's June 8th, 2021 at 1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to -4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately
9:08:58. Okay.
9 o'clock, 9:08:58 p.m.
And what does this one say?
Going to check on M, be right back.
And then finally, number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47 and 23 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir, once it's corrected for the UTC.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number of 1-803-942-1227, and that phone number is for Alex Murdaugh.
Ask about that 9:08 text message, because I think those states talked about that a bit. Let me ask this. Do you know when that text message was actually displayed on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log. But I believe it was the 9:08 mark.
Come back to that. Let's, let's talk now a bit about the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 9:08. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel.
Oh, jeez.
I think I suggested an easel yesterday.
I want to ask about some times, and you may need to
Yep.
refer to the reports. If so,
The
let me know,
whiteboard.
and I'll.
Two.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really talking, well, let's first just talk about Paul's phone. We established that it locked at 8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again.
Correct.
And it was at 2% battery.
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
Was anything recorded in the logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. Still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that matter.
When was the last activity?
I would-
Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was locked.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so, but the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28 seconds to 8:53 and 8 seconds?
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay, do you have the report on hand?
No, sir, I don't.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
just handed you what's been marked, it's been admitted as state 283, which is the timeline report for her phone.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
So is that correct, that time period for display off?
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Okay, it is 8:49 and 28 seconds is the display goes off. Is that correct?
At least the defense is only talking about the relevant times, not stepping through every line of the report.
Right.
8:49 and 28 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It shows that that's the end time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that time too?
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to landscape. So there is the same time.
And 2 seconds later, is the phone locked?
It said 8:49, 31 p.m. It shows the start time of being locked.
Okay. Our next event at 8:53:08, does the display come back on?
Yes, sir, it does.
The phone is still locked, but the screen is on, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4 seconds after the screen came on.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
Very annoying. We can't see this. No reason for us not to see this.
The easel. I think the practical reason is they're not going to move the cameras. Judge probably won't
And
let
we
him.
have in this, kind of starting at this time period, starting at 8:53:15 with Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I would have to refer to that report.
Please do.
Yes, sir. It starts at 8:53:15 p.m., recording 59 steps, and ends at 8:55:32.
So actually, the defense needs her walking.
Any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows on there a duration in minutes, which is approximately 2.29.
Is the distance, is it on the phone? Is it available to found?
As far as distance, as far as in yards or
Meters.
I have seen it in meters, yes, sir.
So that information has been recovered, how many meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the Axiom report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record in meters.
And at the end of that walking period, or about 4 seconds before, when does the screen turn off next?
I show a display off at 8:53:28 is the start time of that. And then the next display off is at 8:53:44 p.m.
Well, let's stick with the 8:53:28, it went off, correct?
Yes, so that shows the start time of it being off.
And did it come back on 4 seconds after that?
Yes, sir. It comes on at 8:53:32 p.m.
Now, the exhibit I previously showed you about Siri. When's the last activation of the user interface for Siri?
The last one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
So it's during this period of walking.
Yes, sir.
And we covered previously that holding side button can trigger that.
It's one of the things, yes, sir, that could trigger that.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
At 8:54:32 was the end time of the display off.
I apologize. 8:53:44, it came on, correct? The display went off, and then it went back on at 8:55:04. Is that correct?
Let's see. I show display off starts at 8:53:44. It ends at 8:55:32. Display on at 8:55:32 is when it starts with the display on. And then it shows that ending at 8:55:04.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a camera application used.
At 8:55:32?
At 8:50, I'm sorry, at 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated on the screen? In other words, the phone is not unlocked to get to the camera.
It doesn't appear that there's an unlock sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the LHC database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be. I've never looked that far into it to see if that's there.
So the screen comes on, the camera's activated. It stays on for how long?
It comes on at 8:54:34 and goes off at 8:54:35. So approximately 1 second.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And we're still in that walking period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now,
They're
5
tying it to
seconds later,
action.
we have an orientation change.
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir, approximately 5 seconds.
Come on.
So in a space of 6 seconds, correct, at 8 seconds, screen came on, camera opened, closed, and then orientation change. So a lot happened in that 8 seconds.
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed an application usage log. Whether somebody activated the camera to use it or not, I don't know that.
And then when did the display go off?
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay. And there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Yes, sir. It went to portrait.
How much would the jury take away
Did
from
the
this,
display come
especially
on
since they
again,
don't take notes?
Shortly thereafter, 28 seconds later.
They're going to
Yes,
take
sir,
more
at
from this. There's a visual.
8:55:32 p.m.
Just
And then it went
automatically.
off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Let me find the end time for that display off. Yes, sir. The display went off at 9:03:52 p.m.
So, and then what we would have after that would be some incoming calls that go unanswered until we get to that orientation change at 9:06. Is there anything else happening on the phone?
There's other things that are recorded in the logs, because it will record in the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And
It
the phone
shows,
call, when was that?
it shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12. which has a start time of 9:06 and 12 and an end time of 9:06 and 20, correct?
Yes, sir. That's when your orientation changes to portrait.
And in that time period, we have another call from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
And then another one coming in at 9:06:51, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the display after that goes off.
Yes, sir. It goes off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And that text message we talked about earlier at 9:08:58, did the screen come on when that came in? Or did it just stay off?
It looks like when the display off ended was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not come on until 9:31.
Correct.
We mentioned who had seen the vehicle. Well, let's strike that.
Okay.
We talked about Alex Murdaugh's steps. Did he have a period of walking that went from about 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds?
I would have to refer to that report. I'm sorry, could you give me the times on that again?
It's about 9:02 time period. It ends at 9:06 and 47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
Do you recall from the report you got from the FBI about his vehicle, if anything was recorded happening on his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds?
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
You don't recall that the report shows that the car engine was started at that time?
I would have to look at that report. Like I said, I looked at the report when it first came back, but I have not studied that report because that was not part of what I examined.
Was information from that report included in the timeline you assisted Agent Phelps with?
Yes, I believe it was.
If you were to look at that timeline that the agent prepared, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. I can look at it and see what their report says.
It's a copy of his timeline report. You recognize that that's what it is?
Yes, sir. That's what it appears to be.
Well, this lawyer has his shit together.
Are you wanting me to look
Yeah.
for the vehicle
Yes,
information on there?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. State does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit at this point. But, I don't know if what Mr. Barber's intention is.
Why are
Your Honor,
you-
I was using this to refresh the witness's recollection.
What is the
612.
objection? What is the objection?
What is the objection?
If he's going to review that, the state would ask that it be marked and admitted.
Why?
Because this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Dove.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked, however.
Yeah, admit it as a defense exhibit.
You need to mark it before. Okay.
That's weird. I mean, it's actually state's evidence. He's just using it to refresh the guy's recollection. They're not going to talk about this report.
It's weird that they object at all. Well, if he's going to talk about it, we want it admitted. I mean, okay, I guess.
But he's not really talking about it. He's refreshing his recollection. He's going to be speaking from his memory.
Right.
Make this a lot
How does he authenticate
quicker
this
and
report?
easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did Mr. Murdaugh's car start?
According to this timeline that's been prepared, it looks like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
I can just say the phone recorded steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now, whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during that time frame.
Did you look at his car? I apologize. Did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his phone?
I don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle stuff for the 906 period.
Yes, the FBI did a bunch of the forensics analysis because they had equipment the local cops in SLED did not have.
I'll come back to that in a second. If a phone were thrown from the window of a moving car going down a country road, would you expect, and the screen was on at that time because there's an incoming call, would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just thrown end over end, then I would expect the orientation change.
Okay. And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had testimony about that in some brush on the side of a country road. Not so far from Mr. Murdaugh's house, but a half mile or so at least. If that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds, 9:06 and 20 seconds. Is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
It's hard for me to say. I can just testify about what the information's on the phone. If it's somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things end over end, straight. You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something is considered a throw. It's hard for me to say that because depending on how it's thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to the ground or how it lands could cause different things to happen.
Based on the information in front of you, would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible. I
If
don't
the person
know.
driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's having to walk for a few minutes before he gets in the car, right?
I don't know how he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
So what I'm asking is if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and that is, it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that's the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now, that does not mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly, it is possible that it was a random orientation change and somebody throws the phone out of the moving car going down this country road, lands in some brush 15 feet off the road by some miracle golf frisbee shot. But you would expect you throw the phone out the window like that, you would get an orientation change if the screen is on.
If it's thrown like you described, with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect the orientation change because it can land flat.
So, but that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That you could throw it from a moving car, it could land 15 feet in the woods and not ever bounce, not once, in a way that would cause an orientation change.
I've never tested throwing a phone out the window to see what the orientation change looks like. Like I said, I can just testify to what is in the records on it.
And at the time, if this is when it's thrown.
This guy's destroying his credibility now.
An
His
incoming
witness.
call from Alex Murdaugh, the screen's lit up with his name on it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
It would be reasonable that if somebody had taken the phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent,
Oh.
the information on the cell phones, whether
There you go.
somebody who saw the number coming in or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
I understand, you were not there.
Doesn't matter. It's
And,
consistent
the
with
question
the
is really,
evidence.
your review of these records, is that not just consistent, but reasonably consistent, something that would make sense to you, that is one reasonable possibility consistent with what you see on these phones?
If somebody was holding the phone and they saw a number come in, they didn't want to answer or didn't want, then to throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement finds it in the woods on the side of the road the next day, recorded when it was tossed out the window.
I can't say that. I
But
can
that
just
was
say that
reasonable.
I can just say there's an orientation change. I cannot say that's when the phone was thrown that caused that change to order.
And at the time, and at less than 30 seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking, isn't he? He's not in a car.
The phone recorded steps in the time frame.
And you testified on direct that if you're riding in a car, it's not going to record steps.
Correct.
Whoops.
So he's not in a car at that time.
I can't say where he was or wasn't. I wasn't there. I can just say what the phone recorded, whether it recorded
That's
steps
fair.
or not.
The person in possession of his phone was not in the car at that time, 9:06 and 12 seconds.
I can just say the phone, that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
Right. And you also would have.
So basically, your
testified
testimony is
that
worthless
in a
because you're
car,
not willing to attach it to any real world action.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So
That's
if you-
actually
if
wrong,
this phone were
but
in a
that's
car
hilarious
at 9:06 and
because
12 seconds,
it's crushing their case.
it would not record any steps.
Correct.
And it did, in fact, did not record steps at that time.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps on that time
I mean,
frame.
it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So there
So-
goes the thrown out the car window by
The person
Alex
who had
theory.
Alex Murdaugh's phone was walking at this 9:06 and 12 seconds time because it's recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording
And
steps.
he's also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem like he's getting into the car.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
I mean, the
Did Alex
significance
Murdaugh
of
have the
that
code
can't be
on
overstated.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
So much more effective than all those hours wasted by the
I mean,
state.
you don't really have any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, I mean, this is, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out the window of his car half a mile from his house.
No, sir. I have no idea what people are thinking or do things they do.
We've established that he
And
couldn't have done it.
we've previously established that his phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
Another huge problem.
So he's walking without her phone. Her phone does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking, hers is not. At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
And in your 20-some years experience in law enforcement, that doesn't make it seem reasonable to you that that the person who had Alex's phone did not also have Maggie's phone at 9:06 and 12 seconds?
It appears the phones were not together, being moved by the same person because they were not recording steps.
The defense just shredded hours of testimony in like 20 minutes.
I'm going to
Steve, I see you were compelled to join after what just happened.
switch off of timeline a little bit and ask, were you aware of a Celebrite logical extraction of Alex's phone that was conducted on June 10th?
I've been told there was one conducted, yes, sir.
Did you ever receive that?
I received a copy of it several months back.
Did you receive it after you did the full follow?
Yes, sir.
So there was really not, it wasn't very useful to you at that point, was it?
Yes, I was working off of my extraction because I was able to obtain the full file system, which gives me more information than an advanced logical would do.
Turn to Maggie's phone and the recovery of that. You testified earlier, is it your understanding it was recovered in the afternoon of the day after June 8th?
My understanding is recovered June 8th. The approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
I like this defense attorney.
I mean, he just annihilated the theory that Alex took and ditched Maggie's phone using the state's witness.
He's polite. He's calm. He's organized. He presses where important.
Marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42.
He contextualizes these numbers.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this form?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is our evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh would offer this as Defendant's Exhibit 42 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Is this the intake form for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Could we please publish Exhibit 42? While they do that, what's the date on this form?
The date on the form is June 9th, 2021.
Is that when her phone came to you?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't have it from on the same day they recovered it, it was the next day?
Correct.
On this form, do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a victim, a witness, a suspect, anything else that would be provided by the investigator for.
And here where it says subject name unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
No, sir. Like I said, it's just a subject name. We get them that are witnesses. Some are victims, some are suspects. It's just a subject's name.
Well, down here under keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's ticked yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stick with Maggie's phone, but really quickly, I want to just quickly turn to Paul's.
This guy did his homework.
I didn't even think to check the steps
Show
to
you
make
what's
sure
been
they
marked
matched
as
up.
Exhibit 46. Recognize that?
Yeah, so
Yes,
he's
sir.
got his phone with him. Supposedly he
What
picks
is
up her phone and ditches
It is
it,
an
but they
evidence
don't
intake
sync up in
form
the steps,
for
right?
the Computer Crime Center.
Yep.
SLED.
That's
You are
horrible.
offer Defendant's 46. In that.
That's actual evidence of innocence.
No,
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is Is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so, yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir, it's not checked, yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir, the subject line is blank.
I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone.
Is there any way redirect can salvage this? Not beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, they've raised reasonable doubt. The other thing, isn't it possible that the phone steps didn't sync up? Because you said they weren't perfect at recording
Yes, sir, I
steps.
do.
And what is it?
Sure, it's
It's
possible.
an examination worksheet for
But
mobile
it's possible
devices.
doesn't prosecute.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
No objection.
It's admitted.
This has, let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
On June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it. Was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model for that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect. Then on the 15th of June of 2021, Graykey updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software to get the full file system.
Is it fair to say that essentially there were some technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Graykey did not support that model in that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay. And during that 8-day period, would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that's in one of these SQL-like databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at on the Paul's phone, the timeline. There was the state's attorney pointed out some GPS locations.
Yes, sir.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was Cache? That was the Cache SQL-like database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
Whenever I hear
What
this
is
attorney
this?
say,
It's a
means
database.
that
It's tables
I
from
see
a
him putting the
database
ball on the tee.
that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the Cache?
Yes,
database?
sir.
And is this actually from the same table in the Cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
What is the earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered.
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone.
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry, do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
And it is. yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the brake key issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
It should have, as long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
And
I would imagine so. So, Steve, what's your welcome to the show? Why'd you pop in? What's going on?
I'm off sick today. Actually, it's not in the head; it's lower down. So I might have to jump off to the restroom.
But I assume you've been watching a little bit.
A little bit on and off. I've been kind of in and out, like I said, on and off my throne.
Did you see this guy get shredded?
Well, okay, so summarize this for me. I kind of came in here just late. From what I'm understanding, are we at a break or not?
They're court indulgence.
By the way, I would point out it's possible to summarize the defense. It's not possible to summarize the state because it's such a morass of numbers and figures. But go ahead.
Apologize. No. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one? Is it that one?
Your Honor, I would offer this as defendant's exhibit 45.
Is that what you was just looking at? No objection.
Admitted without objection.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to if I can. It's one of the state's exhibits. Do you have 284?
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir. I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I said
It's okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283. I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question. 282.
Zadig attack says for Bronca. I'm sorry, Jim, but the tree was sturdier than Paul's car. Is that a Paul Walker reference?
I don't know.
What's been entered as state's exhibit 282?
Yes, sir.
You turn to page 16.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating that it was delivered around 9:31 p.m.?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message? Just that its status is unread.
See the exhibit?
Rusty Radloff says they don't appear to cover the video too damning. I think consider the video. I don't know. We couldn't see the video, so who knows what was on it. But if Alex isn't actually present in the video, it's just his voice. I mean, that could be anything. It could be a call, like a Snapchat call or something like that.
Ms. Robert asked you about the potentiality of Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 time frame when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't leave the witness.
Good objection.
At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ended at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
They're going to say he left the
And if
phone
you
in
want
his
to
truck.
pick up Alex's steps report. Well, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And then, let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
I mean, are they
And that
theorizing?
video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded. The camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
All right. Let's talk about this time, these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one.
Your questions didn't actually address the 9 o'clock steps by Maggie that aren't matched up by Paul's phone. Confused.
I'm states all over the place.
The information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these events, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's got a whiteboard.
At 8:55.
Defense brought it out.
This was a screen on event, is that?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
If you need to look at the original report, that's fine. All right, and then at 8:54, we see another orientation change at 54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at 9:06:12, we have an orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify the seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
It feels like the
seconds
defense
later.
clears everything up. The state
See your
screws it
call.
up.
From who?
Usually
It's
supposed to
from
be the opposite.
PA
Right.
on the report, but that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in 1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if you wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. You can take a look at the report.
On for like 1 second, I think. Or maybe that was a text.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. And it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 p.m.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05 and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record a orientation change?
No, sir.
I don't know if
Mr.
that's
Barber was
actually
asking you
true.
about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 timeframe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you've recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in to going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
A text would light up the screen. That's not true.
I think that's.
I'm so confused. They're trying to eliminate reasonable assumptions so that they can squeeze some state theory into the small Overton window that's been created by reasonable doubt that they might be guilty, right?
Yeah, this is weird.
And let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have his report with you, Andy?
Yes,
I
sir.
mentioned earlier, this makes more sense if the burden's on the defense
Yes.
to prove innocence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, this is the way a trial would be if that was the case. I sent you. You saw my theory? I had a revelation of what my theory of the state prosecution is.
Yeah, we can talk about it at a break.
And I'm gonna need the Elmo, please. All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and record 27. What is that? What is indicated in that record, sir?
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ending at 9:32:14 p.m.
Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
So at 9:22, there's 195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit. You know, a step count, is that something you can 100% rely on as exact number?
No, sir, it's not 100%.
Good
accurate.
reasonable doubt argument.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir. It can record distance and show it in meters.
All right, and you've already testified that the steps
show the
is not
distance it
always
was
exactly
thrown?
accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
Because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length, as far as when somebody's walking.
I
Some
bet this
people
guy's stride
further
length
than
is
others.
extremely short.
Some people, when they walk too, they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a short amount of time, but they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 9:35 to be less than the distance traveled at 9:22?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained.
I don't know what that objection was.
Was it leading,
There's
maybe?
a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it? The text messages exhibit.
Yet again, we see, though, the state is like, well, couldn't it be possible that this? Couldn't it be possible of this? I mean, these numbers aren't precise, but they could be this or that. That's not useful to a criminal conviction unless that's only a tiny part of the evidence. You have to nail everything else. This is their entire case. Isn't it possible that this thing happened?
Why did the state introduce all this data they're now saying is not 100% reliable when they have to prove on a reasonable doubt?
Right.
Well, I could make an argument for that, but it seems to me that the evidence is helping.
Yes, sir. I have it.
Oh, you have
Copy of it up here. I'm sorry.
You know,
Sir, would you mind bringing this?
would you mind?
This is exhibit 54. Okay. And I'll let Ms. Farmer as you read this, but I want to make sure he did, and that's looks like entry.
Steve, is
Entry
this
number
also
two
the
there.
hard part of the
that we see
state
up on the screen.
predicating their case on cell phone metadata? Because there's going to be so much data. Let's say the
Yes,
state
sir.
did present a more concise
It's June 7th, 2021.
layout of it. The defense could then introduce all the extraneous stuff to cloud it.
Time,
Right.
So to go
But
back
that's the way it should be
minus
done.
4 hours to
Right.
set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
Right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June
That's in-
7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex, what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia. And there's some emojis and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please. We want to make this 100% clear.
The state trying to make a big deal out of Alex wants me to come home, like they were separated.
Go back to the first page, excuse me. All right, and highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text that he just read, where it says 7:55:26. Can you just highlight 7:55:26, please? There you go. All right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Also known as-
UTC.
Yes. Also known as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
Correct.
It's 3:55:26 p.m., correct?
I think we got it.
Our time zone.
All right, go to page 2, please.
Why are
And
we
you don't-
talking about texts at 3 p.m? Unless those texts say, I'm going to kill you, you bitch.
Right, exactly.
Text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
In local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be 4:03:14 p.m.
And what does this text say again?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Okay. Let's go now to entry number 8. And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
You know, on rebuttal,
What does the text message say?
you're
It says,
supposed
I am
to.
scared for him and
What are they
Alex
doing?
and all of us.
All right.
This is
says
rebuttal.
him.
This is redirect.
Read the text at number 6.
What was that, Steve?
From the
Couldn't
context
hear
of
you.
this message,
Well, it's hard.
who do you
Hold
think
on.
him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph,
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
and Alex and all of us.
So this is redirect.
Yeah.
So he's coming. What are they trying to show? Redirect should be short and snappy and to the point. This is horrible redirect.
I'm sure Barbara asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:50 8:54 or 8:55, and if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, do you want to read it?
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8, I think it's 8:54 time frame?
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera is activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated, could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise,
Can you speculate
some
for us?
data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
That is so speculative.
Very speculative. It's also an IR camera that's used for facial recognition. It's not the main front-facing camera, I don't believe.
Further from this witness.
I might be wrong on that.
Very quickly, on this camera, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus as far as with applications or different things.
If the metadata, and I'm trying to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is a Knowledge C for this camera event?
No, sir, I didn't review the Springboard metadata.
So, and we saw with the easels up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have, could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
If for 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second? And there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter.
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
Oh,
But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities
Yeah.
could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
everybody's not going to ask about
Does
double
the
tapping
camera
the
app
power
ever
button.
store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
Like if you
may step down.
press the buttons and activate the camera from
You
the
may
button,
step down, and ladies and
shot at
gentlemen, we
and press
will
the button
break
again, it
until
turns off.
for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:30.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so I've been a little bit in and out, consciousness and as well as coverage. I caught some of that at the end. So would you guys catch me up here on what I missed?
Sure.
I'll let Nick do it. He's much better at this stuff.
Yeah, that's a nice flattery way of saying
I get
that
something to
don't
check on my
wanna-
phone.
Watch out for the metadata. So we opened up with direct examination continuing. The state continued to introduce all sorts of evidence all over the place. Again, you saw an example of it there where we're talking about text messages from 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They went through the step counter on every single phone, Alex, Maggie's, and Paul's. The one, I guess, closest to smoking gun evidence the state has produced so far is a Snapchat video around 8:44 p.m., so approximately 10 minutes prior to the alleged time of death. And that Snapchat video appeared to have Alex's voice on the video, implying that he might be present there for that. However, we don't really know. I think that they said that he wasn't on the video at all. I don't operate Snapchat enough to know. I haven't used Snapchat in like 8 years, so I don't even know what it does. But I think that you can like make a call, like a live call on Snapchat. So it's theoretically possible that there was a call from him to Alec that would include him and his voice, maybe. I don't know, but I have no fucking idea what the point of the video was. The state didn't lay out a narrative involving that video. They basically just showed it, and then they said no further questions right after the video was done. So they didn't ask if that was Alec's voice. They didn't ask if Alec was, they didn't say, hey, so did you see the defendant on the screen? I mean, I think you'd want to draw attention to that for the jury if he was there, but
Yeah, where is
theory.
this step data coming from? What exactly? I don't understand what that is at all. I've never seen that in the case.
So phones, lots of modern phones, including iPhones, have a health app in them.
How about Samsung tablets like this?
I don't know if that tablet does.
Yes, it's like Stone Age.
A Samsung phone like this definitely does.
See the top measure there?
Yeah, there's Andrew. So as you're walking around with your phone in your pocket, it attempts to act as a pedometer using the internal gyroscope and accelerometer of the phone.
Can I turn that off?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would I want that function?
If you want health tracking, like you're walking around all day, you want to track how many steps you take throughout the day. You got a step goal. Maybe you want to hit 15,000 steps every day as a step goal, like a Fitbit, right?
Okay. So do the wife's phone, whose phones have this data?
All three of them.
All three of them. Okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, it's like the Fitbit watches that you can get, but instead of buying an extra accessory, it's just built into your phone. So they laid out all this step data. These phones were moving presumably by steps, by walking steps throughout this period of these various periods of time, and they laid all that out. And then they used that primarily to show that Maggie's phone was retrieved after her alleged time of death and walked with.
But we don't need a step counter for that. We know that. I mean, it's like,
I know.
So it's like that we don't need any high-tech thing. I mean, obviously her phone was found on the side of the road someplace else. So the person, she probably was trying to take a picture of the killer And so the killer shot her and then took the phone and tossed it, thinking that got rid of it or whatever. So we don't need step counters for that, do we? But however, if Alec, the accused here, has a cell phone that has a step counter in it, then you would expect that his phone at some point would sync up with the steps to go from picking up the phone back to the truck or wherever he is, right?
And that's exactly where the defense went with this. They said, wait a minute. So going through the step data on Alex's phone and on Maggie's phone, they're not moving at the same time, are they? And he says, well, according to the data, no, they're not. And he testified, and I would say erroneously, that steps cannot be recorded while in a moving vehicle or anything like that, which is absolutely not true. You can get steps in a moving vehicle. For me, for example, like my leg bounces. I don't know.
You have to tell us this. Don't tell us all your personal stuff. I don't need to know these things.
My leg just bounces. Like if I'm sitting still, my leg bounces. I don't know if it's related to like KT learning or ADD or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It just does. It has for years. And so when I'm driving, if I've got a phone in my pocket, my leg will be bouncing. So if I'm moving through space and it's recording jitters, it will pick up steps. I mean, it just does. This is a way things work. Or if you're moving in some other way, depending on the speed. Now, if I'm going like 60 miles an hour, it's not going to pick up steps, but it certainly could at lower speeds, driving around like down a driveway or hypothetically.
Okay. I have another question.
Yes.
I have another teacher. Can I ask another question?
Of course.
All right. So we have some steps which would be consistent with the accused waking up from a nap, getting in his truck and going to his elderly senile parents' house, as is his theory, right?
Right.
How close in time is that to the grabbing of the cell phone taps? I mean, is it like 10 minutes before or something that's consistent with him before? If it was beforehand, then he would he would get in his truck, go there, shoot them, and then grab the phone and then keep going, right?
He has no steps recorded on his phone between 8:06 p.m. roughly and 9:06 p.m.
So the steps on the wife's phone are before his steps are recorded.
Right. And after.
Wow. Well, see, that's exculpatory.
Now there is a possibility to explain why there's no steps on his phone, though.
Yeah, well, he left it in his truck, right?
Right. He leaves the phone while he commits the murders.
Well, that's reasonable, but
so he puts the phone down in the house for an hour before he, goes down to the kennel
question.
and kills him. Yes.
Okay. Can I ask, what is the theory that how did the wife and the son get from the house to this outside location? Is the theory that they were both in the house and then they walked to the location where they were murdered, or did they drive? What was the
only testimony we've gotten from that? Well, one testimony was from one of the police interviews. Alex said the wife either used an ATV, a four-wheeler, or walked typically when she would typically go down to the kennel. But that Paul was not a walker. Usually, Paul Walker, very dangerous person to be. He was not a walker, though. He usually would drive his truck down to the range or whatever. He'd take a vehicle down there. So now we do know that there was a pickup down there, and there was an ATV and a four-wheeler down there, but we don't have any specific testimony as to how they got down there that night. But those are, just from his interview, he says that's their common practice, that she is someone who would either walk or take like an ATV or four-wheeler, whereas Paul was someone who is not likely to walk down to the.
Okay, I have another question, Counselor.
Yep, of course.
And this may be part of the defense case in chief, but this is actually one of your chat people asked, and it's a very good question. That is, usually in these type of unsolved murders, they will get cell phone tower coverage from around the murder scene, and they will have a whole list of potential of calls around that time at this location data for the cell phones in that area, especially since it's a rural area. And then if you might have a possible suspect list, for example, all of Paul's enemies, see if those phones are in the area. Has there been any testimony that any other suspect or cell phone tower has been withdrawn from these towers and compared with possible other suspects?
Not that I've seen. They haven't mentioned any other suspects, actually. Throughout the entire trial, the only suspect has ever been Alec, as far as I can tell.
Except that it's already other suspects are in evidence through the words of Alec during his interviews. So he is pointing to the possible family of the decedent female that was killed in the boating accident and people
Also their
surrounding them.
employee.
Right.
Their employee who wasn't very good at his job, he claimed, but he also claimed was hired by the FBI to murder Black Panthers. But yeah, I mean, I acknowledge that there are people that should be in the specter of the investigation for sure. But as far as at trial, no testimony has been entered regarding that, only that interview evidence.
Now, just one more question, teacher, and I'll sit down and let you take over.
No, ask away, man.
Well, and that is, this is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, right? It's the state's burden to introduce evidence that shows that he did it, not to show that there's some small little window of keyhole of theory that could possibly, he could have done it in some world, right? I mean,
right.
We're just talking, they're basically explaining away evidence saying, well, it's imprecise and it's in that he could have and he would have. So we're talking all these crazy, like Rube Goldberg kind of machines to get him to kill him, right?
It's possible he could have, which is enough to make someone a person of interest in an investigation, but that's not what's required at trial.
Right. I mean, it's certainly possible that Paul left his phone in the house between 8 and 9 p.m., went down, murdered them, came back to the house, changed his clothes, disposed of the gun, in a tarp or whatever. You got in his car, drove off, ditched the phone, drove to the mother's place, got his alibi together while he ditched the guns, talked to the housekeeper for 5 minutes, and then did something else to, fill the time. Gets back in his car, drives home, pretends to find him. I mean, all that's certainly possible. It's within the realm of reasonable suspicion or inference, but we're not there, right? Like, this is a rhetorical question you're asking, but the job is to be beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has to lay out the theory, not a theory.
And what's their theory? I don't even know at this point. I mean, it's like, have they? Oh, did you guys watch the openings and try to link it up with what we're seeing?
No, I was gonna pull it up on lunch break, and we're on lunch break now, so we can pull that up for sure. Let's see if I can grab that. One other thing that you missed, Steve, was this really bothered me. The state tried to establish that he had a what the hell?
Oh, can I make? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The state tried to establish that he had a habit of answering text messages within a particular time, and that he didn't do that at some point, and that was somehow significant.
Sorry. Hold
on. Poor Steve. Don't think he's feeling great. Let me see. So let me find the Murdaugh opening statements. We can start going through prosecution opening statements. That's what we want, right? The prosecution opening statements. Should we just go ahead and start watching this, Andrew?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, I don't suppose you have to grift your class because sign up.
Oh no. Oh yeah, let me grift my class. Sorry.
Yeah, do that real quick and then we'll get into it.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. I'm getting messages from my wife about stuff. Let's see. Here it is. Here's a little thing to share.
Here we go.
Law Self-Defense Advanced Class. This is the only scheduled date for all of 2023. This is our full day class taught live by me on how to make yourself hard to convict, an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. And if you register for this class this month, now we're in the month of February, it's 25% off any of the options we have for registration. There's a number of options, some lower cost, some higher cost. Choose whichever one fits your circumstances best. but you'll want to do it this month. Save 25%. You can learn more about this class and register if you decide at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks,
cool.
Nick. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Just fair warning, probably in a little bit, I'm going to have to shut out for a little while when they run this cable into my office, this Ethernet cable. But whenever they're done, I'll pop back in.
No problem at all. Anders Hoff says, are there missing guns from Alex Murdaugh and have the murder weapons been found? There
Yes
is
and no.
yes, one missing 300 blackout rifle. There are no alleged missing shotguns. And has either murder weapon been found or even alleged or asserted by the state? No. Okay. So here we go. Let's I've got this. Here's the opening statement. So we'll get their theory pretty quickly.
You're going to play it speed up?
Speed it up.
At the defendant's property.
Here we go.
2021. At the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County. His son, Paul Murdaugh,
I'll speed it up after their
was
first
standing in a
part
small
of this.
feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alex Murdaugh, took a 12-gauge shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head and did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a 300 blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle. And the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property, picked up that 300 blackout rifle, and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen and the leg, and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that, again, did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds.
I mean, this alone doesn't make sense because the talk about Maggie is completely inaccurate.
And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pockets, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before.
That's the Snapchat.
Their cell phones go silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Creighton Waters.
I'm going to turn up the
I'm with
speed
Attorney
now.
General's office, and I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before.
1.5.
With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Cal, John Metters.
And how does he know that the pow pow?
My lawyers. This is a big
And
case.
then-
It's a very complicated case, and that's why there's so many.
Yeah, that real quick, that the Maggie narrative doesn't make sense with what he just said. There's no defensive wounds, as if she didn't see a threat coming. If he guns Paul down, she sees a threat immediately. Then he picks up a 300 blackout. He has to shoot her in the legs to bring her down and then walk up to her. Like, and we saw on the diagram, she's not a mile away, but she isn't close to where Paul died. She's a considerable distance, 50 meters or something away, something like that. I think it's not
I didn't think it was that far, but it looked to me to be,
30?
no, let me think, 30 meters, 30, 40 feet maybe.
Was it 30 feet? I don't remember what the exact measurements were from the diagram.
I'm thinking it was maybe 4 or 5 body lengths, something like that.
Okay. But still, that's it's not super close. And if she's turning to run, she clearly perceived a threat. And if she shot at that range, she wouldn't have defensive wounds anyway, no matter who's shooting at her. Like it's a weird, I don't know. I quibble with the language because it bothers me. But again,
Well, I'm quibbling with his narration that it's pow pow and then pow pow pow. How does he know the sequence of the shots at all? There's no evidence to that at all. So he's just kind of imagining what happened.
yeah. I mean, well, we know where some shot, we saw the progression of shells, right?
But that
the
looked to
three
me
in the
like it was
blackout.
almost a trail. It's like pow 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 pow.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
not that it's a quibble, but still, this goes to like, let's imagine a scenario by which this happened. It's
Yeah.
not what the evidence is going to show. I don't know. Let's keep seeing what he
Okay.
says.
Yeah, he's going to keep introducing his team for a bit, and then he's going to get a little bit back into the
People working on it.
just.
Sitting back in the row, we have David Owen, who's the lead investigator. We have Lieutenant Charles Gent, who's one of the agents, Special Agent Ryan Kelly, and Special Agent Peter Rodolski. Some of the agents that are working on the case, as well as Investigator Isaac Salito, who's working on the case as well. There's some of the witnesses that you'll hear from if we go through this case. The judge talked to you a little bit about him being the judge of the law, and he gives you the law. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the legal concepts before I turn back to those facts. Just remember, though, he's the judge of the law, so you take what he says, but I'm going to explain to you some of the legal issues from my perspective before we talk a little bit more about the evidence in the case. And the first thing is right before you went to lunch, y'all all took an oath. Everybody in this courtroom who's got involvement in this case takes an oath. Attorneys take an oath to become an attorney, take another oath to become a prosecutor, judge takes another oath to become a judge, witnesses take an oath on the stands, law enforcement take oaths to become law enforcement, but y'all took an oath as well. And the reason why is that
I don't like that at all. I'd object to that as bolstering.
you would well and truly try this case. And it's the most important job here because, like the judge said, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. Y'all are going to listen to what comes from that witness stand and judge those facts. But you also have to be mindful of that oath. That oath requires you to do that hard job, to make that decision, to call the strike when you see it. It's the same oath. It's just as important as any other oath. It might be the most important in this courtroom. The judge mentioned reasonable doubt, and he's exactly right. It's the state's burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is a cornerstone of our country. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a burden we welcome. It's what we want. It's a system that has been well tested and true, and we take that burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to remind everyone that the emphasis is on reasonable. Okay, it's not any doubt. It is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is often defined, again, listen to the judge how he defines it, but reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. And when you hear the evidence coming from this stand about this particular case, I submit to you won't hesitate to act. Again, remember the emphasis is on reasonable doubt.
That's kind of funny because I didn't catch it the first time, but it indicates he knows there's significant doubt in this case. Well, look, I mean, you're going to doubt a lot of it, but is that reasonable? I mean, I don't know if that's reasonable, though. That's what you need to pay attention to.
I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying, well, I'll grift my book a little more. In my book, there's the first third of the prosecutor closing arguments chapter talks about how a prosecutor should lay out a case. And this is, if the evidence was clear, this would be fine. Okay. But the evidence in this case is all over the place. So you really would want to leverage your opening statements to lay out a very clear, precise narrative of guilt that is locked in with the evidence that you're going to show the jury. And I don't remember them. He has not done that.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Listen to this. This is just sent to me. This is from March 30th. This is a news story. A private investigator had been secretly videoing Paul Murdaugh within 3 days of his death, and at one point even installed a secret camera at the entrance to the Murdaugh family home in Colleton County, where Paul and his mother Maggie were murdered in June of 2021. The videos collected by the private investigator have been provided to detectives with South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division as part of the agency's ongoing investigation into Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murder, as well as the other suspected crimes tied to Alex Murdaugh, Maggie's husband and Paul's father. It is unknown if the videos contain any evidence relevant to the Paul and Maggie Murdaugh murder investigation. I mean, The existence of a private investigator videoing in secret Paul at his property where he would be murdered within 3 days of his death, that alone is evidence relevant to the investigation in the case, in my opinion. Would you disagree with that?
I don't know. I mean, are they saying that there may be PI videos on the day of the murder, or these were set up after the murder?
It's within 3 days he was being filmed. So 3 days prior, as late as 3 days prior to the murder, Paul Murdaugh is being filmed on property by a private investigator.
For who's the hired private investigator?
I'm waiting to see. Let's see. Details of the videos and then being turned over to the state police come from attorney Mark Tinsley, who originally revealed information in March 16th court hearing for a lawsuit tangential to the Murdaugh criminal investigations. Tinsley represents the family of Mallory Beach, who was killed in February 2019 at only 19 years old when she was thrown overboard in a now infamous boat crash involving Paul. 4 other teens on the boat at the time of the incident have alleged Paul Murdaugh, also 19 at the time, was grossly intoxicated from a night of underage drinking, yet refused to let anyone else pilot his father, Alex's boat, leading up to the crash. Paul was ultimately...
Snickle Fritz in the Rumble chats makes a very good point, and that is that if you wanted to kill Paul, a private investigator surveillance of the scene and the comings and goings of the people on the property would be very helpful.
That's what I was implying. Like,
okay.
I mean,
I'm a little slow. You got to connect the dots for me. You know?
Sorry, it just seems extremely relevant that we know we have this theory that this could be a motivated killing. And now the person turning over the video represents the motivated family, the family of the deceased girl from the boating accident. He's the guy who has the surveillance video from the PI. Now, it doesn't necessarily say the family hired him.
And it doesn't need to be the family. Let's not cast aspersions. It could also be friends, you know, because these people, when you're a young, pretty girl, 19, there's a lot of knights of men with South Carolina honor that want to avenge the wrongful death of somebody. It could be an ex-boyfriend or a current boyfriend or somebody that admired her, or, you know, somebody that was in her friend circle. It could be a whole network around the decedent girl who wants to right this wrong.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything. So Paul was also being sued by the family of the dead girl, as well as the other teenagers who were injured. Let's see. I'm skimming real quick.
Yeah. So the purpose of an opening statement is to lay out an outline of what the evidence will show. It is not argument. So what you want to do is say, you will hear from a cell phone person, like him just holding up and saying, he's going to be put there by this thing right here. All right. That's really very slapdash. Okay. And what you got to say is they will show that Paul's cell phone was left in the body, and that picked up, and you're going to lay out step by step what the evidence will be showing. So that way, when you hear it, it's like, okay, what am I listening for? This cell phone, timelines, all that kind of thing. That's why you set up an opening statement, is to frame the narrative for the prosecution, the narrative of guilt that the evidence will show. And then you present the evidence. But see, he's not doing that. He's just saying, these people were killed brutally.
Right.
Here's my defense team. Here's the standard. Okay, that's not laying out a good structure. But maybe it goes on. I don't know. I watched this the first time it went on, and we were assessing the effectiveness of the thing from strictly as a is he interesting to listen to, right?
All right, here we go. Tinsley told Judge Price he has evidence Parker and Donahue continuously texted back and forth about what they were going to do in terms of achieving their purported goal. The goal was to affect the Beach family's resolve and continuing the litigation, blah, blah, blah. Tinsley said. Additionally, Tinsley claims Parker and his team used Frattati, Rosado, and a third unaffiliated private investigator named Sarah Capelli to dig up dirt on the Murdaughs and Beach family. Parker's team had additional goals in using the private investigators, Tinsley says. Quote, Mr. Parker wanted 3 things, Tinsley told Judge Price. He wanted video of Paul Murdaugh drinking and partying and talking about killing Mallory Beach, and he wanted to prove that Buster Murdaugh was gay. So it seems like they know who the private investigator was, or who hired the private investigator. Yeah, and who they were in all of this. So it's just, I mean, the article's kind of long. I'm not going to keep reading it, but I mean, the fact that there's a private investigator filming Paul Murdaugh within 3 days of the killing at his property and installing a secret camera at the house, I mean, that screams suspect to me. That's an alternative theory. I'm learning his pattern so I can enact my revenge.
And if Paul were to see someone sneaking around, it might explain why he'd carry a rifle out to the kennel.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
just the number of threats. Obviously, they've been receiving threats. Having your firearm there is especially out in the country. I mean, what are you going to do? Call the police? How long it took him? 25 minutes to get out there, right? When he called 911. So if you've got death threats and you're in the middle of nowhere, you'd carry your AR. That's I think that's pretty smart. But you don't expect to get, you get ambushed. Usually the person gets the drop. People don't know how fast. Well, Andrew does, I know. And I mean, you've seen enough videos. These things happen very fast. Gunfights are so quick. If you get the drop on somebody, I don't care if you're armed or not. The guy that wants to kill you will win that battle.
All right, here we go. Let's get back to this thing here.
And there are 4 of them. First indictment accuses Alex Murdaugh, to which he's pled not guilty, but it accuses him of murdering Maggie Murdaugh. The second indictment accuses him of murdering Paul Murdaugh. The third indictment accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, that being the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. And the last one accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, and that being the murder of Paul.
Nothing.
So what does that mean? What is
Nothing.
murder? Well, Judge gives an instruction. It is the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. And what is malice? Malice is a mental state. That's ultimately going to be for y'all to determine as to what was going through Alex Murdaugh's mind when he committed these crimes. What is malice? Malice has often been defined as the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. It is the intent to inflict an injury under circumstances that the law would presume an evil intent. An evil intent. When you look at the circumstances of the crime, when you look at what led up to this crime, the evidence is going to show that there was malice aforethought. Aforethought, what does that mean? It means it has to exist at the moment you commit that crime. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be planned for any long period of time. It just has to exist a split second before the crime is committed. But when you see this crime and you hear all the circumstances, the evidence is going to show that aforethought existed for a while. It existed for a while in the mind of Alex Murdaugh.
Has there been any evidence to that at all?
Also going to hear about circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And what's the difference between the two? Direct evidence, especially about the storm out here, from what I'm told. Direct evidence is if it's sunny outside, and a witness goes outside and it's sunny, and they come here and they get on my witness stand, and because they saw it raining, they sit on the stand and say, I was just outside and I saw it raining. I saw it raining. That's direct evidence. They actually saw it raining. But to give you an example of what circumstantial evidence is if the witness goes into a room where all the curtains are drawn. And when they go into that room, it's sunny outside and everything's dry. And while they're in that room, they see it darken behind the shades. They hear thunder. They hear the wind blowing. They hear the sound of raindrops on the roof. And then they open up the door, and it's not raining, but everything is wet. There's puddles in the driveway. There's puddles in the street. There's puddles in the yard. There's limbs down all over the ground. And then they come in here and say, yeah, it was raining. Didn't actually see it raining, but those circumstances are beyond any reasonable doubt that it was actually raining. Now, I guess it's somebody standing outside the window and beating the drum to sound like thunder and blowing a fan, making it seem like it was the wind, and somehow got enough water to coat the entire neighborhood. But that's not reasonable. Everybody understand that distinction? That's not reasonable.
I mean, it is reasonable if you can show that actually happened.
But this is really closing argument stuff. He's just, again, he's filling time in his openings. The issue in the case is identity.
Yeah.
So he needs to be creating the narrative of guilt that shows that he did it. Identity is the defense, not state of mind.
Right. And to be clear to the chat, I'm playing this on 1.5 speed. I don't like to normally do that, but most of this is irrelevant. What we're looking for is, does their narrative, does their version of what happened comport with the evidence? Does it give us a clue of what to expect with the evidence? So far, the narrative that we got is that first couple minutes, which was not really fleshed out at all.
I'm not
No,
hearing any
they were killed, and whoever killed them at malice.
Yeah.
Or the legal standard. Oh, sure. Okay, great.
And we think it was
That doesn't
Paul,
mean this
or we
guy
think
did
it was
it.
Alec.
Yes, the
Yeah.
issue is identity. So let's hear the state's theory of identity in the opening.
You're not gonna. I got news for you.
I got news for you, buddy.
Another thing, and this is crucial, what you're going to do in this particular case, is determine credibility or the believability of witnesses. So your job to look at the evidence, the exhibits in the case, but also the witnesses and decide if it's truthful, if you believe it, if you can rely on it. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can believe one witness against many or many witnesses against one. You can believe all the witnesses' testimony or part of the witnesses' testimony. It's up to you. First individually and then as a product of your deliberations. And what you're required to do there is just rely on that good old-fashioned common sense. Does it all fit together? Is it corroborated? Does it fit with what you would expect? Does it fit with what you expect how real people would act? Does it seem real? Does something seem a little wrong? Something seems a little wrong.
It smells like weakness. He's not saying I have a ton of evidence.
About Murdaugh. You're going to see body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives, and hear what he says.
Yeah.
Hear what he says about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement, and you're going to hear how things progress about what he says and what he says he did that night. Watch those closely. Watch his expressions.
So relying on the video statements that were not inculpatory at all.
Does this seem right? Does something seem a little wrong?
Does
Something
something
seemed
seem
a little
off?
This is horrible. This, I mean, now looking at what we know so far that's been presented, and we've seen those 3 videos or we've heard them.
It feels like burden shifting right here, right? You convict them because it seems a little off.
They're hammering on those videos. I mean, this to even mention that that's significant evidence in your opening when those those statements by him are not evidence of his guilt at all. But for him to say this is really important, pay attention to that. I mean, boy, I'm being convinced very clearly they don't have a case at all. This was a prosecutor. Well, we can get into my theory. I sent you that, Nick.
Yeah, we can get into that in a minute. Let's wrap this up.
This
So, but no, I said that at the time when I watched opening statements. I was like, the defense's opening statement is much better than the prosecution's, which didn't really tell us anything. So here we'll keep going.
I mentioned that Maggie was killed with a .300 blackout rifle, an AR-style rifle that chambered in .300 blackout ammunition.
What caliber?
That back in Christmas of 2016, Alex Murdaugh over there bought 2 .300 blackout AR-style rifles. And then not long after that, one of them went missing from Paul's truck. And time went by, and in April of 2018, Alex Murdaugh replaced that rifle and bought another one. 3 total blackout rifles that they had. One of them went missing years ago, and a replacement was bought. You're going to hear evidence that Paul and his friend were using that replacement gun. They were standing right outside the side doors of the gun room of the house, and they were sighting it in, firing down into a field. And the cases were ejecting. The cases are the empty shell from a bullet, and they were ejecting out into the flower bed right there. And then there's a range across the street, and they shot it there. And there's cases ejected there as well. And they were shooting that 3rd replacement gun just weeks prior to the murders.
Okay, so that's how they're going to claim that the casings that they found matched the other gun, because there's allegedly going to be testimony that Paul and his friend were standing and shooting that gun just weeks prior to the murder. That testimony hasn't come through yet, as far as I know.
But we expect that. We saw that in the pretrial ruling, and I commented heavily over and over again about the shell casing matching. But
this is the first time I didn't catch before during opening that they're actually going to have testimony that particular gun was used on those casings. That was the thing that I had missed. So I'm just filling that out.
Prior to June 7th, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were murdered, and you're going to hear forensic evidence that the cases that were found in that flower bed and the cases that were found across the street at that range were ejected out of the same weapon that fired all the cases that were around Maggie's dead body. It killed her. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie. And you're going to hear evidence that of those 3 blackouts that Alex Murdaugh purchased, when law enforcement arrived at the scene on June 7th, 2021, he can only account for one of them. He can only account for one of them. And that replacement gun is nowhere to be found. You're also going to hear evidence that the type of ammunition, the exact brand, the exact model of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie, S&D, 300 blackout ammunition, and 147 grain bullets, that exact ammunition, empty boxes of that ammunition, is found all over the property. The very same brand and model of ammunition that was used to kill her is found in multiple locations throughout the property. And you're also going to hear evidence, the same thing about the shotgun shells that killed Paul. That federal double-aught buckshot and fired rounds were found on the property, as well as Winchester #2 turkey legs, 2 rounds in the shotgun that killed Paul. Family weapon, same ammunition. It's on the property.
The most common 300 blackout ammunition on the planet.
Mr. Alex Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph, and about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is, in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in, and he's carrying something in a blue cart, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually, law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs, and they find a wired up, a very, very large raincoat in a blue color. It looked like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, a Pulse shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say the key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone.
Wow. Wow.
Paul's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. If you're using certain apps, you can get GPS information.
He's telling us this is a big part of his case, and we've seen it. What do you guys think?
It pings off the cell towers. The location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day, and not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with. This is going to be crucial evidence for you to say. You're going to hear that particularly Alec and Paul, but also Maggie, were prolific cell phone users, to the point where Paul's friends even had a nickname for him about his cell phone usage. Before I talk more about that, there's 3 family properties I need to talk about. Okay, the first one I've mentioned is Moselle. Moselle in Colleton County. It's called Moselle Road, but everybody refers to it as Moselle. And that property is it's a lot of acres. There's a main house on it, and there's a driveway that goes to that main house. But it used to be an airstrip, and there's an airstrip that goes down, and then down the way, just less than a third of a mile away, just a 3-minute walk, 4-minute walk, 45-second drive, is the kennels and the shed that used to be a hangar where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So the main house is just less than a third of a mile away. You can see the kennels from the main house. You can see the main house from the kennels. The family also had a house in Edisto at the beach. And the evidence is going to show that that is where Maggie preferred to stay, particularly in the summer months. She liked the beach. She was not a hunter. She didn't want to be at Moselle. She didn't want to be at the lodge where it was hot and muggy. She liked being in Edisto. And then you're also, I've already mentioned, the house in Alameda, which is where his parents' home. On June 7, 2021, you're going to hear evidence that his father went into the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And in fact, he died a few days later. And his mother was in late-stage Alzheimer's and had that house being cared for by a caretaker. You're going to hear from that caretaker.
Pause for a moment. We'll be just a moment.
Yes, sir.
This was weird too, this odd break in the middle of opening.
Yeah, I guess they're coming back now. The Fox lady's talking, which is
in South Carolina in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. We're going to let you listen in here and continue hearing out the prosecutor as these opening statements continue. Let's listen in.
Also have a driveway. The evidence is going to show that that was actually as commonly used as the main driveway. In fact, the mailbox is by the kennel driveway. Drop right past those kennels for Paul and Maggie were murdered. I told you that you're going to hear evidence that Maggie did not like being in Moselle as much as she liked Edisto, the beach house. With that, on June 7th, 2021, she came back to Moselle. And the evidence is going to show that she arrived about 8:15. And the evidence is going to show that from the cell phones that Paul was there at the house, at the main house. Alex Murdaugh himself says that they ate dinner, and the autopsy is going to reflect both Paul and Maggie having similar stomach contents indicating that they recently shared a meal together. About 8:30, about 15 minutes after they arrived, Paul's phone starts moving towards the kennels. You're going to hear evidence again that the defendant said he was never at those kennels, that he was napping after they ate, and he was at the main house and never went there. You're also going to hear evidence about how much Alec used his own cell phone. It would be unusual for him to be anywhere without a cell phone. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul recorded a video. He was down at the kennels because he had been talking to a friend of his. And you're going to hear from this friend because his friend's dog was in the kennels and they thought there was something wrong with the tape. And Paul was recording a video of it to send to his friend. 8:44 and 55 seconds. And on that video, and you'll see that video, and you'll hear from witnesses that identify Paul's voice, Maggie's voice, and Alex's voice.
Well, now that is something we need to pay attention to.
8:44.
We heard it. We listened to it earlier today.
Oh, and is it definitely Alex?
It sounds like three people. There's a woman's voice. It sounds like an older man's voice. That's not inconsistent with his voice as I heard it on the videotaped interviews by police. And then a younger person's voice that presumably would be his son. I mean, I guess there's theoretically other ways his voice could be unseen without him being physically present.
What does he sound like? I mean, what is there interaction?
It sounds like they're dealing with a dog. A dog got a chicken. That's probably where the dead chicken came from.
Yeah, the dog's killing a chicken.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're trying to do something. He's trying to maybe give instructions about dealing with the chicken and the dog.
It's very short, just a few seconds.
Yeah.
And I don't know. We could talk about that some more. So let's.
In 55 seconds, there's a video. The evidence will show that he was there. He was at the murder scene with the two victims. And more than that, just over 3 minutes later, 8:49 and 1 second, Paul's phone locks forever.
What time?
He never reads another text.
8:49 and
sends another text.
3 seconds or
doesn't
whatever.
answer calls. 3 minutes after that video has the defendants at the murder scene with the two victims, Paul's flip phone goes silent forever. And in fact, another communication comes into the very friend that he was talking to the dog at 8:49 and 35 seconds, just 35 seconds later, and he doesn't answer. He never answers another thing.
Didn't his phone run out of batteries?
On top of that, Maggie's phone locks at 8:49 and 31 seconds, around that same time, and she never enters another text, never sends another text, never makes another phone call, never receives another phone call. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes after a video shows he's at the scene with the victims, and he told everybody he was never there. Credibility, ladies and gentlemen. Credibility.
Again, so he keeps saying the video shows him at the scene, but the video shows his voice at the scene at best.
And so there's
plenty of ways that the voice could be there. We'll see if we get testimony about it. This is why I think that Paul may have to testify in this case, because he may have to explain what's going on. Maybe now we've heard that you were at the kennels. Please tell us about that. It's on video, right? He's like, well, that's my voice. I was on speakerphone trying to give advice. I was on Snapchat, whatever. Or that isn't me. That's someone else. That's the guy whose dog it is. I mean, who knows what the actual answer is there? But and maybe it's I lied. I was down there, but I didn't kill him. I mean, that would be terrible for him.
No, I wouldn't want that. I don't know. That's an odd bit of information. That's tough. That would be the best evidence, I think, that so far that I've seen put forward by the state.
I keep calling Alex Paul. You guys know who I mean. Paul's dead. He was too dumb to live. If he was smarter, he would be alive. There you go.
But see, but the other part of this that really is incongruent with the way that, I've seen a lot of murder cases. Let's just lay that out. This one is extremely unusual in that, okay, if this dad is the killer, the fact that he would kill his wife and his child without any kind of like real strong background of rage or motive. So this is cold-blooded killing, right? Pre-planned cold-blooded killing. If that is the case, then why would there be Snapchat? I mean, he would be aware of the whole phone situation. It's bizarre. I mean, it's not congruent with what the theory of the state is, which is that his is some sort of super cold-blooded, malicious murder where he kills these two people just kind of out of. People don't kill their closest loved ones out of the blue for no reason.
Right. And the motives may be involved in the other cases, the money, et cetera, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence of that. There doesn't seem to be any evidence of planning.
And the state is not going to offer it. They're not they didn't. Is this the end of this is the end of the opening, right?
We got another couple minutes here.
Okay. Well, maybe.
What happens after that? Well, you'll hear evidence that Alex's phone was conspicuously, he didn't have a lot of activity from about 8:09 p.m. until 9:02 p.m.
Conspicuously didn't have a lot of activity.
Which the evidence will show. Why is his phone not with him? Why is it not showing activity?
Oh, he was napping?
But you will hear that at 9:02, all of a sudden his phone does start to pick up activity. At 9:02, he calls, he starts moving. At 9:04, he calls Maggie's phone. Doesn't answer, of course. Doesn't answer. He calls his father, Randolph, who's in the hospital. Doesn't appear there's an answer there. He calls Maggie again at 9:06. Remember, he's just a third of a mile away. You can see it. At 9:06, he doesn't answer.
I mean, a third of a mile, you can't necessarily.
I'm calling. I'm calling.
Yeah, you can see it. Actually, we got testimony from the investigator that you can't see down there. You can maybe see the roof of the hangar, but you can't actually see it from the house. See what? A third of a mile away. Come on now.
Caleb was also saying that it might have been like a video message that he was playing on his phone to like, okay, there's something out here. We need to go check out the chicken. And he's got it. He could be playing it on his own phone. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not up on the tech. You guys are going to have to be.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to sign off for a bit. I'll come back probably in an hour or so.
Okay.
See you.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye. There's the Snapchat thing again. I don't know how Snapchat works.
But my understanding, it's disposable. It like disappears immediately. Is that
right?
correct?
But I don't know if you're recording it. Like the testimony was kind of confusing to me. I want to know if they're sure that the recording of the video took place at the time the Snapchat thing is sent, that they're saying, or if you record a short video and then upload it to Snapchat, because I'm pretty sure you can do both. I'm pretty sure you can do a live recording of something, and I'm pretty sure you could also take a short video that you've previously recorded and upload it. That would explain right away what happened.
Maybe.
If it was previously recorded.
There's definitely, I mean, I think so far, the only thing that I've heard at all that gives me any pause that he might be the killer is if his voice is there right at the time of the killings. That's tough. I mean, that's evidence of guilt there.
Right.
But is there other explanations? I don't know. I mean, it's just sort of, that's the first time that I've heard that or connected that. I missed the earlier testimony. We didn't hear it or see it.
And the other problem is that his phone doesn't go with him. I mean, he says conspicuously no activity. Well, I mean, it's conspicuous in that maybe he left his phone, which would be weird. I guess that would be potential evidence of planning, although we don't really know. The other possibility is that he's just asleep. Like he said, he's laying on the couch asleep. Who knows? The Snapchat video is their most damning piece of evidence, but it doesn't actually place Paul at the scene. It places potentially Paul's voice, or not Paul, Alec. It places in potentially Alec's voice at the scene. And that is potentially a problem unless there's an alternative explanation. Like I said, a previously recorded video that he's sending by Snapchat or playing in regards to it. Who knows?
Or him communicating through some other means, like through some sort of, or it's a pre-recorded video. It's somebody else. There's another way, if there's a walkie-talkie or some sort of other way of talking. I don't know. Maybe, like actually there's like I've got, Ring camera security system.
Right.
And, you can actually tune in and watch the cameras live, and then you can push a button and you can communicate and you can talk back and forth through the Ring cameras at the location.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Technology now is so crazy. But however, all that being said, that's the best evidence so far that I've heard out of everything the state's put in. It's the only evidence I've heard so far that is in any way convincing me that maybe he could have done this.
Right. So who knows what's going on with that? That is the hole that they'll have to fill. And by the way, guys, I'm not like casting doubt on the video or anything. We didn't get to see the video. So again, I don't know if he's physically present in the video or if it's just his voice. If it is just his voice, there are possible alternative explanations. I mean, they're going to have to show him. That's why I think it's possible that Alec may have to testify because he may have to fill in these gaps for the defense.
Or the defense may be able to show some usage of the phone that shows that this is a pre-recorded thing, because it's like he could have just sent, I mean, like if you're a dad and you're like, hey, son, check out the chicken got killed up there. You need to go check that out. And he sends him a little video, email, Snapchat or something. And then the son picks it up and says, oh, okay. I mean, and then, well, okay, where was that chicken again? I mean, there's a lot of innocent before, like he was sent him there to die. I don't know. That's like, well, he could have sent him up there to check on the chickens, or he murdered them both in cold blood. I mean, I think we've got there's a little thing there, right?
And we don't know how it was posted to Snapchat. There wasn't testimony about, was it a general upload to Snapchat? Was it a direct message on Snapchat? We don't really know about that. So from testimony, I mean, maybe there'll be testimony later. So here we go.
9:06. He turns on his car, his Suburban, and he texts Maggie that he's going, be right back. I'm going to go check on Mom.
Okay.
And he doesn't drive down to the kennels, even though that's where the mailbox is. That's a common place to be, even though you can see it. He's called his wife 2 times and texted her, and she hasn't responded. But he didn't just drive down there and say, hey, I'm heading. You guys want to go? What's up?
Well, why would he? He doesn't invite them to go on the text messages either. He says, I'm going to go visit Mom. Why would he drive down to the kennel to see if they wanted to go with him? I mean, that's just weird. Like, that's additional speculative talk. If they're doing something at the kennels and he's just going to go visit Mom, that's not a thing.
What's up? Right there. You can see it. He then drives to Alpena, where his mom is suffering from Alzheimer's, and the caretaker's there. And he starts calling people. He's talking to people. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not he's trying to manufacture an alibi. He comes, he gets there to Alameda. You'll hear evidence about whether or not that was usual. You'll hear evidence about how he was acting when he got there. And he's only there for 20 minutes because he's back underway at 9:44. And he makes more phone calls on the way back. Call a friend, call people who will answer. It'll be up to you to decide whether he's trying to create an alibi. And he gets back to Moselle at 10:01. He calls 911 at 10:06. Listen to that 911 call. Listen to what he says. Listen to what explanations he may offer. You're going to hear that 911 call, but you're also going to see the body-worn camera of the officers who arrived at the scene. The video camera they wear, so they record what they're doing.
More weakness. We've seen that.
And you're going to see what he did to Maggie and Paul.
Nope.
No other way around it. What he did. You're going to see crime scene photographs. You're going to see the traumatic injuries that were suffered. You're going to hear from a pathologist, a doctor who will examine the injuries. It's going to be gruesome. No other way around it. On that 911 call, on the body-worn cameras, pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case.
It's a little misrepresentation.
You're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. It's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects of this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, you have a chance to deliberate. The evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them, and the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt.
All fluff, no substance. Sad.
So someone said, Nick, why don't you realize that I lost the chat, but I'll paraphrase. Why don't you realize that the Snapchat video started the moment they sent the message? Listen to the evidence. I listened to the evidence. I don't think that was entirely clear. Plus, I'm not fully confident in that guy's framing of how everything worked on the cell phones. He got destroyed on the stand on other issues. Here's the problem I have with the Snapchat video. And this was brought up by Aloe and my locals. We've heard that the Snapchat video is the key piece. I mean, he basically said this is the most important piece is the cell phone data and the Snapchat video itself. They didn't ask a single question about that video. They didn't ask him to identify the voice. Are you familiar with that voice to be Alex Murdaugh? They didn't ask him if he saw Alec on the video. They didn't ask any questions around it at all. Now, to be fair, neither did the defense. I think the defense might want to let that thing kind of slide until they can get their narrative specifically to handle it. But to me, if I'm a prosecutor and I know that this is the critical element of my case that puts the defendant at the scene of the crime, I'm going to cement for the jury what that video means by asking questions about it to the guy. Is that Alec's phone or voice on the thing? Is there any communication between Alec and Paul's phone in this moment? Does Alec have Snapchat? Like, are any of these things lining up? I would be eliminating those things and pointing out to the jury. So wait, so he's not sending a message to Alec here. He's not communicating with him via teleconference. Alex is physically present at this time. Those are the things I'm going to be asking to highlight what's going on in the video, to tell the jury exactly why all of this matters. And they didn't ask a single question about the most important piece of evidence in their case.
I have a question,
Steve.
teacher.
Yeah. What's up, Nate?
Hey, Nate.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys.
We did not see, so this is a video with audio. Is that correct?
Right.
And we as the consumers of this trial did not actually see the video. So we don't really know what the video shows. We are listening to this third hand through the filter of these parties. It may be exculpatory. It may be obvious from the video that he's reviewing some previously recorded thing or not. I mean, so we really don't have a good. So Nate, let me catch you. Have you been following this? You catch you up here?
No. I just picked up my kids, so I was like, let me jump on and jump in while it's lunchtime. What's been happening?
Well, the one piece of evidence that the state may have is a video around the time of the murders by Paul, the murder victim, the son, that has the voice of the accused on it right around that time, saying something about dead chickens and like looking at the dead chickens. So we didn't see the video. We didn't really even hear the audio, and it kind of got brushed over by the state. Nobody's focused on it, but that's pretty damning evidence. So it may be we're speculating. Maybe there was a Snapchat that he was reviewing at the scene that was recorded earlier. Maybe he was communicating at the time, or there's a lot of other how his voice was there. But that's the first bit of evidence that to me at all places him anywhere near. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand for a question.
Oh no, I just because I see I have my crutches back here, my Jason mask. I'm like, oh, let me.
Yeah, that's it just, there are things about it that bother me, and it makes me ask the question of why aren't you asking questions about this? You've said in opening, this is the most important part of the case. This is the one thing that puts him there. Why don't you? Joe J in the YouTube chat brings up an interesting point. Funny thing, the video is from 8:44 p.m. Paul's last steps were from 8:42. So the phone stops recording Paul's steps 2 minutes prior to the video. That's mildly interesting. So is he not walking during the video? Again, we don't know what's on the video, although it looks like he's trying to tame down a dog that's killing a chicken.
And people are questioning, like, why am I asking questions? All right. Because I think in these type of cases, people are coming to this case with a lot of preconceptions. And so it's good to approach any case like this with a blank slate and to say, I want the state to build its case brick by brick and not rely on your preconceptions or what you think you know or what your speculations are projecting onto the evidence, but instead look to the evidence that's being presented by the state. And so when I come at things with a naivete, perhaps, but that naivete is trained, because the reason is because this burden is on the state. And if they don't build it, now I sent you a little theory last night, or maybe it was today. I came up with it last night. About what the state is doing. Let me see. It's possible. I mean, that the state is basically, the prosecutor doesn't like, this is a political enemy in the state. This is a bad guy. Nobody likes him. The chief elected official says, can you charge him with murder? They say, yes, we can reasonably in good faith fill out a charging documentation. They do so. He calls them on it, speedy trials it. He assigns these prosecutors to do it. Okay, now I've got a nothing case. How do I prosecute it? Well, what I'm going to do is this: you got this judge who kind of lets everything in, doesn't discipline anybody, and he's just gonna let the jury hear it, right? So they're going to lay all kinds of, they're going to put so much evidence in that is just, none of it matters, but it's piles and piles of evidence. Because at JOA time, the JOA time comes along, and the JOA is, okay, there's a lot of evidence here, so I'm just going to let the jury sort it out. Now the jury gets the case, overcomes JOA. The jury gets the case, and they hate this guy's guts, and it's not been moved. It's in this venue. So it's now's their chance to nail him to the wall. That scum, I know he did it. So they convict because the jury hates him, right?
No.
Now it goes to an appellate court, and the appellate court says, we got piles of evidence. And it's a Republican-appointed Supreme Court, probably, or appellate court, because of the Democrats are on the out, right? So they're not going to want to do this guy any political favors, and they're not going to sort through this appellate record, which is going to be abusive. So then he stays in prison.
But couldn't you make the point about cumulative too, though? There's a cumulative. You can make your appellate review also on the cumulativeness of the nonsense, right? There's just, so that's what, for instance, Chauvin is doing that right now. Chauvin saying, it's not the fact that you had one police expert come on and say that you had 7, and that cumulative effect could give that particular piece of evidence more weight than it really deserves to be under the jury. So could you have that kind of issue here, where you just have a cumulative effect of all this evidence that's not really relevant, but it's too much in an aspect?
That's not an appellate issue. That's a judge issue, because that would be abuse of discretion. And it's not been objected to. So I would say no, that is not a direct appeal. The direct appeal that so far we've identified are the number one thing is going to be this shell casing matching, but I don't really think that's relevant necessarily. The other one would be, given what we've heard so far, is JOA. Denial of JOA. There's no evidence here that shows that he did it beyond a reasonable doubt, and no reasonable jury could find so. Now, if this is why the audio of him at the scene right around the time, that to me overcomes JOA. You see, and that's why that pings my brain. I'm like, because if I'm doing the appellate record,
if the jury believes it, if they choose to give it sufficient weight,
that he was right there at the time of the killing, and we can nail down the time of the killing, and he was present, and he lied about it, and the guns came out all of a sudden now, and then of course we have the destruction of the evidence with then all of a sudden that little framework comes together, and intent and motive, it doesn't comport with any of my experience of dealing with murders, that this guy killed his family, his wife and child, because there's no motive that I've seen. Now, but that's not something that's appellate reviewable either.
Yeah, you don't have to prove motive,
right?
Even though they like to show motive, but you don't have to.
You have to prove intent, but clearly the intent of blowing people's heads off is not a malicious intent, and you can derive intent from circumstance. No. But whether you could, but the state does not need to prove motive.
So from what I'm hearing is that you believe that audio or video that we just heard, that by putting him at the scene would be enough to possibly get a conviction, because he's just there, and all the other things just kind of, and the jury themselves are just going to put everything else into place, right? Because
he's there, he lied about it. He's there and he lied about it.
Okay.
and we've nailed down the crime time frame at being right at that point. Okay, so I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm just thinking that
I felt like the state was trying to push the state. Right, the state wants us to believe the time of death was what, 8:50, whatever they're calling that time, right?
Yeah.
I felt like the defense was trying to push that out. Like, isn't it possible someone wasn't manipulating their phone for some period of time, so they could still be alive? He knows his battery's at 2%, so he's slowed down his use of the phone, but he's actually still alive. He didn't die at 8:50. He died 20, 40 minutes after that. In which case, the video purportedly showing the father there is less relevant because the actual killing happened 40 minutes later.
Right. That's
good point. Very good point.
That's another problem. Yeah. If the killing happens after 9:06, obviously, then Alex Murdaugh couldn't have been the killer because we know he wasn't there, according to his cell phone and SUV data.
The slowed down cell phone activity is consistent with the time of death at 8:50, but it's not proof of the time of death at 8:50.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like the phone says, "Oh, he died."
It's circumstantial. It's a circumstantial case. So that's
those time windows are key, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so all of this is still in the area of questions and speculations. I mean, the Snapchat video, it might be really important. There might be an explanation. We didn't get much testimony on it from either side. And the fact that the state didn't hammer on it is weird to me. That's very strange.
Well, they may have another witness they're going to bring up who knows the voice better, right? And then they'll play. They just got the video, the Snapchat into evidence now, but they'll have other people testify as to it now that it's in evidence. But when I did not see the defense push back hard. Well, aren't there other ways this guy's voice could be on here? Or isn't it uncertain what the actual time of a Snapchat is? Because I don't know Snapchat. I'm just making shit up now. But, you do it and maybe it's 20 minutes before it uploads to the cloud or whatever, create some ambiguity around the actual timing. When I didn't see them doing that, well, if you believe that's the time he was there and that's the time they were killed, that's a huge problem for the defense. So they have to do something. They have to create ambiguity around the Snapchat, or they have to create ambiguity around the time of death. The defense cannot allow those to stay proximate because it's hard to think of a hypothesis consistent with innocence where those two things could be true.
Yeah.
Now there's someone in my chat right now, by the way, Steve, who's in my locals chat saying that that there's all kinds of people who kill their wife and kid without motive. And so therefore, he's taking umbrage with your statement that that we need to see some sort of motive on killing a wife.
Not in my experience.
Yeah, that's somebody who just doesn't know criminal law.
You may not
criminal
know the
law.
motive.
Yeah, criminal law. The hardest thing to do is convict someone without motive. It's not impossible, but it's extremely difficult.
But there's two theories here. It's a rage killing, or it's a planned and careful, methodical, planned killing, which he'd have to be a cold-hearted SOB. I haven't seen evidence that he's a cold-hearted SOB, and there's no evidence that he's a rage killer. So that means that it's somebody would murder their wife and child randomly for no reason at all.
What about
it doesn't make sense to me at all?
Yeah. What about the possibility that so playing off of the state's gathering storm narrative, that all of this stuff is just piling up? But now maybe that's why they introduced the mom's text saying that she thinks he's going to die. He really needs to get rest. He's really stressed out. So we go with this gathering storm narrative where all this stuff is there. My mom just
called me and said that same thing to me just now.
Uh-oh.
I mean, she's like, why are you on this Nick's channel? Why don't you go get some rest? Because I'm sick. So, I mean, it's like, that mean I'm going to go kill somebody? I mean, come on.
I don't know. Like, so all this stress is building up and then he just snaps, right? Like what's it? Michael Douglas in Falling Down. He's going to go out and he's going to start kicking ass and taking names. Defense. And he defenses all over Paul and Maggie. I mean, is that a possibility?
This is too much Hollywood. It's
not
the reality.
So hard to imagine that a snap of the mind. Am I muted? No, a snap of the mind killing where you end up with no direct evidence. I mean, where's the blood spray? Where's,
I wanted these responses. That's why I went through it. Cause it does that seems to be another point of the state's case. Like, well, all this stuff was building up on him and he's under a lot of pressure. So therefore he killed his family. Like it doesn't add up to me either.
Made the rifle disappear, you know,
But if this
the wife's phone is half a mile down the road.
What you guys are describing is a heat of passion. And that would be, we're talking about essentially voluntary manslaughter, not murder. Wouldn't that hurt the state's case if this was some type of rage killing all in that one moment, right?
Yeah, but the defense is identity, not in
that would
not
be
mens rea.
that would be a voluntary manslaughter, like, because that's the
Yeah,
heat of
but
passion,
they're not
right?
conceding identity. It's an identity case. Not you don't want to alter. You would never want to argue an alternative theory in this case.
That's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, it's an interesting question because normally a voluntary manslaughter under heat of passion, it's the person who's killed who's the provocation.
Right.
To say it was circumstances generally that led him to, in a heat of passion, kill his wife and kid because his mind snapped. I would think that's an insanity defense. That's not a heat of passion voluntary manslaughter.
Right, because heat of passion, what you're basically saying is that there's reason but not justification. It's reason for the killing that
there's
falls
adequate
short of
provocation.
justification. Right.
Right. But normally that's the adequate provocation. I mean, I'm hard to think of an exception, but normally the adequate provocation, the source of that is the person you killed. That you found your wife in bed with another woman, or some guy starts a fist fight with you, or whatever. It's not there's some other unrelated provocation over there, and you decide to shoot Joe, and that's it, voluntary manslaughter under heat of passion. I don't think the league. I mean, Steve, you would know better than me, but it seems a stretch.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. So we're left still with mystery, and the state. But the state has finally put one thing into evidence today that helps.
Well, we think, because we haven't seen the video or heard it, we've just sort of heard about it, and it kind of got tossed into the milieu of the pond, the pond where the gun is. You know, it's like it's been rolled over. I mean, geez, if I was the prosecutor and that was really a good evidence, I'd have put that thing in first, baby.
That's what I've been saying. I don't
understand
the way they're prosecuting this thing. It's like,
he was at the scene, and then then when he lies about it, and you're hearing all these long videos of him lying about it, it's like, oh, he's saying he wasn't there, and that would be my first bit of evidence.
Yeah.
But because the fact that we haven't seen is buried in for day 4 of this gross stuff.
I mean, I would have opened my opening statement with that. We're here because this guy lied about being at the scene, and that's how we know he killed them.
Therefore,
let me explain how we know that.
Exactly. Very suspect. Therefore, I'm thinking it's not what we're speculating.
Yeah, because you would open. Both of you guys are making a great point. You would open with that. But I do want to ask you guys, because you guys have watched all this stuff. At this point in time, we're 4 days in. What is the prosecution's theory of the case? We should
bore
know
him
this
into
right
conviction.
Bore the jury. We should know it. But we should know it by now. What are they? Have they even given us something that you can hold on to say this is the theory of the case? Like in Rittenhouse, we knew after day 1, right? He's a white rage killer looking to kill black people, and even though that was BS, but you knew that after like the first couple of days.
Well, and we knew how he physically killed people. I mean, we saw in video him shooting people, right? We don't even really know how he's supposed to have killed these people and made the rifle disappear and get his wife's phone half a mile down the road. I mean, they can't even do a clear narrative of what they're saying he did physically.
Wow.
Well, they are. I mean, assuming that we believe everything, and I'll just put my objections to the evidence aside, that the rifle that killed the wife was one of the family 300 blackout rifles. Okay, but there's an unaccounted for 12 gauge shotgun that killed the son, and it's possible that the rifle was taken by the son to the scene, and he was killed and then disarmed, and that was rifle. So, and that is highly possible. And so I don't see. So what about the shotgun? The shotgun evidence is extremely important. Extremely important. And it's disappeared. There is no shotgun. They haven't recovered either firearm, but there's an unaccounted for, like if there's no missing shotguns from the house. So now we're having to say that he went out and bought some black shotgun that was on the black market, and that is unknown cash under the table transaction way ahead of time, so that he could then use this shotgun that's not part of the family arsenal for this thing and then dispose of it, and then got surprised the wife was there, right? But then that again requires this long pre-planning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Oh, go ahead,
just,
Nate.
Just at the point. So, because I was assuming at least one of their guns was missing. That's kind of how they got to him. But all of the guns, their guns, were accounted for.
No, the rifle's missing. They have a
One
they-
rifle.
Okay.
One rifle's missing, but the shotgun murder weapon is not found.
Well, you can't tell is the truth,
Right.
because you can't ballistically match up, the shot that was used to commit the killing with any particular shotgun. I mean,
But
a 12
then-
gauge shotgun.
But then we have the idea that he disposes of the AR, but then puts his shotgun back on the rack,
Right. Doesn't make any sense. So
which is stupid.
Which is not the murder weapon. Right?
Worse yet,
they can't definitively point to any weapon that could be the murder weapon.
Wow.
And identify it. This is the murder weapon.
right.
Nor do
the-
they have either. They're not going to have anything in evidence that says this is the gun. Nor can they say now they're saying that they can say that the AR from the family household that's now missing was the one that was used to kill the wife.
Right. They're saying that they can't. You say they can't show that through tool mark, but worse yet, on the shotgun. Not
Yeah.
only may he have put it back on the rack or whatever, the other option is that he literally brought it to the crime scene with him and told 911 that he was grabbing it. Right. Because that's the shotgun that seems most plausibly, possibly linked to the killing. But they have not asserted that that is the murder weapon. But it's
Does he know? Is he smart enough to know that? See, the little details here are so weird, because if he's like Mr. Master Plotter and that was the shotgun that was used, so he knows that shotguns can't be traced ballistically, so he keeps it. But then what's the deal with this 16 gauge round in the barrel? It's like, so he's got a 16 and a 12. So he's got this shotgun that he's found at the scene with, right? When he comes, he says he got it because he's afraid there's out there and he's going to protect himself. Has a 16 gauge round in it, along with a 12 gauge round, which is consistent with him fumbling around with whatever he's got,
Right.
slapping it in there
Yep.
and running back to the scene, right?
Very easy for me to imagine. He finds his wife and son with their heads blown off. He's afraid the killers are still around, runs back to the house, grabs a shotgun, grabs a couple shells with his hand, shoves them back into the shotgun while he's running back to the scene of the murder. And one of them turns out to be a 16 gauge. I mean, I can certainly understand
But
how
if
that
he
can
was
happen.
pre-planning this, that gun would be loaded up with 12 gauge. He wouldn't accidentally put in like a 16 gauge, or what did he do? Did he unload it and then reload it with a 16 gauge so that it appears that it's such a stupid detail that nobody would plan out, that's consistent to me with his innocence.
Yeah, because it makes it, somebody rushing would do that versus
And how it first of all, you're right. No one would think of that. But even if someone were crazy enough to think about it, it would only work if you weren't covered in backsplash blood from the people you just gunned down within feet of you, especially the son, who the shotgun for his head injury, the way it occurred and the way the brains and skull were on the ceiling, that muzzle was under his chin when that shot was discharged. You're that close. How do you do that without getting absolutely awash in blood?
Yeah, that's the mystery. And again, it's possible that his clothes at least got covered in blood, and then he disposed of them, found somewhere to clean up, maybe at his mother's house. I mean, I don't know how he gets into the mother's house, talks to the caretaker while covered in blood and gets cleaned up. Otherwise, he takes a prison shower in like 3 minutes and
What about
washes
the
the
GSR?
brain and skull out of him.
there's no GSR, right? Well, gunshot residue. There's no gunshot residue.
No, I think he tests positive for gunshot residue, but they shoot guns all the time. This is their hunting property, so
And he
there's gunshot
admittedly-
residue everywhere.
He admittedly went and grabbed the shotgun and brought it after the 911 call. He's got a shotgun with him when they show up.
Okay.
So-
However, let's look at, he has a pump action 12 gauge shotgun, correct?
No, I'm not
Yes.
sure. The one he got was pump action.
Yeah, the camouflage. It's a camouflage Benelli.
Pump.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's pump action.
Okay. So
Okay,
now
all right.
remember the crime scene. Paul's body and the 2 shotgun shells that are inside the location. He was shot from outside into the location, and the 2 shells are located in, which is consistent with a break action of somebody using a double barrel, shooting, killing Paul with 2 shotgun shots, turning around, seeing the mother, breaking the action, and the shells ejecting back into the thing. If you have a pump, you shoot the shot, you pump the pump. How are both shells going to land inside the inside the cabin or the little storage area there.
Yeah.
So those shell casing, the shotgun shell casing location is not consistent with the pump action shotgun at this crime scene.
Unless you're standing still. Someone mentioned some of them the ejection port is on the bottom of the gun.
But not this gun, not that Benelli.
Right, not that Benelli, because I think it's on it's a right ejecting Benelli. So
right to the back, right? Isn't that what they said?
Yeah.
Anything before the jury comes in?
Very.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from Mr. Murdaugh.
Bring them on.
All right, I think I'm going to have to tap out at this point. My mom is. I got some things I got to do with Mom.
Take care, Steve. It's always a pleasure, man. You're an encyclopedia of this stuff, man. It's great to listen to you.
Catch you later, Steve.
Thank you. See you later, guys.
Hop back in later if you want. Karamachet says financial ruin is motive historically.
Yeah, but you got to prove it though. You got to give me some indication of this. Right now,
She wasn't
I hear
ruining
rage
him.
killing. Right, I hear this. I don't hear ruining.
She wasn't ruining him, and killing her didn't help the ruin. It's not like there was a big life insurance policy on her.
Yeah, and killing Paul doesn't help it either. I mean, it doesn't eliminate the, any lawsuits against Paul. There may be liability issues with Paul driving the boat in the civil case in general, because
you still get that though. That still happens.
Right.
Because of the
Yeah.
state, yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, even if he kills Paul, it doesn't eliminate the financial liability, which could flow upward to him because he's letting Paul use his boat. I mean, so you've got a problem there. It's also probably his insurance policy on the boat that's going to likely be covering. And then all of the theft stuff, killing Paul doesn't eliminate it. I mean, I guess it could make him go crazy and shoot, but we haven't gotten testimony that he's crazy. Even around the time of the killings, all of his messages seem to be relatively coherent. So nothing they've presented in the text leads to the conclusion that he had some reason to kill his wife or kid. There's not a fight that happens. Someone in the chat also did say on the video, the only thing on the video is the dog and presumably the chicken, and the voices are all just voices. Nobody is pictured on the video at all. So it's just that voice of potentially Alec.
And we have no motive, no reason, nothing. Just
The jury is present.
wow.
Sir,
And I
thank
think
you.
That's a big problem
Let me
with
call your next witness.
the case, specifically because it's a
sir.
circumstantial case.
Yeah, you got to have motive for circumstantial cases. Doesn't work without it.
All right, we're back to a police officer with some stripe. Christy asked if I'm still doing the MILF Manor parts tonight. You'll die. It's so bad it's funny.
I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and clip through some of it on Rumble. We'll just pick some random spots and laugh.
This guy's been on the force for a while. You see all the
His name is Nathan Brian Barnadoe. Last name is Varnadoe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dathan Barnadoe.
Yes, I go by Brian.
He's at least 25 years old.
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Barnadoe, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, please, about Brian Barnadoe?
He sounds like a sergeant out of a movie.
Family and
You can tell when those pips on the arm.
Walterboro, South Carolina.
Every year, everyone is usually 4 or 5 years. For us, it was 4. For NYPD, it was 5.
I worked in the Department of Corrections State Prison System for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Collin County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Yeah, so about over 20 years. That's why he has so
pull
many.
up and maybe speak in there a little bit if you don't mind, Sergeant. So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that, you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
Tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement, through the legals, traffic stops, so forth. But and I also have training there in gang investigations. Also, they provide.
And are you married?
Yes,
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Does your wife work?
Yes,
Where does she work?
Works for the city of Walterboro.
Now, if I could, please take you back, Sergeant, to June, specifically June 7th of 2021. What was your role with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department that day, please?
I worked investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We somewhat
Pretty much everybody get called in.
Yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
And where were you told to respond to? Where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
4147 Moselle Road?
That's right.
In Colleton County?
In Colleton County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down the park, near the roadway, and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
He's smart enough not to drive over the tire tracks.
At least one of them was.
Yes.
Did you know where to go when you got there? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are, don't come in where the brick columns are.
Why? That should be the next question. Why were you told that?
I'd have to step away to go heat up a plate of food that I made yesterday. Kyle Bogue says, yawn, dude's forehead is why I started shaving my head when I started losing my hair. If you're losing the male pattern baldness war, just clip it down to the skin. Also, he's grown another chin since he got on the stand. That was the cell phone witness, the previous guy. Ghost of Recon says, so the prosecution strategy seems to be bury the jury in irrelevant evidence and hope the prosecution is crushed under the weight. Gates of Above says, Jesus, the people jump-starting Hamlin's heart was an easier thing to digest and watch than that man's testimony.
God, this count is hard, boy.
The Cool says, the only piece of evidence that the defense has fought the inclusion of is Paul's cell phone. So there must be something on there that they don't want coming in for some reason. They just haven't said what yet. Well, it was that Snapchat video.
Yeah, that video, obviously.
Matrix Tech says, this feels like Bizarro World Halderson. Instead of the defense having no leg to stand on, it's the prosecution this time.
Sergeant, I've never shown you this before, have I?
In fairness, that's because Halderson ate the defense's leg.
Of Moselle, and when you responded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, without objection, 303.
Andrew, did you hear me talking about the article
And you
about
said
the
you came in the second entrance?
private investigator?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area.
I came in at the very end of when you were talking about that.
Three days prior to this murder, there was a private investigator monitoring Paul Murdaugh and installing secretly a camera on the property.
Emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there. Pretty much I made contact with my.
How do we know that?
And asked him why
it's a news article, and it was the evidence was turned over related to the civil case.
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion? Did you see the bodies of who we all know now are Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't inspect them. Maybe 10 feet, maybe.
Okay. So you're able to see them from a distance.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So your captain had instructed that you find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit or to take GSR.
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right. And I don't think there'll be any objections to this. Tell the folks what is a GSR?
Well, it stands for gunshot residue. The kit itself tests for gunshot residue on the hands is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
At the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and maybe other places, are you trained in how to collect that from an individual?
Yes, we train in-house.
And
It's pretty self-explanatory.
okay, pretty simple procedure.
That's right.
Had you taken GSR from a person prior to this?
Yes,
How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, from where you were? Where was he? When you were told to go check his hands?
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It's actually, there's an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
Okay. And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
An expert witness?
Yes.
Is that the gang which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
Well, that's God telling me not to trust this man. Wait, where's that coming from? Andrew, you're muted.
And you mind?
That's not me.
What'd you testify to?
It was some terminology that was used on the phone call.
I assumed it was me.
He won,
No, I think that was on the court.
in my area of expertise with gang lingo and gang
Bronco was
slang. He
muted
wanted
through
me to
that. That wasn't
testify
him at all.
To a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
Let me go pick up my kid. I'll be back.
He's sitting over here.
All right,
I'll be listening in now.
Yes.
I'm in the prosecution table.
Prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom,
It is here at Hampton, I'm not 100% sure.
in a courtroom.
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call. He was prosecuting in this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term
Get
meant.
the whistle?
Yes.
What
He was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the inmate wanted somebody to do something with the whistle?
That's what I was told the phone call was about, yes.
Okay. Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5-6 years.
Chainley Painter has released the video,
So on June 7th of
the Snapchat video, so we
2021,
can take a look at that when there's a
Did
break.
he recognize you as far as you can tell?
She does good
Yes.
work.
Did he recognize you? as
Well,
far as
it's
you
easy
can
when the court
Yes.
releases
Did he say
all
your
the
name?
evidence to
Yes.
you as the
tell? Okay, did you
full
say
footage
his name?
holder.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do
I'm going to
your
run
job?
and grab a snack.
I'm
real
sorry,
quick.
say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to it?
I approached him, I had the kit, and I went up to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He stated he understood the procedure, and just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do, but Your Honor, can you come down here?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked stage 301. Do you recognize this kit in general?
Yes.
And if you look inside.
These kits are not mass spectrometry, folks. They're not distinguishing different gunpowder from different weapons. It's just positive or negative. That's all.
Do you recognize this
Yes.
type of kit? Is this the type of kit you used on the defendant Alex Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Actually, the type of kit I believe had 4 vials, but it's the same idea.
Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Submit.
If you stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. And I've got some questions, Sarge. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I don't use, I have my own gloves. I put on gloves before I administer this kit.
Okay.
To the individual.
They handle guns all the
Explain to them what I'm
time.
doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explained to them what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes,
How far are you from them?
about you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes,
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
yes,
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
no,
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
no,
Could he understand what Brian Varnado was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
yes, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking.
Yes,
Okay. And were his answers to you timely,
yes, there were.
subject matter appropriate?
Yes,
When you asked him if you could take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
he complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
There's a huge variety of different
Show the jury
powders.
how you do it
This
specifically.
test would not distinguish them.
You'll see it's labeled for self-explanatory on here. It has the left hand, right hand.
You mind
She's
taking-
wearing a stenographer mask. She actually is repeating the verbal testimony into a microphone in that mask. And the mask is to isolate the microphone to just her voice. I think they're ridiculous, but whatever.
And what's that one marked on there?
This is for the left hand.
Okay.
It has a flat circle inside the cap. Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over, back of the hand.
Yeah, I would test positive for GSR every day.
Okay.
Just tap back
Did you
on.
place it back?
Yes, and you put it back inside the bag.
Okay.
And you move on to the next one.
All right.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand.
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please.
Yeah, the female prosecutor's bringing it. Looks wise. She's working with what she's
This whole
got.
time you're that close to him and you're doing that.
Yes.
Were his hands shaking?
Do not recall his hand shaking.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this prosecutor tests
After you
positive
do
right
that,
now.
I have a couple other questions. I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you, to be right where we are now, to tell them what we're doing, do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And, Jim,
Yeah, that prosecutor is extremely skinny. Not my type.
let me show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sergeant?
It does.
And you're on a 300 without objection? No.
It's admitted.
Now, Sergeant, does it say what time you just took that gunshot, potential gunshot residue evidence from the defendant?
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
And did you fill this out?
I did.
You put your name at top,
Yes.
badge number,
Everything but this. This is not me.
and date of birth? It's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Right.
And his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know
No.
his date of birth. So
No.
did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that out with SLED later, but you took the sample off a live individual.
Yes.
No question about it. All right. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No gunshot wound?
No.
No, it says any debris or blood or subject, this is what the form says. Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to mark no?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands, did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I recall his hand was clean.
And underneath here, it says lawyer, Honey, the rest of it
Well,
said
they asked
evidence.
some questions, yeah.
Okay. All right. And he signed it, correct?
No.
Okay, that's your signature. My bad, I couldn't see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here. Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his
I
shorts,
remember
his
his shirt.
shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do
Okay.
remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
Did it appear to have any blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye, I didn't see any.
Okay. Did it appear to be dirty?
No.
And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
Yes,
Okay, and you turned it over, I believe, to Agent Worley?
that's Worley.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there. Okay.
Admit it.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
The shooting occurred, yes,
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
from the other people on the scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? You know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me on the scene.
Testing for gunshot residue and testing actual gunpowder are two different things, folks. This test is not going to distinguish between different gunpowders. It's just, is it gunpowder residue of any gunpowder?
And the time this collected was 11:15, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Brian, one of those individuals that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands is clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Would you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We'd like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
That's cross-examination.
Deputy Barnes, this individual right here, the defendant Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, consented to you taking his DSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with you fully that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked.
Sorry about that.
No, fine.
Prosecutor of a criminal drugs case in this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang. Is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that was a dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted. Is that correct?
Basis for the objection.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that case, I think you mentioned you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years.
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what
Good,
year it
good
was.
work by the defense here. They're providing a motive for someone other than this defendant being the killer.
Oh, so we're on cross?
You were showing this area.
Cross of this top. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is exhibit number.
But he talked about testifying on behalf of the defendant when he was a prosecutor in a gang case. Well, that gang would be mad at the prosecutor, right?
Have you been out to the property since
Yeah.
Since the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
There are trees there, yes.
there's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. And the now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you, was he cordial and respectful
Oh, yes.
to you?
Yes.
And you've been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
A few times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands?
This from Matlock.
That's right.
This guy would have done it.
And he was shook up, was he not?
Yes, he was shook up.
Now, you showed how the collection is done and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had. Is that right?
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night after he called 911, that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down? And when first responding deputy, I believe it was Green, came to the scene, that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto a subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you don't do any testing of gunshot residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, I scratched that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempted to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
Okay. Later in that evening, his clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
So he just tested these hands.
Deputy Varnado, I'm going to show you exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct.
Submit it.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about that case you testified in. Alex Murdaugh, did he call you as an expert on how to interpret whistle from an inmate's phone call who was trying to hide a weapon?
That's what I understood it to be, yes.
Whistle.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
Anything further?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Rogan Gibson.
Rogan Gibson, purveyor of talk shows and guitars. I can't remember who Rogan Gibson was. He had some communications, I think.
Wasn't he a friend of Paul?
Might have been. Sean Brem says it's easy, Ricada. The phone log showing when the camera was being accessed means it does not matter what app was being used. They just also happen to have the video.
Rogan Gibson, Gibson.
Oh, good Lord.
Mr. Gibson, how you doing today?
Good.
You a local boy?
Ask the court reporter something. Give her a chance to catch up. Good. Mr. Gibson, I want to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about
Grew up
yourself.
in this courthouse.
Testimony.
I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
Was this the guy with the dog?
And you working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it. You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
I was farming, operating equipment.
Operating equipment. Okay. And let me ask you, did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him.
Okay. And when did that happen?
When I was 11, 12 years old.
11 to 12? Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until the day he was murdered?
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give them just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing.
Question is who this
hanging
kid thinks
around.
did it.
Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
You ever go boating with Paul? No, I did not. That was not safe.
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother Buster, did he have a name or a nickname?
Called him Bus.
Bus. What'd you call Maggie?
That's Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
Handsome.
You called him handsome? There you go.
How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I called him Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
What'd you call Alec?
Mr. Alec, a Big Red.
Mr. Alec, a Big Red. You said they were like a second family to you.
That's correct.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
All the time.
You ever go to, did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
He did.
What were the other properties they had? And hold on for the sirens if you will.
Man, I thought that was me again.
Properties that they had.
Edisto Beach, we went there a lot.
Turns out you've been taking heat
the
this
house
whole
at Edisto
time for
Beach.
South Carolina's problems.
And any other properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton, the house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
My
When
local chapter calling him
would
gay,
go out-
slow
When did they
Rogan.
get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
I believe it was like my freshman year in high school. So 14.
2014, something like that?
No, I graduated in 14. So probably around 2010, maybe.
Okay. And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, hang around.
Kiss.
Ride around the property?
Yeah, work the food plots, equipment.
I got States 303 right here, this poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge's permission, and let's kind of point out some things to the jury. All right, do you recognize this image? And what is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
Do you see Moselle Road on this particular image? Going right down there. All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the old airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar?
Yeah, shed, hangar.
The shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed, the tractor shed. The dog kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skinning shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed
For
for?
this process. Wild game out there. Yeah, wild game out there.
Was there a driveway to that part of the property?
There was.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed right there.
Was that driveway commonly used?
It was.
Was there, what's the structure right here?
That's the old cabin, the hunting cabin.
And how about across the street? Was there any structures across the street?
There was.
All right, what was it there across?
Shooting house.
All right, and can you just point roughly where that be? Right at the top of the picture? Okay. All right, and what is this right here?
The pond.
All right, and when y'all were, what was the shooting house used for?
Sight and rifles. Shooting kind of that angle. There was a target down here.
Would y'all shoot rifles from the shooting house?
We would.
What about shotguns? Would y'all shoot those over at that shooting area?
Yeah, most of the time we shot them around the pond.
Around the pond? Okay. Is this a line of trees right here?
It is.
And on the other side of that line of trees, what did y'all call that?
The dove field.
The dove field? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat for me, thank you. You mentioned that y'all like to ride the property and shoot and hunt out there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What kind of hunting would y'all do out there?
Anything we could hunt.
Okay. Well, give me some examples, if you would, please.
Hog hunt, deer, turkeys,
Hog hunting, deer, and turkey.
Turkeys.
dove, quail.
Let me ask you this:
I wanna eat
turkey
a
season.
turkey
Do you
right
know
now.
when that is in South Carolina?
Oh, I love
It's like
turkey.
March, mid-March to early May.
Okay. All right. So it's a fairly short period of time in that time period.
That's correct.
You mentioned hogs first. Tell me about the hog hunting. How would y'all go hog hunting?
A lot of times we'd shoot them at night with a thermal scope.
Okay. And what weapon would y'all use to shoot those hogs with the thermal scope?
300 blackout.
And whose weapon was that?
I think it was Buster's.
Okay. Well, tell me about what you know about the blackouts, how the family got those blackouts.
They bought two of them, one for Paul and one for Buster.
Okay. And can you describe those two? Did you see both of them back in the day?
They were similar build. One was black, one was like a green tannish color.
Okay. And did anything ever happen to one of them?
Yes, one of them was stolen.
Okay. And were you present when that happened or around when that happened?
I wasn't present. I was just told about it.
All right. And what was the story you were told about that?
I was told somebody took it out of Paul's truck at a party.
Was it you?
Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, years?
Yes, it's been 5-6 years probably.
Okay. Let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in States 163. I'm going to have you look at that image, and particularly what's there on that pool table. Do you recognize that?
That's a picture of a 300 blackout.
All right. And is that the one that you and Paul would take hog hunting?
Yes, that's one of them.
You said one got stolen. To your knowledge, was there ever a replacement gun?
I don't remember a replacement.
You don't remember replacement. You remember Paul using the black one, is that right?
That's correct. Or either the green and tan one before it was stolen.
Before it was stolen.
That's correct.
5 or 6 years ago.
Correct.
What other guns did Paul use a lot that he favored?
He favored a Super Black Eagle shotgun, 12 gauge.
All right. Let me show you another image if I could. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in States 3 and see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. Tell me what that is.
That's a Super Black Eagle.
All right. And do you specifically recognize that gun?
Yes.
And what gun is that?
That's Paul's gun.
And how can you tell?
The camo pattern and the strap.
Would Paul frequently have weapons with him when he was on the property or in his truck or that sort of thing?
He would.
What sort of weapons would he frequently have with him?
A lot of times he carried the 300 blackout in his vehicle, and then sometimes pistols, different shotguns.
Okay. All right. Would he carry that shotgun a lot as well?
Yes,
That's how I would do it. If I had 1,700 acres of property to shoot on, I'd probably never leave.
We'll show you what's been
The setup targets all over the place.
States 4. Will you do me a favor? You see that box of gloves right there?
A friend of mine, his family has like a 40-acre plot in middle of Minnesota that they've converted into
see if you recognize
just
that.
generally a shooting playground. It's like they have woods and they set up bowling
That's
pins
Super
all
Black
over the
Eagle
place.
3
You
of
just
Paul's.
walk through and
That's
shoot them.
Paul's
It's a lot of
favorite
fun.
That's correct.
1,700 acres, you could do a whole lot more. You could do drive-bys from an ATV. Look, we're in Chicago. Blah, 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 blah.
What about deer? Did he have a weapon he liked hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Okay. Did Paul ever have any pistols to your knowledge or carry around any pistols?
He did sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes. What were his favorite two guns? Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and Super Black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
There you go. That was nice.
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night.
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking?
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit. Yes, sir.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at. It just depends. Sometimes we send them out ourselves.
Or hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
We're talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Let me ask you a little bit about Miss Maggie. You mentioned before that the family had a couple of properties. In the summertime, where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edisto
And did you know why she preferred Edisto?
because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies?
That's correct.
What about Paul and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Not to my knowledge in Charleston. No.
I'm sorry, in Columbia. I meant.
In Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Working in farming?
That's correct.
Hard work?
Yes, sir.
What time do you have to get up in the morning and go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
I'm not even asleep by then.
You don't have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Marianne.
Marianne? And
It would be.
why were you staying at Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
So you're staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate lab.
Chocolate lab. Still have the chocolate lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 4, 6 months old, maybe.
Did you, were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to
Why was that?
because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your girlfriend's house?
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him there. I'd be gone at a week at a time. Just leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
All right. Did you leave food for him, that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was at Moselle during the week when you were working?
In the kennel.
In the kennel. Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those.
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend.
Friday night or either Saturday. Yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house
All right. And just where were you living at that time?
in Colleton County.
In Carlton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. What time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30. And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time
I
typically
mean,
would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work need to get done?
That's correct.
Were you pretty
That's
tired?
correct. I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. What did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Dove field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant them.
They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul and his use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Silver Shroud says, so safe to suggest he's the third voice on the video.
Y'all were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, we were talking about something. He would respond pretty quick.
I did get a little present in my email. It's a denoised version of the Snapchat video.
Did you talk to Paul again after
from
that
Josh
initial conversation?
Pritchard. So we'll listen to that in a little bit.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He
Ooh, I
called
found
and
an apple.
asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Forgot I grabbed this earlier.
And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off there Sunday and told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Ellick that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Ellick. You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He
And-
said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
Y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls will break up, but a FaceTime couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Y'all have had problems with that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work?
We did.
And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
He was going to video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again.
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
So you made a second
After you never got the
Snapchat
video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He didn't.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She did.
About what time you think
You didn't think to
that
text Alec, who was
I'm
allegedly
not
right
exactly
there?
sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. You a pretty sound sleeper?
That's correct.
You've been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Did some calls come in that you didn't realize because you were asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls.
What time did you wake up the next morning?
Sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul and his mother Maggie had been murdered?
That same time, 5:30.
How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what had happened.
And tell me his first name, please.
Nolan.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up and got him to school without talking about it a whole lot, and then we headed back home.
And by home, you mean Colleton County?
Colleton County, that's correct.
And where'd you go from there?
I went to my house first, then I ended up going to Moselle.
About what time you think you got there?
Sometime maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
Did you talk to anybody at the scene when you first went there?
The only person I seen was John Marvin.
What'd you do after that?
My cousin let the dog out the kennel.
That being Cash?
That's correct.
Did you take Cash with you?
I did.
And where'd y'all go from there?
To the convenience store down the road from the house.
And who'd you meet there?
I met a game warden.
And what'd you do after that? Did you have a conversation?
I did. I had a conversation with him, and he said that law enforcement was going to be wanting to speak with me. And I told him, I said, well, if you got a contact, let's get them up here and let's talk.
And so did you wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I did.
And who'd you talk to?
Jeff Croft and Katie McAllister.
And did they do an interview of you?
They did.
Did they ask you about your communications with Paul the night before?
They did.
And did they ask you to see your cell phone?
They did.
Did they take screenshots of your cell phone?
That's correct.
Were you showing them your communications the night before with Paul and Maggie and others the night before?
Yes, sir.
Were you holding up the phone and they were taking screenshots?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just flip those real quick and see if you recognize those images. Just flip them down. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls.
Are we going to have him review the video?
Stand by for me.
He didn't seem so sure that was Alex's voice on the video.
No, a guy he knew his whole life, right? The father of his best friend.
Yeah. I thought it was him. You thought? Wait, well, you thought?
Just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We make sure those are in evidence. Leave those in evidence, leave without objection.
That's correct.
Admit it.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there, and so take a look at that, okay?
Okay.
All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please? And that's a screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021, the next day?
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right, and what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
All right. And is that the call you just described to this jury?
It is.
The call y'all were talking about Cash the dog and trying to figure out the tail?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, I'll show you 166. Is that another screenshot of it?
It is.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
That's correct.
8:44 p.m.
That's correct.
for 11 seconds.
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. Couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped.
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 167. Are these texts that were on your phone?
They are.
And who are those texts between? Who are you trying to text right there down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
All right. It's got a little glare on it. Well, what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
Did you send another text right here?
I did.
What time is that? Can you read it?
9:58 p.m.
I think the dog did it.
Yo.
Wasn't it Johnny Cash who shot a man in Reno just to see him die?
Just trying to get him to
Yes,
call
it
me
was.
back or text me back.
So you hadn't gotten that video.
That's correct.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 168. States. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
Or these are outgoing calls?
They are.
Who are you trying to call?
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m., 9:29 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's that last call?
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
Show you what's been marked as states 170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me.
Yes, sir.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
Did that piss you off? It did.
Did you try to call or text Alex?
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw
Who's
you had
supposedly there?
Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah,
I'll show
you
you
gotta
what's been
ask
marked
him.
as states 171.
Maybe he'll say he didn't
This is
have his
also
number.
a screenshot.
I mean, defense
or
is
a
going to ask.
picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone.
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming
God,
in?
I'm jealous of him.
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was.
And who asked you?
Grandma.
And that'd be Miss Brandstetter,
That's correct.
Maggie's mother?
That's correct.
And what did you say?
Told her, yeah, that I talked to Paul about the dog. I told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Ellick.
Was he in the room then?
Yes,
Did he stand up and say, "No, I wasn't there"?
he did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alex Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
It's going to be interesting seeing what they do with this guy on cross.
Yep.
Over time, as the months passed following the murder of Paul and Maggie, did you
Look at that
You
body
were
language
ultimately
shift.
interviewed by law enforcement and other part of the process and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as time went on and you were asked about who you heard on the phone that night, that call at 8:40,
He just sits that way. He sat that way earlier too.
said, hey, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure.
That's correct.
So law enforcement the night of, 99% sure, correct?
Say that question again, please.
Told law enforcement the next day, June 8th, that you were 99% sure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As time went on, you said, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure.
That's correct.
In November of 2022, did law enforcement ask you to come in and look at a video?
They did.
And did you watch that video?
I did.
And what was on that video?
It was the video. Paul was supposed to take a cash. Cash was on the video.
And did you recognize the voices on there?
I did.
Did you recognize the voices of your second family?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, Miss Alex.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
That's correct.
1 second for the computer to boot up.
That's real tough for the defense. Now, can the prosecution drag this guy out to not let the defense cross him today? That would be a good move.
They'd have to burn another hour.
It's a long time.
You could throw a pizza at him.
That'd only take about 10 minutes.
Yeah, so the defense cannot allow Alec, to be present at the time of the killing. So either they have to damage this testimony about him being present in this video, or they have to push out the time of death so they're not contemporaneous.
Right. Someone asked, why couldn't we get this earlier? Well, Steve had talked about at the beginning, there's so much testimony. It's such a long trial, 3 weeks. So you got about a week and a half per side. You got to figure that they may wanted to kind of start with the boring foundational stuff because the jury's not going to remember those first days when you get to like day 5, 6, and 7. So you kind of lay that stuff down that'll be there for closing argument, but isn't really relevant to the juice of the story. And then you kind of crescendo into this repeated hammer blows. Think of driving like a tent stake into the ground with a sledgehammer of it's him, it's him, it's him before you rest your case. And that seems to be what they're doing right now. They're building up the evidence, building up to the cell phone data, getting to this guy to confirm it.
Before we play the video, I want to ask a couple more questions. When you received that phone call from Paul at the kennels at 8:40 p.m. on the night of June 7th, 2021, did Paul sound normal to you?
He did.
Did he sound stressed to you?
He did not.
Did he sound like someone was there that he didn't know?
No, sir.
Did he sound worried?
He did.
Did you hear Maggie's voice?
I did.
Did she sound stressed?
She did.
Did she sound worried?
No.
Did she sound normal?
She did.
Did she sound like there was somebody there she didn't know?
No, sir.
Or that she was in danger?
No, sir.
Did you hear Alex's voice?
What I thought was his voice at the time, yeah.
Why is he waffling on that now? You just said 100% that you're positive.
A prosecutor's so pissed.
Maggie or Paul would go down to the kennels. How would they usually get there?
They would drive. Sometimes Miss Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common
to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
Yeah, if you delay cross until tomorrow, the defense can plan, but it also leaves the jury with this testimony all night.
Yeah.
I'll play that video for you, okay?
They get to stew on the impression of this guy naming Alex directly.
Get it. Get that.
God, it's so loud.
Quick, Cash. Quick. Hey, he's got verses now. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quick.
That video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alex Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
They love this part.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
No, he's pointing at the guy next to
Thank
him,
you, Mr.
Harpootlian.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Okay, so now we get to see if they got anything for this on cross.
Yeah, they got to do one of those two things. They got to fight this, or they got to push back the time of death.
Yeah.
If they don't fight this, you know they'll be pushing back the time of death.
And the fighting this still leaves them with a material lie, which is a problem. Or the pushing back the time of death, I mean.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbars. He could get along with just about anybody.
Good to have rich friends.
Is he one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
Did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
Right. And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alec, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alec was like a second dad?
Yes, sir, he was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alec's relationship was starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. We had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alec's relationship with his son Paul?
Very good relationship. Very good.
Were they close?
They were. Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Ellick about it.
And did, jury's heard some, Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Miss Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time with down at Edisto?
I did.
And you and Paul and Miss Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Miss Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
At Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
Most
Miss Maggie, Mr. Alex home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir. He did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember and I apologize, I'm gonna get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul was in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And
when it gets all the
Paul was
threats.
eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Did he would people just mouth off to him when he went out in bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened. So I didn't think it was that serious.
You weren't there.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
Competitive pie eating.
Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would
Made all
he and
state.
Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster or Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. Remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And then in June, he had moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying in Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down at Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, let me just ask you, can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles that could be used anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks. So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a newer F-250.
That was a newer F-250. And then there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was F-150?
It was.
And was that Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
What did he call that
And
one?
when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir.
On the farm. And no matter which one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there's no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere. Just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did he ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Okay. And then he would
So
leave
often that
guns
it wasn't
in the
significant
workshop
to remember.
right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then did they keep the workshop?
I feel like if a friend left a gun
locked?
at my house, that'd be memorable.
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it's being locked, yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Probably more recent. Yeah, it wasn't locked.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go up on that property and steal stuff?
Probably not around the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible, yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinning sheds, were they?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, in the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
I want to
Never wanted to know the nickname of a truck so much. Oh no.
You talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is
M.
who? Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
M. And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda. And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Crossroads.
It's a veer off. Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to Embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of Hampton toward Varnville, then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda.
That's correct.
Did he just say Farmville?
Coming out of Hampton towards Varnville, you veer off and you get to Alameda, but you don't get to Richmond.
Direct
Take a left. Take a left at the dead oak tree.
That's right. So, can you see
You know
from
that
back
old
there?
barbed wire fence that breaks
can.
down on the side of the road? You know,
And
you
so
got to
this is the
turn
main house
about
right
a quarter
here,
mile
correct?
past that.
That's correct.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left.
It's about 2 miles past where Billy Bob hit
Or you can go straight out the main driveway. Is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's correct.
Where's he going with this? Besides directly into the microphone.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And did battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of, not using it, try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels and you can be, walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage. 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, that might explain some of the steps.
Now, back up here, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you, tell the jury roughly how long it would take in a vehicle to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, you can do it under 2 minutes.
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds.
If you go the speed of light, how many milliseconds?
You go fast enough, you get there damn near 10 seconds.
Sometimes you go back in time.
You were asked about turkey season.
Duck season. Wabbit season.
When it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
How about duck season? When does that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
And when's the second season start?
Sometime in December.
And when's it end?
End of January.
Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alec be involved, help doing that? But
He would.
and that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
That's required.
Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather, or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay.
Also cheaper.
Now, you were asked
Here's my last cookie.
questions about
The sadder
300
story than the
blackouts.
death of Paul
And
Murdaugh.
at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party.
That's correct.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And whenever, in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope.
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And just, I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
Just for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
But during the daytime, they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night, they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay. Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Ms. Maggie was saying he's got a guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken.
I'm offended.
You remember whose voice that was?
It was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that?
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Alex.
Okay. And who's Bubba?
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember, you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Ms. Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alex's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did he cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
One second, Your Honor. On this video, you've been around Alec, Maggie, and Paul most all your life. Was there did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks for the.
Wow, that's it.
They're going to expand the timeline.
So who is this guy?
Yeah.
You were asked some questions about the sheds.
I don't think
being
that's good
unlocked.
for the defense, though.
Paul ever complained to you? People were up there
Hey,
stealing
Nick,
all
who is
kinds of
this
stuff
guy?
all the time.
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40,
Hey, Nick, can you
any
hear me?
problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine?
I can hear you, Sean.
The call came through, yes.
Who is this guy?
Hold on.
Last conversation you had with Paul.
Who, that
was he was
witness
gonna
stand?
do what?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, who's this guy?
Send me a
Like
video.
Paul's best friend.
He never did.
Oh,
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
When you're standing, if you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house The other way.
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
Were Paul and Maggie standing on
That
the
was
roof? Otherwise, this is
A long
irrelevant.
time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up. Is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alex's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
What? Objection.
Yes, I never sell it.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Come on,
Yes,
objection
I-
asked and answered.
You know, biblically.
He wants him to say, no, I didn't,
Thanks
because
for
I
the-
didn't know he was a murderer of my friend. What a dumb question.
Also, what is it? Is there? Did I miss something about the
Yes.
roof? Like, did they get? They didn't get. They got murdered inside a building. So what does it matter if I can see the roof of the building?
On opening statement, the prosecution had made a big deal about the fact that the house was so close you could see it from the kennel.
Right.
Oh, okay.
This is probably the best witness so far for the state. However, based on that cross, I suspect that they're going to say that the murder occurred after that interaction.
Right, that's right.
Yeah. So they're going to say that he somehow came, he went back to the house, or maybe he did it as he was leaving. That was the interaction was recorded as he was leaving, going to his mother's house, or that he went back to the house and took a nap or whatever. So this is a little trickier. Now we probably need to see the video.
I
don't think there's anything to see, really. I mean, you just hear him.
Yeah, I've got it. I'll pull it up here just a second.
But the fact that they didn't really say, "Are you for sure that was him?" and they didn't make a big
they
deal.
did. The prosecution did do that.
No, but the defense did not.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because it's ambiguous to me.
So here's the video. This is posted by Chanley Painter on Twitter. This is what we got.
Devil dog.
Get back. Get back.
Okay.
Quit, Cash. Come. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come on, back. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
That's the video right there.
But the key thing is that the audio, supposedly of the
Aha.
third male, is Alex. Okay, so that places him at the crime scene, supposedly at the night of the murder, with the wife
the state,
and the son.
right? The state will argue at the time of the murder, within a couple of minutes before the murder.
But now, let me ask you this: do you think that sounds like a man ready to kill his wife and son?
Yeah.
No, and Andrew, you bring this up a lot, and I think this is a really good example of if the police think you're the bad guy and they're convinced of it, no matter how weak the evidence is, you won't be able to dissuade them. And this
No,
case so far is not.
If they like you for the crime, as far as they're concerned, you're guilty.
Yeah. And so far, this has been a pretty weak case. But they seriously, and even if it's political, they think he's the guy to fit this. So, a lot of you are probably thinking, like, oh my God, how could they?
Or they've got political pressure.
Yeah. But they're all about it at this point.
The big problem with this video, like the video isn't really that useful in all honesty. It puts him there within a couple minutes of when the state says he dies. Of course, if the timeline is somehow longer, reminder that Paul's phone is at 2% battery and runs out sometime very shortly after this video is taken. And Maggie's phone she just stops responding to it, but it doesn't necessarily mean much of anything. She could have set it down on a table and been doing something else. We have no idea. But the big problem with it is that Alex told investigators that he did not go down to the shed. So now we have a lie about his location, and that makes his presence there much more grave than it otherwise would be. Because not only is he there now right before the murders, he has lied about it to the police and maintained that lie up until this point. So that's really damaging to his credibility.
I don't know. Yeah. I'd like to hear a statement to police again to see if there's context around it that we didn't catch the first time. And maintain the lie is kind of strong because he just lawyered up at some point.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's some, like, the question is, if let's assume that was him on the audio portion in the background, we really need to see it in content, because could that have been as he was leaving, going to his mother's house, and he stopped by and said, okay, see you later. Oh, that dog's got the chicken.
Maybe he wasn't even out of his vehicle, right? Maybe he's speaking from inside the vehicle while he's rolling out to his mother's house, just paused to let him know he was going.
Exactly.
And in that sense, he didn't go to the shed, right? Because he never even got out of his car. And you got to drive by it to get out.
Exactly.
I don't know that you have to drive by it to get out. I think there's 2 exits.
Okay, but
but if he's driving out that way, if I drove past it and shouted to people on the inside on my way out, I wouldn't think to myself that I just went there.
Right.
Right. Now, the data from when he leaves, according to the telemetry on the car and the phone, does not match up with the time frame of that video, though. It's off by about 10 or 12 minutes, because he doesn't leave the property or fire up his truck until 9:06 p.m., according to the data that we've heard about. Now, I don't know that we've seen testimony about the truck's data yet, but that's what is being said, I believe, or was maybe said in opening. I can't remember where, but that's that. So that's a potential issue with that theory as well.
But I will say one thing the defense did do on cross is they also they added to the Bronca theory, and that is that we are assuming that Paul got shot with an AR in his hand, but it's also possible that
the gun was
these guns were stolen from the property or from the truck, or it could have even been the stolen AR from previously. The person that stole the AR out of the truck, that was
they left guns everywhere. They left guns everywhere. So the gun could have just been leaning there in the shed.
Right. So
he didn't need to bring it with him. It didn't need to be the one that was stolen years before. He just left it in the shed the last time he was in the shed. So it was still there.
Yeah. So if you have 2 people, again, if it's a double hitman situation, they could have both stolen guns from the property. In fact, that would be the way a professional would do it. Somebody smart is get the guns from the property and then dispose of them. They're never found. So
apparently there's a large circle of friends, right? Paul's age. They were saying everybody was welcome at their home. Everyone was welcome at Moselle, at the beach. So everyone would know. Every time they get in a vehicle on that farm, there's guns in it. Every time they go to the shed, there's guns in it. The cabin has guns in it. The home has guns in it. There's guns everywhere. So if one of those people over time were to develop an animus for this family, they know they can just walk onto the family and there'll be guns to pick up.
Right. Yeah, and as this guy testified, they don't really lock anything up, and they live out in the country. That's kind of common. You don't live in the city. You don't expect people to come beating down, knocking into or just randomly hitting your house, right? If someone's busting into your house and you live in the country, it's probably someone you know, frankly. It's too much. There's too much opportunity cost in trying to go house to house in the country. In the city, you know, you go up to a house, the door doesn't unlock, you just go to the next house or whatever. It's not a
But
big deal.
for sure, if the defense allows the jury to come to the conclusion that the defendant was at the scene of the crime when the crime occurred,
He's
that's
done.
going to be difficult.
Yeah. Yep. They have to. So they have to work on that timeline then and try and push it back. And that's going to be since they didn't challenge him being there, that's
Right.
going to be the thing.
I think
but
so.
That's one reason I think they may have to have or Alec testify in this. Because he may have to clear up the ambiguity around that. He's got to explain. He might have to explain his presence on the video. Now, maybe he comes out and says, I wasn't on the video. I'm on speakerphone. We have a walkie-talkie system. Doesn't really seem like it because it seems like he's talking to the other dog that's got the guinea or the chicken in its mouth, right?
Yeah.
And
it
that
seems
does
like that's
put
happening.
that also puts it at the time and location, because remember, that's why they're making a big deal about the dead chicken, because that ties in with the timing of this video to being that night, right? But it's an awful odd thing for the murderer to be commenting on if he's planning on wiping out his whole family, is to come up there and say, look, that dog's killed that chicken. And by the way, son, boom. I mean, you know, if you brought him up there, there's nobody around, they're all alone, and you've got this in your head that you're gonna murder them both. You're gonna say, hey, look, Bubba, the dog got the chicken. You know, it's like,
yeah, it's weird for him to be talking to the dog. If he's again, if the mastermind theory is going on, if this is a meticulously planned operation, perfectly executed to make it really hard for him to be convicted. And well, except for this one big thing that puts him at the murder scene that he just doesn't seem to be able to get rid of, I guess. And it's just dumb luck that Paul happened to be trying to record this dog's tail to send to Rogan. So yeah.
well, thank you to Josh for doing that, for denoising that audio. He's from ISBN Services, and he actually put together the ebook version of my book. So, Josh, thank you for doing that and sending it to us.
I didn't even play it. I should play it.
Oh, it was denoise. People are asking to play it again because you got to hear it. Now, here's what the thing that matters here is the male's voice in the background. That is supposedly Alex. Okay.
Get that. Get that.
So you took it out.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Oh, man. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got birds now.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quit.
So there we go. I mean, I can't identify the voice, but I don't know that guy. So,
but the mother is not reacting, and it is in context. It sounds like could be him. I mean, she's not reacting like it's a stranger, and isn't the voice saying something about the chicken, yelling the dog's name? So it's probably
Buster.
So
Or
it
not
probably,
Buster, Bubba. Yeah.
So it probably is him.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard his voice in the TV interview video, right? It doesn't sound dissimilar.
Yeah, I can't identify it, but I also can't rule it out. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just it sounds like a man from South Carolina.
How'd you know?
There.
How'd you know it was him? I could tell by his thick Southern accent.
Well, I mean, you could tell if he's like, "Hey, Bubba, get that chicken out of your mouth," you know.
But he knew the dog's name too. He knew the dog's name, so.
Yeah, but all the dogs are named Bubba in South Carolina. That just means dog.
Yeah, it's a problem, big problem for the defense that they're going to have to find a way to work around it. And
Well,
sure how they're going to do it.
But I'm not sure it is a problem. The problem is, and I see this is the problem with having a big mountain of garbage evidence, because we can't sort out what's important or not. Like, what exactly did he say? If they, they stop that video every 10 seconds. Okay, did you just say that? Did you just say that? You just said, if they did that just the time related to the lie, then it would stand out. But when it's buried and all this stuff, it's like, what exactly did he say and die? Because I don't remember exactly what the context. It says, how was it asked? How did he answer? And what is the defense explanation? Is it consistent with that? I mean, it's so muddied right now that it's hard to discern exactly what he said. And now the state's lost credibility too, because they have people lying on the stand about I and they. Remember, that was just the worst. They lost so much credibility on that he said, did you hear that, Sean, by the way? Did you see the cop get up on the stand and they played the audio? Did you catch that cross?
You're muted, John.
He's shaking his head. No. Were you
Is
at
he frozen?
the scene? He's frozen, unfrozen caveman lawyer.
Oh, he froze now. Yeah. Probably went to unmute and got froze.
Well, he looks very stoic.
Hey, Nick, a good time to do my second grift of the day.
Oh, wait, here's Sean's here.
Yeah, sorry, I froze up for a second. Yeah. No, Steve, I missed that part. So what happened with the officer?
Nick?
Well, long story short, there was an interview of Alex Murdaugh on June 10th, and the officer asked him, a question, and Alec responded, "It's just so bad." Either he says, "I did him so dirty," or "they did him so dirty." It sounds a lot like they. I mean, it's definitely they. But the cop said I. But he didn't follow up. He didn't write it down. He didn't ask another question about it. He said he made a mental note and definitely would have followed
Ready for the
up.
jury?
But then when he actually
Your Honor, one matter I'd like to address
interview
with
with
the court
he
during
didn't.
and throughout
More
the
like sloppy
question
work.
that the defense has been doing, and including one question that was asked here today about any reason why Alec may kill anyone. One of the issues that's still outstanding is issues of the financial motives that exist
outside the presence of the jury.
Obviously, the state has already made a case as to the admissibility of that information, but I believe clearly to add to that, the defense through their questioning has opened the door to that. And so this witness, has some information to start that, and I think that we've sort of gone through the looking glass on that very issue, Your Honor.
I didn't ask him about any
Your
of the
Honor,
financial
briefly,
crimes,
we
but he did mention
fully
the vote.
briefed this. There are a very limited number of circumstances where the financial information would come in. Simply asking this young man, who they asked about his relationship with Alec and Paul and everybody, could you conceive of, I think we said, are there any circumstance under which you know that he might kill Paul and Maggie? And he said no. That didn't open the door to any financial
allegations,
crime that he may have committed. And again, the admissibility of that financial information, those financial misdeeds, is not, I mean, this motive, by the way, is the most ludicrous. He's about to be discovered as having stolen some money that afternoon. So he goes home and butchers his wife and son to
You
distract.
argued that before.
But what I'm saying is, this idea.
You argued it before. You've called it ludicrous before. And you're now repeating that same argument.
It's been a while, perhaps, that I've said that. My point is, no door has been open, and if we're going to have a full discussion on this, you indicated you needed factual basis. There has been no factual basis established. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, and we have argued this, and I'm not going to repeat the various arguments that I've made. I think that we have, I do, just to sort of summarize a little bit, we do have a specific confrontation that day. We also have the pendency of that hearing. And for the jury to understand that, we have to understand the extent of what is about to be exposed and what that actually means for him the prospect of losing everything in life without parole. Will Loving, and he is one of Paul's friends. He's mostly here to talk about firearms and the shell casings and things like that. But he also will talk about a little bit about the boat case, about the pressures on the family, about selling the house in Hampton, and the fact that that there were financial pressures because of that boat case that they were having to deal with. And I made it clear to the defense as well as to Your Honor that before we went into subject matter like that, that we would of course certainly alert the court. For this particular witness, that would be the questioning that I intend to ask that witness.
This witness, he's my witness. Any information he has about financial pressure or the reasons they sold the house would be solely based upon hearsay, and it certainly didn't come from any conversations with the defendant. He has no independent knowledge of any of that. So aside from the overall 404B evidentiary rule, I mean, there's no basis of this witness doesn't have any actual knowledge of that.
We'll proceed with the testimony. I'll rule based on any objections I hear.
Thank you.
Bring the jury.
Object to everything then.
Yeah.
He's quite a character. This
He's
judge.
being lazy about it.
Well,
that just means he's going to let it go.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't like the fact he makes them do speaking objections in front of the jury.
No, this wasn't in front of the jury.
No, I know, but other times he has.
Oh no, he's lectured them. He told them not to.
Oh,
He's
I
been
thought
pretty tough on
I thought they have before.
No,
Well,
he
they
said
have, but then he gets
one word objections on a based on a rule. That's what he said they should do. He kind of reprimanded them for the speaking objections.
There's no reason not to rule on this now. I mean, it's not
you
going
know
to
where
hear
they're going
anything
to go,
new. Right?
And the prosecution thinks they're already allowed to.
Well, they probably are.
I don't think the door was open, but
No,
we'll
I don't mean on the merits. I mean, they probably accurately perceive this judge is going to let it go.
Yes.
Let him get into it.
Yeah.
You think? I don't know. I thought he already ruled that it can't come in. So now the question is has the door been open? I don't think the door was open to that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see who's right. I don't think the door's actually been open, but I think he'll let it go.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. We'll see. We have to think about that. One of my fans sent me an email and said and reminded us all panelists here that in the defense opening, they admitted that Alex was in the video right before the murder and just forgot because of trauma when police asked him. So it's not a surprise. So evidently the defense addressed his voice presence in the video and in their defense opening.
Will Loving, Loving.
Loving.
I'm good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to
Who
high
asked,
school?
do you think Murdaugh
college?
fell off?
What you do for a
That
living?
was the prosecution.
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to high school
Prosecution's
at
going to parade in witnesses
graduated
with a
from
chance to
Georgetown
open the
Tech with a
door
4-year degree.
on the financial crime.
Pursued that for a few years. Now I'm working down in Charleston for a marine construction company. That's about what I'm doing now.
What year did you graduate from high school?
Graduated high school in 2015, and I graduated from Georgetown in 2020.
Where are you living these days? Just generally.
I'm living in Charleston.
Have you ever, did you ever over the course of your life get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
And tell me, when was that roughly?
I met Paul when I was probably 15 years old down at Edisto. He was probably 13. And, our friendship just met on the beach one day. That's about.
Oh, like Joe's story on the
Paul,
beach.
But we did pretty much everything together down at the beach whenever I was there and he was there.
See, they did everything at the beach.
Go on the boat, go fish, or, just hang out.
And when you met him at Edisto, do you know where Paul was staying?
Yes, Paul was staying at his beach house at Edisto.
And over the years, as y'all's friendship developed, did y'all start to hang out more and more outside of Edisto?
Yes, sir, we did.
And how old were you when that started to develop more hanging out than just Edisto?
Probably once Paul was later on in high school. So I would have been, 18, 19 years old, we started getting closer. And then, when I was probably 21 and Paul was 19, we got pretty close.
We got a poll up
How
on
old are you
YouTube
now?
for guilty or not guilty
26.
after that Snapchat video now.
What are some of the things as y'all got pretty close? What would y'all do together aside from hang out at Yellowstone?
We would hunt and fish, go out, hang out with friends. We went down to the property at Moselle a lot. We'd go to Edisto a lot. Just kind of going wherever, going with the flow. We'd go down for a weekend in Charleston before either one of us, before I was living there. But we lived together in Columbia for a short period of time right before everything happened. But
Okay. Now you said y'all lived together, so y'all were roommates there for a while before the murders happened.
yes, sir.
And was it just the two of you in the house, or were others living there as well?
It was just the two of us, and I was kind of just a couch guest, but it kind of turned into a long-term thing.
So you're a bum.
Are y'all planning on getting an additional place around the time that the murders happened?
Yes, we had already been in contact with a house about to sign a contract on a house, me, him, and another friend from Columbia.
You mentioned that you would go to Moselle a lot, and what would y'all do at Moselle?
I mean, we'd do just about anything, depending on what we were there for. If it was during a certain hunting season, we'd go hunting, or we might just be there hanging out for the weekend. And
Which was the alleged gay brother?
a lot of different things.
The living one, I
What
believe.
kind of hunting would y'all do?
Busted open.
We deer hunted, we hog hunted, we duck hunted, we dove hunted, we turkey hunted, pretty much about everything.
Tell me about the hog hunting. How does that work?
We did it for a certain
hog
period
and
of
you pull a
time with
trigger.
some dogs, and that was you got a pack of dogs that chase them down, and you go up and
Shoot them.
But then we also did it at night with a.
Ever blow up any hogs with a pile of tannerite?
It's based off heat vision. Heat signals. So
Mix it with feed. Let them eat.
and you had to use the thermal if you were going to do that.
Okay. And when y'all would hunt at night on the Moselle property, how would y'all physically do it? Would you walk around? Would you ride around on a four-wheeler? How would that work?
Most of the time we took a vehicle, whether it be one of the, farm trucks or, some sort of buggy.
You mentioned the thermal scope. What was that thermal scope on? What kind of weapon?
It was on a 300 blackout.
And what color was that 300 blackout?
It was black.
How many 300 blackouts did the family have?
Does it have a father?
They had two.
Damn it.
And were those
Sorry.
the only two you're aware of, or was there a third one?
Those were the only two I was aware of. I had heard something about the third after the fact, but the only two I was aware of was those two.
And what did you heard about the third?
I just heard it got stolen out of Paul's truck at a party.
Was that years ago?
Years ago, yes, sir.
So there was a replacement gun, a third one. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was that gun like?
It was about the same as the black one, except for the color of it. It was tan. It didn't have any kind of sight on it, the first few times I saw it. And but other than that, it was about the same thing, just a different color. It was a tanner color.
And where would that gun typically be located?
I never really saw it move from the gun cabinet room. Most of the time it was in the main house at Moselle in the gun cabinet room.
You mentioned that that particular gun didn't have a sight on it or an optic on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And what does that mean? What's the difference between having a scope or a sight and not having? How do you shoot it if it doesn't have one of those?
So you have something called iron sights, which is just it's already attached to the end of the barrel. It just has a little thing that you can see down, but nothing to zoom in your image. It didn't have a sight on it at all. The other one had the thermal sight that you used at night, and this one had no sight on it at all.
At some point, did y'all go get some sort of optic or some sort of sight for it, other than the iron sights?
Yes, sir. We went and bought it's called a red dot sight. It's just got it's not very big. It's about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and it just has a little tube, a little red dot in the center of it. It doesn't zoom in either, but it gives you a little bit better of a look at what you're shooting at a little bit better than an iron sight.
Is it like a thermal sight in that you can see what you're aiming at night?
No, sir.
So what do you see when you look through the red dot?
You can just see whatever's out in front of you from the naked eye.
And then how's the thermal work?
The thermal works at nighttime. You look and see heat glows up in a different color than black. It glows up in white, so you can see it very easily.
When did you and Paul go by that red dot sight for that other blackout gun?
It was either in late March or early April. I'm not exactly positive on the date, but we bought it from the Ace Hardware in Hampton.
And when you say early March or late April, what year are we talking about?
2021.
You went with Paul to get that?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do after you got the sight?
We went back to Moselle and we put the sight onto the rifle and sighted it in.
Describe to the jury what you mean when you say you sighted it in.
When you get a scope that's not already sighted in, you have to calibrate it with the barrel of the gun. So you have to go and change certain things on the side or on the top, whether it needs to go up or down or left or right when you're shooting. So that's what we had to do with that one. And it just moves. It doesn't move the dot necessarily inside the scope. It just moves kind of the whole thing, the whole sight.
Before we get to that, I want to ask about the property just a little bit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stakes 303. And ask you to step down with the judge's permission. I want to ask you about a few areas on the property. All right, now, after y'all bought that, well, first of all, where is the residence on this particular image? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Down here, Bob.
And what are these structures up here right there?
This is what we call a shed or the dog kennels or airplane hangar.
Okay. And can you point out the kennels in that image?
Right on the side up next to the pine trees.
And where are the driveway entrances to the property?
The two in this picture right here they come down to the main house right here, where you can come in up here and come by the kennels and come down and then come down to the main house.
Was it common for everyone to use both of those driveways?
Yes, sir.
Which driveway did you usually use?
I didn't pass one driveway to get to another. Whichever way if I was coming from this way, I'd turn here. If I was coming from this way, I'd turn in there.
In your experience in knowing the family, was it common for both to be used?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure right here?
That is the cabin up on the side of the road, just the old cabin.
And was there like a shooting range or a shooting house anywhere?
Yeah, there's a shooting range across the road right here. It's like right in here somewhere, and it goes right next to the pond area. That's just a little fish pond.
And what was the shooting house?
It was just a little wooden, gazebo-looking thing that you sat in and shot at a berm over here.
Was there a location that y'all know the property called the Dove Field?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It's right here behind this berm of pine trees.
Now, you said back after y'all bought that red dot site that y'all sighted in that the blackout. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which blackout are you talking about?
The tan one.
The tan one?
Tan one.
And that would have been not the black one, but the tan one, not the one that went missing years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And where did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted it in off the side of the main house. Right here, there's a little thing of steps that comes into the gun room. And we used the railing of the stairs to brace on and shot down into here as they were coming a pond right here. So there was a berm, so there's no threat of the bullets going back there.
All right. You can have 614, please.
What just happened to the audio? That was weird.
when did y'all sight that gun in?
They just cleaned up the noise on the audio.
We set that gun in at the very beginning of April, or
Why didn't they do
the
this
last
days
couple
ago?
of March of 2021.
And how do you know that it was late March or into April 2021 that you sighted in that tan blackout with the red dot optic on it?
Because that same weekend we were out hunting hogs in the dove field with the thermal scope on the black 300 blackout, and we also took the brown 300, the tan 300 blackout, excuse me, with us with the red dot sight, but it wasn't very usable because you couldn't see what you were shooting at as it was dark. But we used the thermal, and I remember we saw 4 turkeys up in a tree, and we were talking about maybe turkey hunting that morning right there, but I think we scared them when we decided to shoot at the hogs.
So y'all decided to sight in the tan one the next day or thereabouts?
Yeah, it was sighted in the day before, I believe, or the same day, one of the two.
And y'all were standing right outside the gun room in the main residence?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. You recognize this gun?
Yes, sir, that's the black 300 blackout.
All right, and what optic is on this?
The thermal scope.
All right. Is this the gun y'all were sighting in, or was it a different gun that y'all were sighting in, standing right outside the gun room in March or April of 2021?
It was a different gun.
It was a different gun.
Yes, sir.
Did it have a different optic on it right here?
Yes, sir, it had the red dot sight on it.
It had the red dot.
Why is this important?
I'm not going to show the scary gun.
Yeah, they get to wave the gun around again. I think that he is going to try to introduce the fact that the shell casings that he witnessed being fired from the gun that were collected there. So these shell casings are the match to the ones that are used in
Tell
the
you what's
murder
been
weapon.
previously admitted into evidence as States 175. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
This is the stairs that lead up into the door that go into the gun room on the main house.
Okay. And was that where you were sighting in that tan blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
It's not the one you just looked at?
Correct, yes, sir.
And what's through that door right there?
The gun room into the game room.
All right. And describe, you said y'all were using the railing to brace it. What do you mean by that?
We were using this right side of this right side if you're coming down the stairs railing, because we're both right-handed, and you can brace up against it to make sure you're steady when you shoot at the target.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 176. And do you generally recognize that image?
Yeah, it's the bottom of the brick below the stairs on the side door.
And was that where y'all, in the general location of where y'all were sighting in that third blackout with the red dot optic
Yes, sir.
in March or April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177 States. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what area is that, please?
That is the flower bed right next to the stairs going up.
Okay. Is that in the same general area where y'all were sighting in that blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
States 179, do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the bricks at the stairs again.
Okay. Same area where y'all were firing that?
Yes, sir.
States 180. do you
I use a
recognize that?
2-hour massage.
Yes, the flower bed next to the stairs.
Think I could get a recommendation
Same
for
general area
Robert
where y'all were
Kraft?
sighting in that other blackout?
Yes, sir.
It's not the one I showed you?
No, sir.
It's not the one I showed you?
Oh, yeah.
correct?
No, sir.
States 181, do you recognize that? That's right.
Yes, sir. It's the bricks at the bottom of the stairs. Same area.
Same area?
Yes, sir.
They're going to try to show us mysterious shell casings.
States 183.
Is that where this is leading?
Yep.
Yeah, he's
Again,
going to
it's the
verify that
bottom
all
of
the shell
stairs, same
casings
area
came from them
that we were
shooting, as
standing
if
in.
he could possibly do that.
Yeah, because how do you know when those were put there?
Yeah.
He
Right,
has
I'm gonna
no
show you
knowledge. That's
now what's been
impossible
marked
for
as
him to
states
know.
184. Do you
He only
recognize
knows that they fired the gun there at some point.
Yes, this is the
But anybody
little
else could
gazebo
too.
type thing at the shooting range that you sit in to shoot your rifle or whatever you're shooting.
Do you recognize this shell casing? Yeah, that's the one I shot that day.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be location because there's only a certain, maybe these are the shell casings close in time. I don't know.
Time in March or April of 2021, which you remember because it was turkey season, correct?
Correct.
When was the next time that you saw that tan blackout that had the red dot?
I do not recall seeing it again after we used it that night.
Tan.
The blackout, was that gun frequently with Paul?
Yes, sir. If he was at Moselle, a lot of the times we had it with us. Yes, sir.
All right, and where would you have it?
In the back seat of the truck most of the time. If we were, riding around late or coming home from somewhere late, just to, check something, go look for a hog or something.
Did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
Yeah, he had his Super Black Eagle 3 Benelli shotgun.
And can you describe it any further? What did it look like? How was it colored?
It was camouflage and sort of like a cryptic, like bluish purple camouflage.
Paul's
not real
favorite
sure of the name of
shotgun.
it, but it was more of a distinctive color camouflage.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as
I want to see this.
9.
Yeah, they showed it earlier.
I
It's the
didn't see it before.
Yeah, it's the one that he
recognize that?
allegedly he told 911 that he was going to
I
go grab a
recognize it,
shotgun.
yes.
This is the shotgun he
Which
went and
gun is
grabbed.
that?
I'm not sure whose gun that is, but it was used for turkey hunting.
Okay.
Which
You
We don't
recognize
get
that
to see it?
gun that was in the gun room at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
You're not going to show that gun? Why not?
Is the jury has the right to see that gun?
It's
How do they
weird.
know that's the same gun that's in there? The box has been opened. It's unsealed now. I mean, granted, yes, from the defense, I don't want them waving guns around, but
All right, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 4 into evidence.
Are we going to go through all of the
See if you
shotguns
recognize
now?
this.
Why?
Yes, sir. It's the camouflage Benelli.
All right, and which one is that?
Paul shotgun.
Okay, and how can you tell the difference between the two camo ones? How do you know this one's Paul?
It just has a distinctive camo pattern on it.
I recognize his
Oh.
brain.
These shotguns that were the exact same.
There are 2 camos. Okay. You can pull that
Yeah.
one out?
But this is the one you recognize as Paul's, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he said that one's like blue and purple.
Still didn't pull it out like he kind of showed the jury, but he didn't pull it out. The other one he had out.
Okay, so somebody said we can't see them because they're camouflaged. Yeah, I thought he was going to say, I recognize it because I see parts of Paul's
300
scalp on
blackout
it.
round.
Yeah, who said that so I can ban them?
Is it a fairly loud round when it goes off?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gunshot, so it's pretty loud. But
Unless it's suppressed,
extremely
then
loud.
it's just loud with a lowercase L.
Louder than a shotgun?
Yeah.
It's probably a little bit louder than a shotgun, yes.
Objection. How do you know?
All about getting a suppressor for that 300 blackout.
Turns out he has
Yeah, I
a
asked him why he didn't
mechanical
get one,
decibel meter
and he said
implanted
that,
into his ear.
when you put a suppressor on a gun like that, it decreases how far you can shoot and makes your accuracy.
No,
The
not
gun
true
that
at
we
all.
had with the night
Not
vision
true at
was
all.
already not
No.
a very long distance gun.
Well, he might have believed it.
They probably just mean that you're shooting slower rounds. You're shooting subsonic rounds. So
Yeah, I know, but that's if he's wrong, that should be
Up
challenged.
at
'cause
the
then he doesn't know what he's
kennels
talking
up at the
about.
shed area, was it common for firearms to be up there?
And is an AR?
They were up
300
there
blackout?
from time to time, but I don't think there were really any kept up there. No, sir.
Is an AR 300 blackout really
On June
less
7th,
loud
2021, did
than
you
the
ever
12 gauge? The 12 gauge are pretty
have
darn
a
loud.
conversation with Paul or communication with him?
Yes, I talked to him around dinner time. I was cooking dinner in the apartment that we were staying in, and he called me about wanting to get a hot tub for the house that we were about to move into. And then he sent me a Snapchat a little bit after that, and that was the last time I heard from him.
What was the Snapchat of?
It was of him and his dad looking at the trees and stuff that they had planted. They had one swoop down that obviously wasn't doing too good, but it was just a video of them looking at trees.
And you watched that video on your phone or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Over the years, as you got to know Paul, did you also get to know his family as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you get to know Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir, I did.
To your knowledge, did Miss Maggie like to go down to the kennels?
Yes, she did.
And how would she get down there? Do you know?
Sometimes she would use her bike or her car or walk. She liked to walk. There are 2 labs around a lot around the property, so it was not uncommon for her to go down there.
And what would she like to do when she went down there?
She would go down and look at the dogs and mess with the dogs. A lot of times she liked to ride her bike, right before it got dark, on a sunset or something. But she was a dog lover for sure.
Would she go in the daytime or would she go at night when it was dark?
I only saw her go during the daytime most of the time. I mean, she might be down there once it got dark, but I don't think she would go down there after dark.
Let me ask you a little bit about Paul. What was his cell phone usage like?
He used his cell phone a lot.
He wanted to respond to you pretty quickly, typically?
Yes, sir. He would respond pretty fast.
You know where he kept it when he had it on him? What pocket he kept it in?
No, I do not. I know he kept it in one of his front pockets. I would have remembered if he kept it in his back pockets, but I don't know.
Are
which
you
one it
even
was.
a friend?
Were you how'd you find out about the murders?
I was called numerous times in the middle of the night. I finally woke up to one around midnight. I think it was 12:07 if I remember right. And it was a cousin of Paul's, and she told me about everything. And I was in the apartment at the time, and nobody really knew what was going on. So I got out of the apartment pretty quick. Drove to my parents' house, talked with them for a minute, and we had some friends that were all awake in Charleston. So I drove straight down to Charleston in the middle of the night.
Did you ever go to Moselle in the aftermath of everything?
Yes, sir. I believe I went on that previous Wednesday and saw the family.
Did you ever sleep with any of the Murdaugh boys?
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec?
I did.
Did you talk to him about any conversations that you had with Paul that night?
No, I didn't. We mostly just grieved.
Did you ask him about what he was doing that night or what happened or the events of that night at all?
No, I did not.
Were you aware of what's called the boat wreck or the boat case?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Ask the next question. Let's race to the objection.
Whenever Paul, did you ever talk to Paul about the boat case?
Objection.
Not much. I didn't want to bring up something like that.
You mentioned that the family had an Edisto Beach house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Had the Moselle property.
That's correct.
Did they have another property at one point in time?
Yes, they did. They had their house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
Yes, they did.
Because of financial crimes. There we go.
You can answer if you know.
It was just through the grapevine to help pay for some of the lawsuits that they were under.
So he doesn't know.
The objection is sustained.
You say through the grapevine Did you ever have a conversation or were
Tell me
privy to
more
a
about the hearsay,
conversation with Alec
please.
about that?
No, sir.
When you,
Oh.
did you have a conversation or were you privy to a conversation with Paul about that?
We talked about the house being sold, but I don't believe he ever told me that that's what it was for.
Going back to the 300 blackout, what was the sort of effective range of that weapon?
From what I was told from Paul, it was around 50 to 75 yards. It was accurate up to.
What?
Once again, objection. This guy has no idea what he's talking
Did
about.
that have anything to do with discussion about why not to put a suppressor on it?
Bunch of stupid
Yes, it
hillbillies
did.
talking about my 30.
50 to 75 yards. It's accurate, huh?
That's pretty bad. That's
Kind of
Bubba
a
yards.
shit rifle.
When y'all were shooting,
Got my
That's a
grandpa's
blunderbuss.
1911.
10
Won me 2
blackout,
world
300
wars.
blackout rifle,
With
Saying
that
this,
optic,
rifle
and with
is
that
red dot
$2,000 optic, and he can't hit a ball.
side of the house in Moselle,
Matt,
It's accurate to the same level as an NCAA
in March or
quarterback.
April of 2021. Who was doing most of the shooting of it?
It's a 300 blunderbuss.
Sweat. Matt Relosi here just woke up in a sweat about this fud shit.
Yeah, he's dying.
Did Paul express to you any dissatisfaction with that tan one in the optic?
No, he did not.
I bet the optics that you were just some cheap
Did y'all
Chinese
discuss
Hollywood
any
shit.
frustration
No, that's a
though,
nice
with it being
optic.
unusable for turkey shooting because of the optic that was on it?
For hog hunting?
For hog hunting, sorry.
No, not really. We kind of knew that when we took it with us that it was kind of pointless, but we just took it with us anyway.
The red dot was pointless
Yes, sir.
for night shooting.
For night hunting, yes, sir.
Because apparently they don't make flashlights in South Carolina.
Well, that's a long distance for a flashlight. But, the earlier statements that the
get a
defendant
flashlight.
made are overcome. That's not hearsay because that's
Yeah.
a statement against interest.
I'm just a decent tack flashlight will get you 50, 75 yards easy.
Really?
You were present when
Spotlight too.
they purchased the red dot. Is that right?
According
Yes,
to
sir.
Google
Purchased the red dot.
and
Who paid for
ballisticadvantage.com,
the red dot?
300 blackout barrel
It was put on a store credit
accuracy
that was his father's.
depend on the
his
exact
father's?
round and barrel
Yes,
length.
sir.
A 125
Never called me
gram
that from.
300 black bullet
He would
fired from
normally
a
take his
16-inch
dad.
barrel has effective range of 500 yards.
Yeah. It's fucking dangerous. Yes.
But not in, he said, what is your range of accuracy?
Yeah.
Well, that optic, too, is insane. That's an expensive optic. That's like $2
When,
grand, isn't it?
You talked a little bit about Paul's habits, and you guys had an apartment in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul like to go to Charleston a lot?
He did.
He liked to go to Moselle a lot?
He did.
Did he spend time in a lot of different places?
Yeah, he was all over.
He was all over.
Yes, sir.
But that's its effective range.
Happened
Let's
to be
see.
back in Moselle on June 7th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Over 150 yards is still the accuracy. I didn't mute the sound, by the way. That's
Yeah. Nick, I'll say it like this. If I was 250 yards away, I would not feel safe.
No, no.
All right.
147
One,
grain round does 2,000 feet
one
per
last
second.
thing.
That's
Have you,
on a
had the
carry.
opportunity to view a video at the kennels at Moselle?
Yes, sir. I
At
have.
this point, I'm not convinced these idiots didn't kill themselves.
Were you able to recognize any voices on that video?
Yes, sir. I was.
Well, someone told me to fuck off. That's cute.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 297 for this witness.
They use it for hog hunting. That's the definition of effective. You ought to be able to hit a hog at 200 yards with that rifle all day long.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen the helicopter AR hunts in Texas?
I know a guy who crashed doing that.
Yeah. I've seen them when they do the wolf hunting out of a helicopter. That's pretty cool too.
Quick, Cash. Quick. Come here. Come here, Cash. Cash.
Hey, he's got birds in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a kitty.
This is a chicken.
He said chicken.
Come here, Cash. Cash.
Sounds like Ethan Ralph is in there. Maybe he didn't snuck away to Rome.
Whose voices did you recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Do you really know him?
Reflect he's identified the defendant.
It does.
What if I told you that was his twin brother that you never knew about?
Mr. Levin, please answer any questions the defense may have.
What if I told you it was you on that recording?
Yes. Dun, dun, dun.
It's like that episode of Better Call Saul where he does that. He brings in someone who resembles the defendant and has him identified by the witness.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Will.
How you doing?
Good.
Oh my God, it's 5:20.
Hard day, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
You mentioned about a Snapchat video that you received on sometime the evening of June the 7th. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't. It was later in the afternoon, somewhere around like 7 o'clock-ish in that area.
Oh.
And what was it of?
It was Alex and his son Paul. They were riding around looking at trees that they had built and, laughing, having a good time.
Everything. So he posted it on, I don't have Snapchat. Maybe most people here have Snapchat, but tell us a little bit about what that is.
Snapchat's an app on a smartphone that you can.
Jackson, this
send
guy's an
pictures and
expert
videos
on
to your
Snapchat.
friends. You can save pictures and videos, but it's just an app that most young people use.
And it's a way to share videos.
Correct. Yes, sir.
My kids have it, but are the videos supposed to disappear after some period of time?
Yeah, they have a limit on them. You can either send it it'll play over and over and over again until somebody clicks off of it, or you can go up to like from 1 to 10 seconds. But you can also save a Snapchat if you want to look at later.
And is it like Facebook? You have
Snapchats of
friends
men
that
have you
want to
saved?
be on your circle of Snapchat? Is that how
Yes,
that
sir.
works? And did Paul have a lot of Snapchat? They call friends on Snapchat?
Yes, sir, he did.
He had a lot of hoes.
And would he frequently post things on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
And would he frequently post things, events like he did on the evening of June the 7th when he and his father were out, messing around with a tree?
Yes, sir, he would.
And would he post stuff with his family events?
Yes, sir, he would.
Okay. And the Snapchat when he would post it, would it go to everybody who's in his, I guess, group?
Yeah, you have to send it to certain people. He wouldn't necessarily put stuff. They have what's called a story that everybody that you're friends with can see. He wouldn't necessarily always put stuff on his story, but he would send stuff to whoever he wanted to.
I think we're going to learn more about Snapchat, but let me ask you, when Paul would post on Snapchat, could people see where he was posting from? Did he have his location services activated?
I don't think he kept his location on. Sometimes they have filters and stuff that show you different areas where you are. But I don't think he kept his Snapchat location on.
Well, when he posted the video of he and his dad at Moselle, could you tell that he was at Moselle?
Yes, I could tell he was at Moselle just from being there, but maybe somebody who doesn't know the property wouldn't know.
All right. You were asked
Oh, good. Attorney Tom's in the chat. We can get a Zoomer to explain how Snapchat works.
Questions about the last time, well, you were with Paul and, well, getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry. So you and Paul were good friends, and Paul was friends with your friend group out of Columbia, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And then y'all would sort of migrate to Charleston, and some of the Columbia folks went to Charleston, and y'all would visit down there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I guess originally you all met at Edisto with family homes and vacationing and, right?
Yeah, that's where everybody met until, everybody went to college, and then everybody just kind of meets up.
And sometimes Paul would come to Columbia and stay with you?
Correct.
And you had another friend, Wills Chapman, that he would stay with Wills?
Correct.
Okay. And I mean, Paul left a 300 blackout at your house for some period of time, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
How long did Paul leave a 300 blackout at your home?
Probably a month or so at least.
Until I stole it.
And I think when Wills Chapman moved to Charleston, what did he find in his closet?
He found Paul's deer hunting rifle.
That Paul had left there?
Yes, sir.
And Paul had thought he had lost his deer hunting rifle.
Correct.
And lo and behold, it was at Wills Chapman's house, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, was that unusual for Paul to leave stuff everywhere?
No, not at all.
And so he was, would he leave guns around the farm?
Yeah, he would every now and again.
We'd leave them, say, in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
And we leave them in unlocked trucks.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the kennels, but what about in the workshop, the shed? We leave guns down there.
That's where I was, referring to. You'd see them down there sometimes, but I don't think there was ever guns permanently down there. No, sir.
Okay. And when he left the 300 blackout in Columbia, was it the one that Mr. Waters showed you, this black one with thermal scope?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you learned at some point in time that he got a replacement for one he had previously lost?
Yes, I did. I didn't even know that it was a replacement. Like I said, I didn't know about the original one. I just remember seeing the brown one.
And that brown one did not have a scope, right?
No, sir, it didn't until we bought one.
And you went with Paul to Ace Hardware store and purchased a scope and a mount for it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you purchased the scope and the mount, was it the weekend that you were talking about where the last time you used it?
I'm not sure if it was that weekend or maybe the next weekend, but they were both pretty close together.
Okay, but you were there when he purchased the scope and the mount?
Correct.
And you went,
oh boy,
did you go back to Moselle and put it on the gun?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you use the gun that weekend or waited till the following weekend?
I'm not 100% sure if we used it that weekend or if it was the following weekend. I know we sighted it in that day that we bought the scope for it.
So that was the day when you were shooting off the railing beside the gun room?
Correct.
The day you bought the scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and it's possible you hunted with it that weekend, but if not, it was the following weekend?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever seen that gun again after that weekend or the following weekend, whichever it was?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. And would you be able to more accurately provide, know when it was? I think you said late March, early April. If you saw the receipt from the purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to start voting guilty just to make this trial end.
This is the defense on cross. So the state witness, Will Loving.
Will Loving, yeah.
McLovin.
Ask you, first, do you recognize Paul's signature on that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
You know that to be his signature?
Yes, sir.
And
is that a suicide note?
Of red dot scope and the mount?
Yes, it does.
And that's from Ace Hardware?
Yes, sir.
And were you there with Paul when he bought it?
I was.
Your Honor, we will introduce Exhibit 62 in evidence at this time.
Yeah, indeed. Based Ace.
A different one than the one you just handed him that you said.
It's the same
is
one.
in- It's already in evidence. It's just marked for identification, or is it in evidence already?
I'm moving in that evidence right now.
The judge wants to go home.
Will you tell the jury what the date of that is?
It is March the 6th,
Okay.
2021.
And Your Honor, I have a calendar here that says March 6, 2021 is a Saturday, and I would just like the court to take judicial notice. that March 6, 2021 is a Saturday.
Thanks.
No objection. Thank you. So knowing that it was purchased on March 6, 2021, a Saturday, does that help you remember when you last used the gun?
Yeah. So that was a Saturday. So we would have cited it in that Saturday. And I do remember using the gun. It was the first week of turkey season because we were going turkey hunting the next morning, which would have been either March 20th or March 22nd. I can't remember what it was 2 years ago with the opening day of the season. So it would have been 3 weeks after we cited it in.
Okay. So you cited it on March 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take that back. When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe that was it.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by awesome?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Okay. And from your observation, you tell the jury what you observed of Alex's relationship with Maggie.
I thought they had an awesome relationship as well, from everything that I could see. You know, they were always laughing and everybody got along. You know, it was,
Seemed like he'd
nothing
murder
was
them
out of
randomly.
the ordinary at all.
Did Maggie and Alec open their home up to Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did.
How many people stayed at the Edisto Beach House that Memorial Day weekend?
I'm not 100% positive, but at least 3 or 4 friends.
Okay, and where'd y'all stay?
All in the bedrooms. I think somebody might have been on the couch on the porch outside. Maybe the couch inside as well.
Okay. And was Buster there?
I believe Buster was there, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did he have any of his friends there?
Yet again, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that when you got a phone call from Paul's cousin, I believe, after midnight on June 7th, so early morning, June the 8th, you learned what happened, and your immediate reaction was to hightail it out of there?
Yes, sir.
And were you fearful for your safety?
At first I wasn't, and then I was calling back other friends, and you know, people started telling me to get out of there. So then I started second guessing myself, and yeah, then I got out of there.
And when you left, I mean, did you even lock it up when you left?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Exhibit 61, and it's a disc. And before you testify today, did you have an opportunity to view that
Oh my
very
gosh.
short video clip on the disc?
How much longer are they going to go today?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you, are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, sir, they are my initials.
And is it a short video of the Memorial Day weekend when you were down at Edisto with Paul and your friends and Maggie and Alec?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it sort of a birthday celebration for Alec?
It was a birthday celebration for Alex.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce Exhibit 61 in evidence and play the video.
Admitted without objection.
You know, a good strategy for the defense here might be, and I don't know how prepared they are, is to end on some reasonably good point and then say we would like to come back tomorrow, not only for our sanity,
Yeah.
but for the sake that then you've got him first up tomorrow and you can start in on a good day, because the defense has been ending good and you want to end every day on a high point for your own side, I would think. So,
And the judge has to be amenable to that at 5:34
right,
p.m.
exactly. And then it gives you time to kind of think and how you want to approach him and how things are up to that point, a little debriefing.
Yeah, the only person inconvenienced is this witness, and who cares about him?
Exactly.
He seems like kind of a dummy anyway.
Yeah.
It's just the good old boys here.
And I'm gonna have to start reading some of these damn super chats. Choky Adam says, even though 99% of this must be boring as hell for you, I still enjoy seeing the process and having you two here to point out when important things happen. Thanks.
Very kind.
Today has been better. That last witness was a good witness, I think.
Yeah. Dragon Fighter slogging through the endless, tedious, and irrelevant cell phone testimony. Sable Breeze has music to warm your soul
Without the sound? Yeah.
and maybe make you shed a tear or two.
Play without the sound, but
Follow Sable Breeze on all streaming EP download and streaming platforms, including Pandora and iHeartRadio.
birthday at Alec?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
So they're just going to play a video with. I thought it was without audio.
No wonder he killed him.
I can't sing.
Thank y'all so much.
How much torture I'll bet you it is for this guy if he didn't do it. If I killed them.
On the Wednesday after Paul and Maggie were murdered, you went to Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
With some friends of yours?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the friends of Paul's?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I think 3 of us went.
And how many
They,
other
they,
people were there?
they went to split up his gear.
There was a lot of friends of Paul's there.
Well, of course, all that free shit.
All that free shit.
On Wednesday, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people were kind of trying to feel out the situation. So just like the closer friends went, but there was probably 10 or so of his friends there when I was there.
And what was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on the Wednesday?
He was grieving, crying a lot. I think we all were.
I think you described that he just couldn't talk. You remember that?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to talk when, he came and grabbed me and 2 other guys, and we just kind of had a big hug, and it was pretty tough for him to make words.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Were you crying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody there crying?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, why does the state always have to go and do redirect? They just
I don't
can't
know.
resist. They can't resist.
Can y'all turn that screen around for me, please?
think about if there's really some other killer who did this out of revenge.
Show it at the
Boy,
very
that
end.
guy is getting his dose of revenge on this guy, isn't he? Ooh.
It's probably this attorney.
Is that the defendant there? He's the one singing out of tune, isn't it? Do you identify
Look
him
at the
for
green
us?
shirt. Do you know?
It's Chris Wilson.
You know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends.
Okay.
Best friends should do each other right. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about when you found out about the murders and you talked to some people and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not? In themselves. Is that correct?
I mean, I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with this family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shown the Snapchat video. You were also asked about another Snapchat video that you saw the day of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And what was on that video?
It was a video of Alex and his son riding around looking at trees that had fallen over on the tractor, on the golf cart.
Was it a short clip?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Where are we going with this redirect?
I have States Exhibit 306, which is a Snapchat video, I believe, in without projection.
No objection.
Submit it.
Thank you. Flip back over. I'm gonna play that tree video.
Oh my
At
goodness.
what time do you recall receiving this video, to the best of your recollection?
At about 7
It was
p.m.
later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, so probably around 7 o'clock, sometime in there.
That video you saw?
Yes, it is.
That was on the afternoon or the evening of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Clothes that he was wearing, at least in that video you saw on the evening of June 7th, 2021?
Yeah, those are the clothes I saw in the video.
Long pants and a shirt?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And those particular shoes?
Yes, sir.
And you watched that video in real time when it came in from Paul's phone that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
Oh my gosh. Please end the day. I'm like just tuning out.
Yeah.
Asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Why are you
Did you know
asking these
anything
questions?
about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Sounds
You know
like he's
anything about
testifying.
full discovery and how it can expose financial information.
Objection.
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about?
Object.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th?
Question is what's objectionable.
About $792,000.
Oh, that's dirty.
Law firm.
Your Honor, totally improper.
Objection's overruled.
What?
Well, I told you. I called it.
Any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
No, sir.
Wow.
That was shit. That was shit.
Hashtag harmless error. That's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, exactly. But that was a crappy.
The proper way to do that is outside the hearing and the jury,
Yes.
and you ascertain he knows nothing, and you don't get to ask the questions.
Exactly. That's dirty.
But I told you this judge would let it go.
And it's dirty prosecuting. Bad.
That was some bullshit right there.
What
They
about the
should have
time? Did you know he raped children? Did you know anything about that?
For today, you'll see it 9:30
They should have objected
tomorrow
the
morning.
moment he
Please
started
announce
asking
the
about
case.
finances. That should have
I
been
don't
an
know. It
objection.
would have helped. I mean, when they finally objected, the judge said, I want to hear the question in front of the jury. So the jury hears the question, and the question is the damage. And then he overrules it, overrules the objection anyway.
Yeah, this is I've seen this kind of judge before, and it's basically he just lets everything in. He runs people ragged. He wants to start it right at 8:30 and go to right to 6 o'clock. And you're gonna pack it in, and it's just let everything fly, bring everything in. It just loves sitting on that bench and watching shit hit the fan.
Wow. See, that's the type of shit that makes people hate prosecutors.
I mean,
Right
the
there.
prosecutor knows he doesn't know anything about this stuff. He's not trying to get a legitimate, substantive answer out of this witness.
Oh, wait a
He's
minute,
just
wait a
trying to get the substance of the question in front of the jury.
We got.
And he thinks he's doing God's work.
Tuesday, tomorrow morning, however, I will address the Rule 404 issue.
The one they just objected on that you
Particularly,
overruled?
Yeah. What?
404B that provides that evidence of other wrongs, crimes, or acts may be admissible to show motive and some other things. And we'll address that issue tomorrow morning. And as far
They're gonna let
as
that stew in their minds all night before you give a curative.
preparation or witness.
I don't know that he's going to give a curative.
He's not going to rule it out. He's going to let it in. To show
Particularly
motive.
in light of my
He just
ruling
let it.
with regard to the last question posed. Trust that the state will be prepared to move forward with evidence that establishes facts by clear and convincing evidence.
That should have been done
In
outside.
recess,
Yeah.
9:30.
What?
Very, very bad.
What the fuck?
Oops, I'm not a copyright guy.
It's just my bad. I mean, he just basically tipped him off that he's going to let him run roughshod over
Right.
that 404 evidence.
Yeah. Wow.
And he even told them what to argue. Just make sure you argue that it goes to motive.
Yeah.
And the other thing is really the proper way to do it, because do they have it would be proffering this too. I mean, I'd force a proffer if I was the state or the defense. Say, I want this, everything they're going to say proffered before it's allowed in.
Yeah, because what they're basically now they're going to do, or they're supposed to have to do, is show by clear and convincing evidence that they have facts that will show motive related to the financial crimes. So we're going to have to get something to show that Alec is specifically motivated to kill Paul and Maggie by clear and convincing evidence, not conjecture or anything else. That's what they're supposed to do. But the way this judge just handled that objection, I think there's almost no question that whatever they bring in is going to be acceptable. I mean, so long as they have anything. And that's going to be really weird.
And that's going to make this trial endless. Start getting in financial crime stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, especially the way they're doing it, drip, drab, drip, drab. Could you imagine the financial crime motivation witness testimony? Oh my gosh.
You get anybody in, anybody he's ever talked to, and it'll go directly to, it'll go directly to basically his character, nothing to do with the crime itself. I mean,
very,
that's
very bad.
That's the reason to bring in the financial crime stuff. It's not actually the motive is the pretext, but the backdoor is this guy's a dirtbag.
Right. I mean, listen, if there were big life insurance policies out on these people, he was going to get money that would help him with his financial problem. Maybe you'd have some kind of connection there, but there is nothing like that. And really, I think it's contemptible, this judge too, to pre-frame the argument for the parties. If somebody wants to admit evidence in the other party's objection, and you're going to ask for argument on it, let them make their own damn arguments.
Yeah.
Don't tell them what you're going to find convincing.
And he should have shut that down. He should have sustained that objection and said, we're gonna shut it down now and argue it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if he doesn't sustain the objection, he could say, you know what? We're gonna put a pause. I'm gonna dismiss the jury. We'll have a hearing on this objection tomorrow. You know, stuff like that. But in my opinion, they should have started those objections the moment that line of questioning started. Because I know that it wasn't going to go anywhere, but they could have at least objected 4 times in a row. Your Honor, objection, this is improper. Your Honor, objection, this is improper. Your Honor, he has the predicate question. Do you have any knowledge of this? And then he starts to go deeper into those questions after we already know he doesn't have the knowledge at the beginning. And those probing questions, he clearly wasn't going to have further knowledge because they got more and more specific.
Plus,
so
you know he's going to keep going until the other side objects. I mean, he would have gone on for 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. They should have.
That was dirty.
And now,
Lose
and the
the
jurors
points.
left, yeah, that's sitting in their head all night long now.
Yeah.
Well, sad. You know, it's amazing. You know, I was thinking about the trials that we've been covering. The state of prosecution in this country is really bad.
It's awful.
You know, I mean, look, we've got this prosecutor's terrible. We've got the one that the Dean trial. What was the guy's name that we covered? Andrew, was that Dean?
Aaron
Well,
Dean,
there was
the
a Dean and there was Aaron Dean.
Cummings. Yeah.
And then we've got the Binger guy.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of these, it's like 50-50 that we get a good. I mean, I'm thinking like, okay, who are the good prosecutors?
Well,
there
even
was
the prosecutors in the Casado case.
The Daryl Brooks is a good prosecutor.
Yep. The prosecutors in Theodore Edgecombe were really good. Very clean.
The case that Vices and I covered, the first degree murder trial over in Tampa, good prosecutors. But you know, that's 3 I can think of, and the other ones I'm thinking are bad. I mean, it's like, come on, let's get our act together. They got so much power. This is frightening.
Yeah, the Edgecombe prosecutor was too clean.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was too nice.
He's very he's what I want to see though.
Right.
I want to see the state being deferential to rights, being extremely, he knew he had the case.
And that was
the
Borkowski, right?
Difference. Yeah.
Yeah, but think about it. So they're saying we have a weak case here, so now we're going to cheat. That's how innocent people get convicted.
That's what it feels like a lot of times when you. That's what happened in Rittenhouse. Like, you got the impression they knew their case was really, really difficult from a prosecutorial standpoint, and so they went dirty with it. I mean, they pulled out stops in places where they should not be pulled out.
But they really believe this, these prosecutors. I mean, I was on I'm not going to name them because I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I was on somebody's podcast or whatever it was, and it was a prosecutor, and I'm talking with him. It's like a panel discussion, and it's obvious that he feels like he's wearing a Batman cape, and by hook, he knows who's guilty. And by hook or crook, whatever the rules might be, he's going to make sure society is kept safe from this bad actor, no matter what it takes. I'm like, holy crap, dude, that's actually not your job.
Yeah.
Well, and the cop witnesses, it's they do that too in a way. You see that here. It's like they're putting their thumb on the, it's like when the prosecutor, they give him whatever they want because they know he's guilty, and we're not going to get, and I used to teach police officers how to testify. And I'm like, you are a fact witness. You testify by ear and sight. And what did you hear? What did you see? Quote the defendant, videotape it, be straight and shooter, answer the questions directly. Don't speculate. Don't get outside your wheelhouse. But this like pushing, this pushing, being an advocate on the stand is just so bad. Ugh.
Yeah. Sophia in my locals chat is saying that people on Twitter are really happy about the judge overruling that objection. No one, no matter how much you hate Alex Murdaugh and how much of a scumbag he is, no one should be happy about the government doing what they did there. Prosecutors have immense power already. And for them to take that power and convert it against your rights and against your presumption of innocence and against the rules of evidence, and then to have a judge overrule the objection to the bad behavior is not good, because if it's happening to Murdaugh, it'll happen to you.
Yeah, if they'll do it on a murder case, you get a speeding ticket. They'll do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, and the thing is that, okay, like I am agnostic. Let's assume that I don't have any opinion on whether that should come in or should not come in. All right, that's up to the judge. The problem is, that prosecutor assumed, just put it in there in front of the jury without ever giving the defense to say anything. Then the judge allows it in without letting the argument in. Now this defense never got a chance to argue it, basically, and it was pre-ruling. It was out.
And even worse, the defense anticipated that they would do this, argued it in front of the judge, and the judge says, "I'll wait to see the question." What do you mean you'll wait to see the question? And somebody tell me where the door on the financial crimes was ever opened by any witness. We haven't heard anything about financial crimes.
Especially for this guy.
Yeah, well,
how the hell would he know shit about those?
The ruling had not been made on the door being opened. The defense had not given adequate time to argue that. He just kicked that door open. That is a very dirty prosecutor strategy. I'm familiar with this because I've had it happen to me before multiple times. The right way to do it is, Your Honor, we have something. We believe the door's been opened. We would like to proffer the question before we ask in front of the jury. You don't blast it in front of the jury before. Actually, I was a participant. It's a long story. I got stories, but I had a second chair who did this to the defense. And it pissed me off so much. When I was a prosecutor, my second chair kicked the door open, or thought he did that, and blasted something in front of the jury that should have been out. And it pissed me off as a prosecutor when my second chair did that. So yeah, no, that is not the way it should be done. That is dirty, and I'm sorry. You guys need to buckle up. And it's not a matter of you think he's guilty. It's not a matter of you think it should come in. It's a matter of giving the defense a fair shot at arguing it.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see where the defense opened the door on that at all. Because the boating accident has been in. That's the only thing I could think of is they asked about the boating accident and stuff, but the boating accident has been in since the introduction of the 911 call and the police interview and opening statements. I mean, the boating accident was part of the opening statements of the state. So just merely mentioning the opening statements doesn't kick the door open on the financial crimes that flowed from the boating accident. So
plus people might know facts, right, about the boating accident. They know there was a boating accident. They know a girl died. I mean, but they don't actually know anything about financial crimes. They wouldn't have personal knowledge of that.
Let's see, Malik. So I'm going to start reading a bunch of chats here. GZF, I can't wait to read his memoirs one day titled My Name is Steve Gosney and I Have a Story for Everything.
That's coming. That's my second book.
Malik Fox, and here's a $5. Love it when the panels talk out aspects of law, teaching each other and the audience simultaneously. Shout out to Nate and Bronca and appreciate your approach to analyzing this case. Gosney, and as always, love you, Nick. Hey, thanks, Malik.
You'll have to make the series of stories a serial that never ends.
Well, that's what they have to sign up for American law courses to hear my stories.
Right. And should make that a class, ongoing class.
Kate 4394 says this witness is about to drive me nuts. Why can you not just say yes, sir, instead of yes, sir? Malik says just to make you hungry, rackets. Breakfast is pork chops with sauteed mushrooms and onions, seasoned with onion salt, cayenne, and a touch of garlic, chopped up and stuffed into an omelet filled with shredded cheddar jack and a side of Field of Greens. Staying home because of ice. I'll be watching trial coverage today, marginally more interesting than yesterday since they were talking about Verizon stuff. And you know where I work. You know what, Malik? You can eat shit for doing that. Now I'm really hungry. Andrew, looks like you want to talk about this real quick.
If I could just get it in before we close out for the day. So, Law of Self-Defense Advanced Class, Saturday, April 15th. This is the class taught live by me where you learn how to make yourself hard to convict, make yourself an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property against criminal predation. This is the only Law of Self-Defense Advanced Class scheduled for the year, folks. So you don't know when you're going to be attacked. You may as well get the knowledge sooner rather than after it's too late. Sign up for this class this month, February. Get 25% off the tuition. You can learn more about that and register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
Get hard and
Nick.
stay hard.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need to grip some books. I just got my shipment of books in. So I've got a pile of books that are unsold and I'm not selling any books anymore. Has everybody in the chat bought my book? Because if
Everybody
you
has
haven't,
one.
everybody has one. I guess that might be the case, but this is the only way I get anything. And if you don't like me, if you don't like my stories, don't buy the book. But if you do, there it is. You get this at crimelaw.net. It's the only place on earth that you get it is directly from my hands, from a box that's sitting in my living room that I personally package and mail out. It's not available in any bookstore. And it actually offers up a lot of law review, citable law review quality articles, but it's also written for the common man, somebody who's interested in law generally, who wants to explore legal issues. So go to crimelaw.net right now and check it out and put it in your bin and check it out, because I've just got a whole box and I'm running out of steam here, man. I need to get some more books sold, please.
He said it's the only place you can buy it. I actually have 3 of them, and I'll undercut him. I'll undercut the market on this guy, no problem.
Buy the book, get Steve Gosney for free.
Jenkins says, Nick, they don't need a motive or to place him at the scene. Don't you see those scary guns collected months later and all the horrible ammo? How could he not be guilty? S-Bar 818. My phone has recorded flights of stairs when I use an elevator. That is not accurate, and you cannot say that it definitely cannot record when driving. I hope the defense brings an expert in. You can expect an expert on the defense. Jonathan says James from court is the bee's elbows. Maybe I'll bring him in tomorrow. We'll see. Janish Welding says, could the state have an expert testify that the voice in the video was his? Mobile welding services in Southwest Minnesota. Go to janishwelding.com, contact info. Yes. I mean, and they did. They didn't need an expert. They just need someone with familiarity to do it. E. Hefferman says a double barrel shotgun with ejectors can eject the shells over your shoulder behind you. Gunman could have shot Paul, turned around, ejected the shells that bounced in the feed room, drops shotgun, picks up AR.
Yep.
Jojo 2Q2Q. My oldest in AF getting transferred, Air Force getting transferred 6 years in Washington State to Colorado Springs in June. I'd appreciate honest opinions of area, family of 4.5 kids, or 2 kids under 12. Thank you, Florida Salty Army.
It's very mixed, Colorado Springs. There's beautiful areas, mostly people who work at the academy, the Air Force Academy there. And then there's a lot of that place that is a shithole. So shop carefully.
Yeah, like when you go to Casa Bonita. It's a shithole.
Oh, reopening.
Yes, that's being reopened.
Oh, it's been closed for a few years now. Yeah, for people who don't know, Casa
since
Bonita is a ridiculous restaurant here in Colorado where they have got people diving into a pool of water in the restaurant, but the food is so horrific that people order the food, don't eat it, and they just watch the divers. They just drink alcohol and don't eat the food that's put in front of them.
The sopapillas are pretty good though.
Yeah, but Trey Parker and Matt Stone bought it. They're bringing it back.
Oh, good. I didn't realize it closed because last time I was there in Colorado Springs, since my wife, her dad was in the Air Force, so he was at the Air Force Academy, and they lived there for a while, and so they would go to Casa Bonita and Fargo's Pizza all the time. And
we went to this great restaurant in Colorado Springs when we visited you guys, and that was in it was like the Alice in Wonderland themed restaurant that's like a basement. You go under in. That was in Colorado Springs, right? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think I know of it.
Yeah, that's a really good restaurant. But
I've never been to a good restaurant in Colorado Springs, just Casa Bonita and Fargo's Pizza. That's all we ever go to. Although Fargo's isn't bad. It's just pizza. Emorsk says, not uncommon to shoot hunting dogs out of control, killing chickens. Hunting dogs have to be in control at all times. Motive, if the kid didn't want to put the dogs down, could have been in the argument. I mean, could be, but there's no testimony or any way to show that. So near Manuel says,
It's too
Nick,
late for the prosecutors to make that argument now.
yep. A coworker's wife passed away suddenly. He has 4 kids, one of them being 4 months old. And then he's got the GoFundMe, GoFundMe.com/F/ a tragic loss to a beautiful person. So you can check that out on GoFundMe. A tragic loss to a beautiful person. Sorry to hear about that.
Oh, the Rabbit Hole. The Rabbit Hole. That's the name of the restaurant in Colorado Springs. Yeah, somebody in the chat. See, there's chats. It's like all-knowing wisdom. You know, you just put it out there and they know it, right?
The chat's Wikipedia, if it were right. Socially Wrecked says, hey, Nick, have you or Bronca looked at the possible upcoming trial for the shooting of Christian Glass, former Clear Creek County deputy, Colorado shooting? See anything about that, Christian Glass, Andrew?
It's not ringing a bell.
Here's the Christian Glass incident, raw body cam footage if you or Bronca decide to check it out. Thank you.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, we'll look into it. Matches Burn. This guy changed his mind twice about whether it was his voice or not. Why should the jury give him any credence? Well, as they brought in the other guy to reinforce that. So I think the jury's going to believe him that it's his voice. And someone, Steve, one of your people mentioned that if you re-listen to the defense opening, he admits that Alex was in the video right before the murder and just forgot because of the trauma when police asked him about it.
Yes.
So they must have a plan for that Snapchat video. I mean, it didn't come across as a surprise to the defense. They have some plan to deal with it. I just would think that they would be building the case more towards that. I guess maybe they have. We'll have to see it unfold. The Magus 93 says, I think there was a friend group plot to do this, or they know who did. And since the cops went after the dad, they're just going along so they don't get caught. They have nothing to suggest, Alex. Matches Burn. As someone that knows nothing about Casa Bonita outside of South Park, why does Nick and Bronca hate it when it seems so loved by so many? Look,
I don't hate it.
If
I
you've
just don't
ever
like
had
the
to,
food.
if you've ever had to take multiple children there, you're there for a long time. That's a long dinner, and everything else, and a gift shop. But it is. I mean, it's fun. Like you said, the divers in the little show. It's a fun place to eat. And it's huge. That's the real crazy thing. I mean, you could put like 1,500 people in that restaurant. Psychotic Doll says, hey, Fig, enjoy this day of hellish pain. Oh, thank you. Lord Vader, good morning, Bronca. Hashtag 2 wheels, more squeals. MS Crim, Rumble not working for me. Scott Haynes, RE, did you get a chance to see my gunroom pick theory email? Really stuck in my head. Sent you around 6:58 Eastern time. Thanks for everything you and the crew do. I don't know if I read that one. I'll try and check it out today. Kyle Martin, can you please turn up the volume? I did. This is a long time ago. Colin Sipiela says, supposedly there's a Snapchat video on Paul's phone with Alex's voice in the background right before the murder window. Alice Martinez, good coverage. Love the Rittenhouse interview. Hey, thank you, Alice. Lord Vader, with my balls on my mind and my mind on my balls. Nice Snoop Dogg reference there. Zachary Rossfield, why are we hearing about the phone steps? I just got on, lol. I don't think the phone steps are really compelling testimony in the slightest, but they're trying to establish what happened to Maggie's phone. Long story short. Sherry Berry, have y'all heard about the Cowboys theory? Nope.
The Cowboys are the gang. Yes, they did say that. That was the gang that he prosecuted that were dangerous folks, and they got that in on cross when the cop was talking about. He testified when the defendant was the prosecutor. There's a cowboy gang that's a violent gang that he helped prosecute that threatened him and stuff. So, there's a lot of motives to kill people on this family, right?
Yeah, I think I was grabbing food and I came in right at the very end of that. You guys kind of briefed me on it, but I didn't hear the whole thing. Garrett Holloman, as a New Mexico resident and furthermore a Santa Fe County resident, I pray the Baldwin trial goes to jury, and I get that jury duty.
Well, then you're not appropriate.
Yeah, you're not gonna be on there. Not with that attitude. Kyle Martin says, "Where'd Dick go? He's been gone for a while now." Wait, you mean Dick Masterson? He does his
Must be
he does
Harpoolian.
his own.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe Harpoolian. That makes more sense in context. Lord Vader, slow walking, a Southern tradition since 1865. A generic account says left on read the trial, or left on read the trial. Lord Vader, read your messages or go to prison. Jane Doe, welcome to paralegal status. Lord Vader, motion data, links to OnlyFans access. Mind Goblin, so forwarding your own wife's nudes to your phone after she leaves the house an absolute mess is toxic masculinity or something. Lord Vader, is defense just letting the state bore the jurors? Yes.
Yes. If you want the opposition to bore them, and when you get up, they want you to pay attention to them. Absolutely. I do that. But I can't believe the prosecution's doing that. That's a prosecution tactic, not a defense tactic.
Steve says, this seems like the prosecution has the conspiracy board connected with the strings, but they left the strings at home. President-elect Four Doors More Whore says, Your Honor, if the text is unread, Paul must be dead. Levi the Welder, Megan was going to offer Paul some mind-blowing fun, but little did she know Paul's mind was already blown. God damn it. Dustin Frey, Chris Ledoux was a singer bronc rider, drank himself to death. You're thinking of Lane Frost. He was killed by a bull. Named my son after him. Well, there you go. Now I feel worse about making fun of him. Random Bacon, Red Robin fries are the best, but the best chicken is from Bojangles. Just wish they weren't in the South. Red Robin fries are pretty fucking good. And
Church has the best chicken.
Churches has real good chicken. I like Churches. It moves an expert witness in a murder trial giving detailed evidence of time of events, and he cannot add or subtract. Wow. Angry Goat, why did they go to the Secret Service to unlock the phone? Local investigators can't request this from the phone manufacturer. No, a lot of phone manufacturers claim they can't unlock phones because they don't want to be asked to unlock every phone that law enforcement has. It's bad PR, bad image for them to do so. The Secret Service has a great phone cracking unit that probably secretly employs the manufacturers of the phones to do it. They got to be off books on it.
Right.
Dylan Warwick says KFC pops mixed into the mash and gravy with sweet corn and cheese, Gouda and cheddar melted on top. Live in South Africa, so probably different from the U.S.
And by the way, with the phones, that's a better deal for law enforcement because the phone companies get to go out, tell all their customers, don't worry, your phone's locked. Nobody can get into it. So people are more likely to have incriminating evidence on their phone that the law enforcement knows if they really want to, they can get access to it.
Well, remember the hubbub they had about the San Bernardino shooters. Oh, we can't get in. Apple's phone, their lock system will destroy the phone because they have the security thing. If you do 10 failures, it'll torch everything inside. We can't do it. We need Apple to do it. Apple publicly refuses, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, yep, we got in, no problem. Because they just created these like NAND flash, basically virtual copies of the phone, and they brute forced the million virtual copies rather than the phone itself. It's like, of course they can do this. It's not a big deal. Will says, you and Bronca should cover the trial of Nicolay Mew in Wisconsin when it occurs. Self-defense case with Corey Sharafazi as defense and Lunchbox Part 2 as district attorney. Seems like a pretty legitimate case of self-defense.
That one's interesting.
Was that the rapper?
No, it's a stabbing.
Well,
that's the guy on the river.
Mm-hmm.
He's on a creek, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wonder if that's going to be televised. I like Corey Sharafazi. He's a good lawyer.
Yeah. Oh, also the Christian Glass one. He's the guy who was like really autistic and like crashed his car, and the police were trying to talk to him, and then he had a knife in the car, and the cops were like, "Oh my God, we're so scared," and they shot him in the car. Like the windows were up and everything, and they were scared of the knife.
That seems odd.
Yeah,
I'll check that out.
Yeah.
Death Monkey Butt says the only motive I've seen is Alex trying to show his son the dangers of leaving your guns around. Brett Van Buren says,
"That'll teach you, son."
Have my first law school oral argument tonight. Any tips? It's an appellate advocacy competition.
Hey, I got lots of tips. Email me.
Yeah, the tip on your appellate advocacy oral argument is be ready, be fully prepared to speak for 15 minutes, but know that you're only going to get about a minute and a half in at most, and the judges are going to derail you with inane shit.
Mm-hmm.
So find a way to turn every judge's question into the point you're trying to make. I mean, that's ultimately what you want to do, and bring your citations.
You should go. You should. Check me out. I actually have three of my oral arguments on my Rumble channel. So if you want to see me actually doing oral arguments before the 5th DCA in Florida, I just posted 3 of them on my Rumble channel. So you can go back there and watch how it really works, how the real world works, and not competition. Sorry, it's boring. I know it's long.
Also, when you're doing it, not to scare you, but get ready to eat shit because you very well might. Just be prepared that's going to happen.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Who cares?
Yeah, if it happens, but that's
this is why you. It's why you go to law school.
You decided to become a lawyer. You're going to eat shit from time to time. That's just the way it is.
But it's not the end of the world.
Like it's you might lose, and they're probably going to tell you, oh, you did really good anyway, so you really don't know how bad you did.
And it's all subjective. Also, I got docked on my mock deposition because I said howdy. And she's like,
nobody cares.
Why did you say howdy? I'm like, because I'm from Texas and I say howdy all the fucking time. It's like, that's very unprofessional. Like, you told me to build rapport with the person. I sit down in a jovial manner. I say howdy to do the deposition. And I was like, I got this guy talking, just spilling everything. And she's like, yeah, but howdy's weird. I was like, you're weird, you bitch.
You say that?
No.
Maybe that's why you got points off.
I didn't say you bitch, but I did say you're weird. And I'm like, howdy's a very common expression where I come from. Leave me alone. You're being
and you'd know that if you weren't single in 45.
That's just all shit they torture you with in law school. So it's like, oh, you got a 2 spaces in between your S and your period. So we're gonna mark you off on the blue book. You know what I think about the blue book? Get lost,
Real rebels. That blue book.
Yeah, get lost.
Garbage. Get out of here, blue book. Your kind ain't welcome here. Crispy Ginger says, if you want to get blasted as Maggie and Paul, take a shot every time they say blackout. Oh, come on. GSP Puppy Palace says, sometimes I just have to leave and check on puppies. They are probably better lawyers than the prosecution at this point. Geomancy, trying to slay the boss that is testicular cancer. Ooh. Come throw me a few bucks on YouTube and locals and help me grift like the true king himself. That's Geomancy on YouTube.
I want to give everybody, because your chat's been very nice about my mom. And my mom just sent me, it's hard to talk. My mom just said that she finished her last round.
Awesome.
Oh, awesome. Great.
And she also promised to come on my Rumble channel on a live stream sometime in the future.
Yes,
so I'm going to promote that. But she's done with her chemo. I'm so happy. And
you think Steve's got stories? Imagine the stories his mom has about him. Let me tell you, the first time I took him to a Ginger concert.
my mom went to see Pink Floyd with me.
Nice.
She's cool, man. My mom's cool.
I know she's cool. She came on my stream. She's got to be cool.
Right.
Alien Baby says, if the phone data shows him licking his own balls, then you know that he tied the phone to the dog to put himself in another location at the same time. Beverly Alford, Recato Law and Law of Self-Defense. Is it the norm in criminal trials for the jury to be prohibited from taking notes, or is this case atypical? Can't imagine how they'll be able to recall this stuff.
It varies.
It's up to the judges.
Sometimes there's no notes. Sometimes you can take notes, but you can't take them at the deliberations. You're not supposed to look at anybody else's notes. Every court makes up different rules.
Yeah. Zadok Attack says, Rackets, we need a toast for Gosney's mom. To Steve's mom.
Aww,
a wonderful lady full of wisdom who imparted the world with a small bit of it in the form of Steve.
That's right.
So glad to hear that she's on her that she finished her last treatment. And may that cancer be obliterated from her body forever, and may she go on to many more years of happiness and live streams. Cheers.
Thank you for the drinks, and if the folks would give her some prayers. I mean, everything's great, but just give me some prayers my way. That's wonderful. Thanks everybody for being so kind about my mama. Even when they make the dirty jokes, it's funny.
Kyle Martin says,
hold on. Somebody in your chat says KJAB saying they get transcripts. No, you don't. If you come back and say, we want a transcript of this witness, you're going to get LOL back.
Well, and you don't want them to have transcripts most of the time. Do you know how long it would take if they got a transcript? Oh my God.
Actually, no, I think we have a different rule in Florida.
Oh.
You think about that. I have to refresh my recollection. But
most places you're not going to get one though.
Colin Martin says we are talking about a very rural area in which gunshots are not common at all. I think he means not uncommon at all.
Right.
Yeah. Jessica Busa, he was sleeping and something woke him up, gunshots, and then he left the property. Maybe. Or again, when you live out in the country and there's gunshots all the time, like I live by like 9 cops. I mean, they go out and shoot in their backyard because we're outside of city limits. So like you sometimes are outside and you hear gunshots, you just don't care. I mean, and they're next door. I mean, you don't care.
Well, and especially if the sound that wakes you up, you necessarily don't hear. You just know that something woke you up.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily know what that sound was.
Yeah, I mean, we vacation in West Virginia out in a rural area. And I mean, I went out the first time I was out there, it was crazy. I'm like, what the hell's going on? All these gunshots. They're like, oh, there's hunters over here, chasing deer, and the deer go running through. I'm like, it's like crazy, it's rural areas.
Gunner says, Dr. Richard Kimball, I didn't kill my wife. Samuel Gerard, I don't care. Mind Goblin says he was on the hub watching mom and son videos. They're establishing motive. No, he was not. Lancelot 652. Come on, State. Get to something interesting. If you're gonna read his text, let's see the spicy bedroom texts. Oh, I read that one earlier. Charming Clown. If only Paul had an Apple Watch on 911. WBT. Miku Huntu 4X Bot says, what is the series of events of what is happening? It's a mess. Mind Goblin, that audio was just the expert eating corn on the cob the long way. Wrong orientation change recording. It moves. He testified that it can take a minute or two to write to the database, but they are quoting times to a precision of 1 second. That's crazy. Gunner, it moves. It's because the steps aren't recorded instantly. They're recorded in batches, which are written to the database at specific times. So that answered the previous one.
Actually, I just had another thought.
What's that?
Sorry, that's my job, isn't it? I'm here as your guest to offer my thoughts. And that is that, the problem with this timeline in not syncing up with him leaving the house and going is that it doesn't make sense for the state's timeline either. Because they're saying that he was there during the murders, and yet they're also saying he was in the truck and there's this gap of time. So if it doesn't sync up, it doesn't sync up for either the murder or the defense, right? I mean, so it doesn't sync up, but that doesn't help the state. The fact that his phone wasn't driving with him, does it?
No, the step thing is weird. Michael Painter says, which side of the road was the phone found versus the direction of the car fleeing? Passengers or driver's side? Unclear. Distopt. It's amazing how effortless the defense dismantles the witnesses. Yeah, I mean that the cell phone guy got shredded really fast. American Dreamer, will they put out the video tonight that was on Paul's phone? Yes, we've already seen it. Derna 1804 plot twist. Whole jury is Puerto Rican and they will convict him for trusting Mexicans. Benjamin Mauser. How many steps if the DA getting pacing back and forth? Lots of pacing. Levi the welder, no evidence to connect to the place, time, or location, no murder weapon, no motive. The judge needs to agree when defense goes for motion for dismissal. He's definitely not going to with that video in evidence. That kills a JOA if nothing else. Big Rig.
It adds to the circumstantial evidence enough that I don't know. We're really gonna. I think we're going to have to see a defense case.
Yeah, I agree. Big Rig 0485 says, I got steps counted while driving, and if I drive a long distance, somehow I reach my step goal. Yep, happens a lot, especially if you, depending on what you drive, if the ride isn't smooth at all, you'll get stuff. I used to wear one of those watches with a pedometer in it while I would mow the lawn, and I mean, I'd rack up steps like it was nothing. C. Souter, I'm a rural mail carrier. My phone stays in my truck on my tray all day and gives me a step count when I get done. So it does count steps in a car. Ditch Doc, thank you. Dark Nile, if state doesn't turn this around, this will be a fumble that would make the NFL players blush. Lord Vader, let us out. Signed, Steve's Muddy Raccoons. Tom Nash Music, can't do this sober anymore. In lieu of 300 blackout, picked up a bottle of Glenmorangie 10-year bourbon barrel to get through instead. Cheers, Nick, Bronca, and Steve. Cheers, brother. Big Rig. Private investigator video of Paul in the property, not relevant. Random shell casings and various guns, not part of the murder, relevant. Show one by one. Ted Comet, the butler did it, or the prosecutor. Guru Breed, this guy sounds like Andrew Tate while on 1.5 speed. Ted comment, is this guy the guy that trained Binger? Mandalore Wise 01 on a Broncaism from earlier, jury of the blind. Could a blind person be denied from serving on a jury either for cause or by pick? Additionally, if they are denied, what would that be ADA discrimination?
Well, they can't see the evidence. They can't
Yeah,
see
I
the
think-
witness's demeanor.
Yeah, they've got to be excluded. I mean, I guess, although in theory, if the parties consent to them, they could. Like if they thought that a blind person's insight would be particularly useful to the case, they could, I guess. Bandit 848, you playing the Beatles backwards. Paul is dead. Ghosts of Recon. According to Snapchat's 2023 documentation, you can send a pre-recorded video. And I'm still confused. I mean, I'll accept that the video was taken contemporaneously with the upload. I just don't know that that was clear from the testimony or as clear as it could be. But the defense not asking questions basically nullifies my concern anyway. MS Crim, Snapchat does allow for saved videos to be uploaded later per numerous websites since June 2016. Viking Vet, all I hear is Andrew Tate. When it's at this speed, what have you done? Greg Candy, dude, they probably just got the video in through the phone guy to have the investigator testify about later. This is not the major blunder you're making it out to be yet. Well, I still would have had him ask the question, the same thing. Who's on the video? But we couldn't see the video at the time either. I didn't know if he was in the video or not. Unseen King, if expert doesn't know Alex Murdaugh, he can say it's him. Juggernaut, I mean, speculation, but possible he caught the mom and son duo plotting against him in some messed up way or involved in something messed up, and this set him off. Not to disparage the dead, God rest them. First of all, always disparage the dead. You can't be sued for defamation by the dead. Second of all, yeah, certainly possible. The state, the defense would have to raise that as a plausible theory of some sort, or the state would have to raise it as the theory for why he killed them. Garrett Peterick, the shells found by Paul are 3-inch 12 gauge. All of Alex's shotguns take 2 3/4 inch. No shotguns are missing. KFG says he wore the tarp. Lord Vader, was Paul an open-minded kind of guy? Pinochet's helicopter tours. Nick, you know the state railroads the poors all the time. Don't care how bad the state's case is. For once, the 1% gets screwed over. At least it's not me. Michael Kingswood, oof, between his voice on the video and Rogan's testimony, I'm leaning away from not guilty. Lots of work to do on this cross. Slick 556, from prosecution standpoint, is it better for cross to start immediately or tomorrow? Doesn't it give the defense all night to adjust their plan questions? We address this one in real time, but you don't, I mean, the state would want to end on a big banger moment, and the defense wants to end on a big banger moment. You want to leave something in the mind of the jury overnight, if you can. Jane Doe, thanks for the donation. Andrew Hansen, maybe they'll think they heard a vehicle. Ren B, is it possible that the video was taken earlier and because cell service sucked, it actually didn't send until Paul wandered into a service area? Yes.
They haven't proposed that theory yet, I don't think.
Right. They didn't. Now, maybe
When
they're
they bring their
likely,
expert on.
they're going to bring an expert, and that might expand the timeout. If the expert suggests that, oh, actually, this was actually recorded 25 minutes earlier, and then the upload didn't kick in until he had sufficient service, and that's when it hit Snapchat. Sure.
Even if that's just possible.
Right. And if there's any data in the metadata to suggest that that happened, that'd be a big deal, a very big deal for the defense.
And you don't want to ask the state's expert that, because he might say no, right? And then you have contrary evidence. So you know what your guy's going to say. So you just wait till you get your guy in the stand.
Right. Now, we don't know that's going to happen, but that would be a reasonable way to address it. And you can bet that the defense is going to have an expert for every expert that the state had in this case. This is a moneyed defense. It's a very expensive defense, and it's a well-connected defense.
And it's not going to be they're not going to be quacks. They're going to be decent experts too.
Right.
It's not going to be like that. What was that one guy in Edgecombe's case, the defense expert who?
Oh God, that was a disaster. The investigation expert.
Yeah.
Bronk and I covered a self-defense immunity hearing in Florida, and that expert just got destroyed by one of some of our local attorneys, a buddy of mine.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Brandon James, what if the snap video didn't post right away? Yep, we just talked about that too. Atlas Knife and Tool, seems dark outside in the video, but sunset was 8:31 p.m., so it should still have been light out, not need a light on the camera. Connor Suba, could that be the caretaker of the dog / the helper, the other voice? I mean, it could be technically it could be a lot of people, but it seems pretty safe to say it is Alex's voice. However they end up explaining it, it seems to be his voice. D. Lindsay says a lemon sticker. Thank you. Ryan Acorn. Nick, I'm looking at 3K-ish all in. If I go to Vegas, sell me on this so I can press buttons. Sell you on Vegas. It's a live show. You get to meet me. You get to meet Branca. You get to meet plenty of other people as well. Lead attorney confirmed he's going to be there. You got Dick Masterson. You got Kim. Fuck this. A bunch of people are going to be there, and you're going to be in Vegas. Take a damn vacation and go have some fun, get some drinks, spend some money at a casino, buy a hooker or whatever you're going to do, and have a blast.
Well, technically, you rent them.
Maybe if you're poor.
And I'll be there without a tie, live without a tie, and I presume adult beverages will be readily available.
That is the plan.
They frown upon buying hookers. Eliza Blue has been trying to teach us that.
Shit. Jeff Gardner says, hey, Nick, have you heard of the 11th Circuit case about the guy that wants a firing squad instead of injection? I say give it to him. We've taken this 8th Amendment approach that messy equals cruel and unusual, but I would rather have a bullet go through my brainstem than have a lethal injection.
You get shot in the heart.
And imagine the lottery for the shooter positions.
Right here,
big millions.
please.
Oh, you want the Soviet style firing squad.
Is that just back of the head?
Yeah, that's how they would do it.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Oh.
Stega says those ATN thermal optics have an automatic one-shot zero feature. They're super nice. Those boys must have been terrible shots. Or drunk. Not Heisenberg says sounds like she's washing out the pen. David Coulter, range limiting by the thermal sight resolution. Maybe. Mr. Big, or the guy just doesn't know anything about sights on or the range of 300 blackout. He's not an expert.
That guy would probably consider himself a gun guy.
Most people don't know how to shoot, so
yeah. The worst kind of advice to get for guns is at a gun store, and he's probably the first one that would tell you what you need.
David Coulter says, Mr. Bigglesworth sent a sticker. Thank you. Kiernot says, Branca, does this count for a self-defense claim? That was sent while they were singing happy birthday to him.
Oh, I see.
Big Rig says, goes to kill them. Paul starts a video unexpectedly. Alec plays it up for the vid, turns off the video, and then pow. Corn Pop sent a sticker. Thank you. Techard says, yo, Nick, your day 2 VOD just got removed. Wait, what was that? Just got removed, apparently. Was in the middle of watching it before YouTube cucked it. Weird. I didn't get any emails about that. Did I? I didn't see one. Normally they tell me if they remove a video. And normally I'd get a strike.
Hey, judge bench.
Yeah, I don't see that. So I'll have to check. That's very strange.
You're believing everything you read on the internet?
Yes. Well, it would normally give me a strike and it would kick me off the stream. I would be
You're not allowed
suspended.
to lie on the internet, Steve. Come on.
Corn Pop says, hello, Nick. I'm Pop. Please find Steve's knives. Can't do it.
I don't know. I think I just need to remain silent on the knife issue from here on out.
Michael Kingswood says, I take it back. After that prosecutor BS, it's obvious they know his innocence, but want to fry him anyway. Not guilty. Coney Upstate, the witness's response should have been, I also don't know about you abusing kids last night. Greg Candy says, the financial crime stuff from the same day are pretty damn probative. Financial crime stuff from the same day.
Right, because there's some allegations that there was some big thing that happened financially that very day that the wife didn't know about. And so that's the motive.
I think his law partners confronted him about the missing money.
They should enter that in, or they should try to get into the evidence get that into evidence then. And they should do that by asking the judge, hey, judge, we've got this. I mean, that would be the circumstantial or the clear and convincing evidence that they need to prove motive.
And the law right now in the case is that the judge has excluded it. So for the prosecutor to blast it in there with the exclusion rule already in place and not having the defense an opportunity to respond to that particular, it was dirty.
Yeah.
So I understand that there may be an opening the door argument, but the way this prosecutor did it was not proper, was not fair, was not ethical.
Let's see. Death says, just tuning in after a hard day's work. I'll be listening to this tonight. Thanks, Nick, Steve, Andrew, and Sean. Hey, thank you. Keely Sexton, why didn't the defense create doubt by asking the friends if they knew Alex's voice on Snapchat was him being there or over speaker/FaceTime, or video could have been from earlier in the evening? Because it's better to ask a friendly witness about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that
They're
long
gonna,
story
and,
short.
and all it takes is for them to say it didn't sound like it was a recording.
Not in my opinion. You know, whatever.
Yeah. Doesn't sound
Yeah.
like it to me.
Sounded there to me. Yep.
Yeah.
And then your question is bad.
Yeah, you
Unless
don't get
you've
that-
interviewed them.
Yeah.
Unless you've interviewed them and gotten that information from them about, and then you can say,
Mhm.
well, hey, this is what this, it sounds like a recording, doesn't it? Doesn't sound like him there.
Mhm.
Then you, yeah, I really didn't think that was him there.
Yeah,
Ashley,
you don't get to say like, bro, are you sure? You're not allowed to follow up with that usually.
yeah. Ashley King says, Alec is obviously okay with dying. If he was so distraught about his financial crimes being exposed, it's reasonable he'd kill himself before his family. Dusty Levan says the friend testified bad cell service. The son could have sent Snapchat and phone didn't send till later when it got better signal, making it look closer to the time of death. Right. It's a possibility. We'll see what they bring up on the defense case in chief. Corn Pop says, has he ever been to a Dave and Buster's? I have no idea. And Slick says, will you be covering the Daniel Perry / Garrett Foster shooting? Not familiar with that shooting, so I don't know. A couple more here on locals.
That's the dude. He was the guy in the Uber who center punched the Antifa guy with the AK, I think.
Oh. Yeah.
Who's
In
like,
Texas?
I'm out here to fight fascists, and yeah, he got plugged.
Yeah,
Boy,
maybe
is this
He
super,
he became a good communist that night.
it depends on
super-
trials. Wait, sorry, Steve. Go
oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, man, the super chats and the Rumble rants are just crushing it today, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been a very good day. And now
been
I'm
good.
on locals, the couple left. GT Tech, if I can make it to Vegas, I have a gift, not my wiener, something old from North Carolina, Smoky Mountains. I mean, you got me disappointed with that second sentence, my friend.
Not the first.
Malik Foxon says, we need a name for the black truck. I'm seeing so many great ones in chat. Probably named it the same as H.P. Lovecraft named his cat. Malik Foxon, chat is brutal to this poor guy. Gay Slow Rogan. Y'all are too funny, man. Xander's Rants. Ricada Law, there's a place in L.A. called Burgers Never Say Die. Their selling point is only selling stuff the original McDonald's make, including the fries and beef tallow. Oh, God, that'd be good. I want to
Oh
go there.
man, see, people don't remember how good McDonald's fries used
They were
to be.
so good.
Salt
so
and
good.
the beef tallow, and then all of a sudden they just turned into cardboard. And you're like, these suck. What'd they do?
Yeah. And it tastes kind of like acrid and bitter. Duncan, Idaho, I wish these people were texting things like ooh woo and gross baby speak so this guy could read those too. That would be fun. Caligulov says, do we know time of death? No, we have speculation on time of death based on cell phone use stoppage, and defense is probably going to make a big point about the time of death likely or possibly being later. And then finally, C. Goody says, buy your tickets for Las Vegas meetup at the Eventbrite website. Guys, check out the Las Vegas meetup. It's going to be a blast. Gentlemen, thank you for a wonderful day of streaming. Check out all of my colleagues who's in the descriptions. Although I got to add Steve Gosney. Oh wait, and Nate the lawyer was on earlier.
Yes, and my book is available by ebook. And thank you to Josh from ISBN Services who made that happen, because and he's the one that supplied the edited video that was with the noiseless video was the same fellow who sent that. So thank you. So if you have a book that needs to be converted, he'll do that for you. But you can get my book, crimelaw.net. And I think I'm going to be on Vice's. I've got to recover my gut because I'm going on Vice's on the Grift Friday. And man, that guy can drink. And I'm like, and I know that he's going to be getting me drinking. So that'll be a fun time will be had by all.
All right, guys, perfect ending. I got to get to a kids event right now, but nice seeing you all. Nick, I'll see you in the morning, and whoever else shows up, looking forward to it. Have a good night.
See
guys.
y'all later. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lutbrug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Tuck Tea to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lutbrug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.
Why are you here? Leave. I'm trying to be alone. Go away. Oh my God. Seriously.